White, and I'm going to be your host this weekend for the VIP Ignite Talent Actor Bootcamp. We are so excited to have you here. So before we get officially started, I know that we have some people that are watching us on Facebook. We have some people that are watching us on YouTube. I don't know how you plan on getting discovered watching us and not being seen. This is what I want you to do. I want you to go to VIPigniteSummit.com. Again, go to VIPigniteSummit.com. Then I want you to come over here and join us on Zoom. All right. All right, guys. So let me introduce myself and I'm going to lay out what we're doing this weekend. I am so excited. In case you haven't discovered that I'm really excited to be here this weekend. My name is Denise White. I'm the publicist for VIP Ignite. I host all of our live and virtual events. I'm also the president of talent services for Truth Management, which is our mother agency. I also host two podcasts for VIP Ignite. One of them is the Coffee in the Green Room podcast. The other one is the VIP Ignite Live podcast. I tell people that I have the best job in the whole entire world because it's my job to help elevate the success of people who want to get into the entertainment industry. Over the course of this weekend, we are going to cover a lot of information, okay? And this isn't going to be your boring Zoom call where you're like, okay, let me take another. This is going to be a very highly interactive weekend. And what I expect of everyone watching is for you to be interactive with us. Okay, so that means I want you to take notes. That means if I ask you to type something in the comments, I want you typing something in the comments. That means that you're going to be here for 2 days. So do me a favor right now, if you're here on Zoom, even if you're watching us on Facebook or YouTube, type in the comments 2 days. This is a 2-day event. Day number 1, what we're going to do is we're going to lay the foundation for you. We are going to show you the foundational aspects of being a part of the entertainment industry. We are going to talk about how to book a role in a Marvel movie. We are going to talk about how to give the greatest performance of your life night after night. We're going to talk about how to consistently book magazine covers. We're going to lay out what type of modeling you qualify for. We're also going to talk about how you could be your authentic self on TV, stage, and film. We're also going to hear from a model who literally has walked the biggest shows in New York, Milan. He's also, he's literally just booked his first magazine cover this week. You're going to have the opportunity to hear from him. That's today. So today we're going to lay the foundation. We're going to give you some foundational information. Whether this is the first time you've been on this call or you've been doing this for a while, yes, I see a lot of my regulars here. It doesn't matter. You are going to learn something new this weekend. Every time you hear information, you are a new person. What does that mean? That means that person who heard the information the first time has processed it and has germinated in their heads, it's growing. But now when you hear it, you're going to hear a different aspect of it because you're going to hear it from a different perspective. So no matter what we're talking about, you are going to learn something new this weekend. It's our goal for you to elevate your success. It's our goal for you to elevate who you are as an actor, as a model, as a human being. Because we're looking for success stories. Is it okay if we're looking for people to be successful? Is that okay? If that's okay, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If that's okay, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. And I'm talking to you. If you can hear the sound of my voice, I am talking to you. We want you to be even more successful than you already are. We have a proven track record that works. We have a framework that works. That's why today we're laying down the foundation. Tomorrow, after the foundation is laid, we're going to elevate. We're going to talk about the framework every successful actor follows to become a successful actor. We're going to hear from someone who has booked. Okay, hold on. Let me frame this one for you. So it's April 6th, 2024 at this very moment, at the taping of this video right now. He was on 2 Super Bowl ads. He's booked 4 feature films. 2024. It's been 3 months and 6 days. How many of you think you can learn something from someone who has booked that much work in 2024? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. We're also going to have the opportunity to hear from an agent. Today, you're going to hear from an agent who's going to teach you how to consistently book covers of magazines. Tomorrow, you're going to hear from an agent who actually works in a pretty small market, but she has been working in this industry for over 30 years and she loves what she does. And she has a unique way of booking talent that I think is going to really help all of you open your eyes, because not every agency works the same, but they all have the same goal and purpose. And every agency's goal is to book their talent work, right? Because you'll learn this over the course of the weekend. An agent doesn't start making money until you do. So do you think that your agent wants to work with people they think can book work? If that sounds correct, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you are an agent, that's what you would want, right? All right, so we're going to talk to an agent. Tomorrow you're also going to have the opportunity to get evaluated by one of the agents, and it's something we like to call model garage. So we're going to pull you into the garage. He's going to look at you. He's going to assess the situation. He's going to give you some recommendations. That's what we're going to be doing over the course of this weekend. There's one thing that every one of our speakers has in common. And I want to ask you guys a question before I go into this. If you were someone who was on Broadway, okay, imagine you are a Broadway star. And I want you to think about this. You're a Broadway star. And most of the time for Broadway, when you're a Broadway star, you're doing 1 show a day every day. So that's 7 shows. And then on Sunday, you're doing 2 shows. Okay, so that's a total of 8 shows a week. Okay. Let me ask you a question. Which of those performances is the most important for you to give your all? Type it in the comments. Which one of those performances, exactly, every one of them, every last one of them. Every time you take the stage, it's your job to give the very best performance of your life. How do you do that? Does that might seem a little bit overwhelming, right? But how do you do that? You do that because, first of all, you have an agent who's booking you that opportunity, first of all, right? But not only that, you know that you have a moral obligation to your audience to perform at the best. Because you know what? The people who come to the second performance on Sunday, this is their moment. So you have a moral obligation to give the best performance. As an actor, you have a moral obligation to the person who wrote the play, who wrote the script, if you're a model, you have a moral obligation to the person whose product it is that you're working with. If you like Apple, okay? If you are a model and your job is to work with this phone and model this phone, it's your job to make this phone shine every single shot, every single time. So how do you do that? I like this. Practice, love yourself and keep the audience entertained, right? Practice, responsibility. I'm going to tell you, it's having an undying passion for what you do. It's having an undying passion for what you do. Because, you know, there are days that the entertainment industry is awesome. People are cheering your name. You've won an award. You've done all of these things. But then there are days where you're like, I don't even feel like getting up. Has any of you ever had a day where you just did not feel like getting out of bed? Yeah. How many of you have felt like that this morning? You're like, oh my God, why did I sign up for a boot camp? Why did I sign up for a Zoom call? It's so nice outside. How many of you felt like that today? A lot of people did. Yeah, yesterday. It's okay. Thank you for not saying today, Lewis. I appreciate that. He's one of our inner circle members. I'm allowed to joke around with him. But yeah, exactly. At first, some days you just don't want to do it. It's okay. You're human. How many of you are human? Do I have any droids or bots on here? No, I don't think so. You're all human. It's okay. Yeah, AI has not taken over the world yet, Solange. Okay, stop, calm down. But we're all human, and there are days where we just don't wanna. But it's your job as a human. It's your job as an actor. It's your job as a model to make sure that you're up, that you bring the energy. It's your job to make sure you're there on time or early, maybe 15 minutes early. Okay. It's your job, but having a job, I mean, I used to work in the dental field. There were days like I would show up at like, I had to be there at like 7:45 to open. I was the manager. There were days I was there at like 7:44, 29. I was like, okay, I got to do this. I understand. But here's the thing. It's your job to show up. And every person that you're going to hear from this weekend, they all have days they don't want to get out of bed, but they get up and they do it with purpose. They get up and they do it with passion. They get up and they do it with this energy that is infectious to everyone around them. And I want you to remember that. That's your job. This weekend, you're on stage. Okay. You may not be doing 7 performances this weekend, but you do have a 2-day performance. How are you going to show up? And I want you to think about that. And when you're hearing from all of our speakers, okay, when you're hearing about how to book a role, how to consistently book magazine covers, what type of modeling you qualify for, how to be authentic, how to like a day in the life of a model. I want you to do this. I want you to write down something that you hear in their voice. Maybe it's something that they don't say necessarily, but you can hear the passion. You can hear the fire in them. And I want you to note that. And I want you to say, okay, how can I replicate that in my life so I can have even more success? That's what this weekend is about. This weekend is about you picking up clues from each and every speaker and thinking, okay, how can I implement this? And listen, you're going to get a lot of information this weekend. I'm not expecting you to implement everything that everyone says, but this is your mission. I'm going to give you guys a mission right now. Your mission is this. From each and every speaker, I want you to write down at least one thing that you can start applying. Okay. I'm not asking anyone to like lace up their shoes and go run 10 miles today. That's not what I'm asking you to do. What I am asking you to do, however, is pick up the clues of success that are laid out for you and start applying that information. And if you get one big thing out of, oh, nice book, Christine Harding. I like that. If you get one big thing out of this weekend, I want you to go all in on that. Okay. Because a group of us who currently work with VIP Ignite, we're reading a book called Eat That Frog by Brian Tracy. Mike, who you're going to hear from in a couple of minutes, is actually working with Brian Tracy on a huge project. We're so excited about it. Sorry, a bird just went crazy outside. We're here in real time. Eat That Frog. What that means is every day you do one thing. You make sure you do that one thing. That one thing maybe you've been putting off. Maybe that one thing you're like, oh my gosh, I know my agent's been asking for that self-tape, but do I really have to do it? Do that one thing. Eat that frog. This weekend, you're going to get a lot of information. And hopefully none of them are ugly frogs. Hopefully they're all really beautiful, exciting things that you're going to do. But sometimes getting where you want to go takes some work, right? So what I want you to do is over the course of this weekend, I want you to listen to each and every speaker. What is one thing that I can take from them? What is one thing I can start implementing right now? Maybe I don't live in New York City like Arbor does. Maybe I don't. But you know, what is his passion, his knowledge, this, that? What can I start doing right now to make myself even more successful? Because if you're here, I'm assuming that you want more success in the entertainment industry. Or maybe you just like our corny jokes. That's cool too. But I know that's not why you're here. I know you guys are here because you want more success. So I'm really excited about having the opportunity to work with you guys this weekend. I'm excited to see where each and every one of you are at the end of the day tomorrow. But you have to be here. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So be here both days. Go all in on yourself because you know what your best investment is? Your best investment is in you. Type that in the comments. I am my best investment. I am my best investment. You know why? You can put your money into crypto. You can put your money into the stock market. You can go buy stocks. You can go buy a house. You don't control any of that stuff. The only thing you control is you and what you do with the information that you're given. You are your best investment. This weekend, we're asking you to invest in yourselves. Yeah, we're asking you to invest 2 days, first of all. How many of you are willing to bet on yourself, to go all in on yourself? If we were in Vegas, would you go all in on Sid? Would you go all in on Ryan? Would you go all in on yourself? If you would do that, type all in the comments. Because that's what I expect from you. I'm going all in on all of you this weekend. I'm going all in on this. I want you to do the same. And to kind of explain where we're coming from, I'm going to share some stories of some talent that we work with you. And I want you to hear when I'm telling their stories. I want you to see yourself in their photos. I want you to see yourself in their stories. I want you to see the work that they've put in yourself. I want you to visualize, you know what? Deneen isn't talking about this person, that I am that person and that person is me. That's what I want you to do when I share these stories. Okay, so let me go ahead and share my screen with you. All right. Can you guys see my screen? Awesome. All right. So I have really good news for you. Every one of our success stories started out on a Zoom call, just like you're on today. So type in the comments. It all starts on Zoom. We all have the same starting point. We all have the same starting point. All right. This is Brandon Hunter. So when we started working with Brandon, obviously he's a very attractive guy, right? But when we first started working with him, he was living in, his hometown is Reno, Nevada. He was in Montana on a football scholarship. He was like, okay, you know what? Like, football's cool, but I don't see this as my future. I know that I want to be an actor. I want to be a model. So he came on one of our calls. He came on one of Alicia's open calls, and he interviewed. He had the opportunity to not only become a part of our coaching program, where he got to at least once a week, twice a week, work with people live while he was in Montana. He also had the opportunity to come out to a photo shoot in Las Vegas. He met his agent. The timing wasn't good. He was still in school. He also had a goal of going back to school to get his MBA, right? The timing wasn't perfect, but it was his start. When he finally graduated with his MBA, he wound up breaking up with his girlfriend, who was a little jealous of him going out and modeling. Once he started making those moves forward, he had the opportunity to start working with an agent. It was because he knew his priorities and he was consistently doing the work. He didn't just show up and like, okay, well, one day I'm going to do this and just go like eat a dozen pizzas every night. He kept maintaining his drive. He kept maintaining what he was doing. So when the time was right and he sat down and met with his agent again, now this past season, he walked New York Fashion Week in the fall and in the spring. So it all started off on a Zoom call with Brandon. This is Masharad. He is another one. He's part of our inner circle. He is someone who, when he first started working with us, he lives in San Francisco full time. He just wanted to be an actor. He didn't want anything about modeling. He was also very shy, very introverted. He lacked a lot of confidence. And he said yes to himself. He realized that he was his best investment. Okay. He came out to an event that had absolutely nothing to do with acting and modeling because he trusted the process. And he met someone who saw greatness in him, believed in him, helped to elevate him. He is one of our inner circle members. He is represented by an agent now in New York City as a model. He walked New York Fashion Week for the last 2 seasons. But not only that, he's currently in talks to go to Europe this summer after he's done school for the semester. How many of you want that to be you? If you want that to be you, type me in the comments. And here are Brandon and Masharad at the CFDA party before New York Fashion Week in the fall. That is like the official party of the official New York Fashion Week. They're standing here with Isaac Mizrahi. This here is Masharad with a huge producer in New York City. And this is a photo that Brandon sent me when he was at a casting for New York Fashion Week for one of the companies that we work with consistently, with a casting director that we work with consistently. This is Natasha. She just turned 16. Happy birthday, Natasha, if you can hear the sound of my voice. But when she first started working with us, she was already represented by an agent in LA. And when she got on the call, Alicia said, well, you're already represented by a huge agent. And her mom said, you know what? I know, but my daughter's been putting in work since she was 6 years old. And she's really good at what she does. But let me tell you something. I know that if I get her in front of more people, she'll be even more successful. Yeah, this is her. She just booked a nationwide voiceover gig. She played like a baby bear. You'll hear her voice. These are some of her photos from one of our photo shoots in Miami. This is her modeling in a studio in Miami where she got a personal invite to come model these clothes. This is Adi. She's another one of our inner circle members. She and her mom have traveled the world. She's like one of the smartest people I've ever met in my life. One of the sweetest people I've ever met. She and her mom have been traveling the world. When she turned 18, she was like, okay, you know what, Mom? Like, I want to go all in on acting. They invested in her going to a conservatory in New York City. She was there for about a month as an acting conservatory. I think it was a 5-figure investment that they made for her to go to that acting conservatory. And when she came out of it, she didn't get very much out of it, honestly. Like, she went there and she learned, she grew, but she came out and she was like, there's got to be more. So she and her mom got on a call, one of Alicia's open calls. And Alicia's like, what are you doing? Like, look at you. Like, you should be a model. Like, what are you doing? Like, why are you playing around? So she became a part of our inner circle. Now she has agencies throughout the world that are reaching out with interest for her because she did the work. She put in the time. She invested in herself. And now here she is. Final story. This is Mireya. So when we met Mireya, she was a church secretary. She was earning like $35,000 a year. She got on one of Alicia's open calls and I had the opportunity to interview her. And she was like, yeah, I just want to try this out. And I was like, oh, you want to try this out? Okay. So, but she only wanted to do modeling. She didn't want to go and she didn't want to do any acting. She didn't want to speak. She just wanted to be a model. I was like, okay, you want to try that out? Let's do it. So she got on our call. She would only get on the calls that we did that were only for models, right? She would get on the calls with agents. Then one day, all of a sudden, I saw her on a call for acting, and I was like, I don't know. I think she's on the wrong call. Like, this isn't about modeling. But the amazing thing is that she started taking in all of the information like a sponge, like you guys are going to do this weekend. She kept taking in all of the information. She started getting her lighting right. She was better in camera. She was presenting herself well. She got on a Zoom call just like this, and one of the agents reached out to her, said, hey, I want to meet you. I want to have a meeting with you. And so she called me. She's like, Denise, what do I do? I'm like, you take the meeting. So she did. She went, she took the meeting. It was wildly successful. She called me at the end of the meeting. She's like, he gave me a contract. What do I do? I'm like, you signed that contract. Like, come on now. Like, what do? You signed the contract. And the amazing thing is that this was during COVID. And that's when there were a lot of times where a booking would be for like a husband and wife, like an actual family that all live together, right? Because this way you don't have to worry about all of the regulations and all of that. So she takes this meeting, she gets signed by the agent. Then I'm watching the opening night of the NFL and I see her and her husband. I'm like, oh my God, I started screaming. And Mike was like, what's wrong? I'm like, she's amazing. Now we see her in Starbucks ads. She was on a billboard in New York City for Apple and Verizon. She's done Jardiance ads. She did her most recent ad that she did. Her most recent commercial was a 6-figure job. So when she started working with us, she was earning $35,000 a year. When we spoke to her agent about a year ago, he was like, yeah, we don't book her out for less than $35,000 a job. Let me ask you a question. Imagine what you make a year. Imagine getting that in one day. In the comments, how much would that change your life? How much would that change your life? Putting yourself in the right spot, meeting the right people, it would completely change your life. A lot. 360 degrees, tremendously. That ad that I told you that was international for Yoplait, she did it in English and Spanish because she's bilingual. She got paid over $100,000 for that ad. Let me ask you another question. How much would tripling your income, booking one job, how much would that change your life? Let me know in the comments. A lot. It would radically change your life. This is what I want you to understand. All of our success stories, they all started on a Zoom call, just like you're on. And I told you that I want you to see yourself in each and every one of them. These are the characteristics that they have. A, they showed up. They showed up for themselves. 2, when opportunity knocked, they opened the door. They didn't have to think about, oh my gosh, how am I going to do this? They opened the door. They set themselves up for success. I was watching, don't judge me. I was watching Friday Night Raw or Friday Night SmackDown last night, okay? And they had the Hall of Fame inductees last night for the WWE, right in Philly. It was really cool. And there's one wrestler that I really like just because her lipstick is always really cool. Bianca Belair, like her or hate her, I don't care. But she said that she doesn't have to get ready because she's always ready. And every time I hear a successful person talk, they always say the same thing. I don't have to get ready because I am ready. I don't have to get ready because I am ready. I don't have to get ready because I am ready. I'm going to say that one more time. I don't have to get ready because I am ready. How many of you want to be able to have me call you, Ryan Colby call you, Mike, Alicia, someone call you and say, hey, I need you in LA tomorrow. Can you get there? Yes, I'm ready. Are you able to do a self-tape right now? I'm ready. I don't have to get ready because I am ready. That's what this weekend is about. This weekend, we're going to lay out what you need to be ready for your own success. How many of you are available for that? If you're available for that, type me in the comments. Right? Yes. I don't have to get ready because I am ready. I want you all to write that down in your notebooks right now. I don't have to get ready because I am ready. That's your mantra. As you're going through this weekend, as you're hearing from each and every one of the speakers that I'm going to introduce you to, that are some amazing freaking people. I don't want every one of them is ready. If I called any one of them right now and said, hey, I need you to do this, I need you to do that, they're ready. I don't have to get ready because I am ready. That's what we do at VIP Ignite. That's why we have a trail of success. I know Jemima shared our Trello board in here. We leave a trail of success wherever we go because our talent, they don't have to get ready because they are ready. That's what we do here at VIP Ignite. And that's why I love what we do. That's why I'm so excited about this boot camp. That's why even though some days on boot camp, I'm like, by the end of the day, I'm like, oh my gosh. But you know what? I love what we do because you don't have to get ready because you are going to be ready. You are ready. All right. That was awesome. I'm so excited. Can you guys tell that I'm excited? Are you guys as excited as I am? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go to gallery view. Can you guys show me how excited you are about this weekend, please? How many of you are ready to be ready all the time? If we call you, yes, put me in, coach. I'm ready to go. That's what we're going to do this weekend, okay? So now, in the spirit of being ready so you don't have to get ready, I'm going to introduce you to our first speaker. So our first speaker is Michael Funkin. He is a visionary entrepreneur and investor who has founded and funded companies across entertainment, technology, and social impact sectors. As a Broadway investor and producer, he has been honored with over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys. In 2013, he won the Tony for Best Play. Beyond Broadway, Michael is the founder of Truth Management, one of the fastest growing talent management firms in the USA. Through Truth Management, Michael has empowered models, actors, and musicians to unlock their potential and connect with top influencers in the entertainment industry. His firm has catapulted talent into major TV shows, films, and fashion shows domestically and worldwide. An innovator at heart, Michael has over a decade of experience pioneering new techniques in online marketing and brand building. He is regarded as an expert in leveraging digital platforms to build and influence. In addition to his entertainment and business ventures, Michael has dedicated himself to social impact programs, including Operation Underground Railroad. Through strategic partnerships, his initiatives have helped rescue over 3,500 children from sex trafficking globally. In addition to that, Michael is the author of the Amazon #1 bestseller in the arts and entertainment industry, Finding Fame. He is also working on a new book currently with Brian Tracy, as well as with Michael Gerber. And I want you to know Michael's unique synthesis of entrepreneurship, entertainment, marketing, and philanthropy make him a one-of-a-kind business leader. His ventures span industries, yet are united by his core vision of empowering people and ideas. Everyone, give it up for the one and only Mr. Michael Famkin.
Hey guys, good morning. How's everybody doing? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. All right, let's get this ball rolling because we have a lot of exciting content for you guys. So let me share my screen and we're going to get started. So this is going to be the first presentation for the day. This is how to book a role in a Marvel movie, pursuing your dreams, a step-by-step guide to becoming a SAG-AFTRA actor. So for a lot of people that are starting off in the industry, I think one of the biggest misconceptions is, how do I land a speaking role? How do I work with Marvel or Disney or Netflix or HBO or, become a series regular on television? So what I'm going to do today is kind of go over the step-by-step process on how that's actually done. And I'm going to give you guys a really good education on this. And because I think so many people, when they're starting off in the industry, this is their goal, right? Their goal is I want to be in a major film. The goal is I want to be on the cover of a magazine. And everyone focuses on the goals, but they never think about the steps it takes to get there to the goal. Having the goal is perfect. That's exactly where you want to be. But it's then saying, hey, how do I actually achieve this goal? Breaking it down into smaller steps. And, the saying goes, if you ask better questions, you get better answers. So I think since there's so much confusion on this is a great way to start. Obviously, throughout the day today, we're going to talk about modeling and acting, and you guys are going to get to meet some incredible people. But for starting off, we're going to talk about how to book a role in a Marvel movie or any type of speaking role and so forth. So my name is Michael Famkin, and let us get started. So welcome to Pursuing Your Dream, a step-by-step guide to becoming a SAG-AFTRA actor. In this presentation, we'll explore the process of becoming a member of SAG-AFTRA, the premier union for actors in the United States. Understanding this process is crucial for anyone aspiring to build a successful career in the acting industry. So what is SAG-AFTRA? Right? That should be your first question. SAG-AFTRA stands for the Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Television and Radio Artists. It is a labor union that represents actors, broadcasters, and other media professionals in the United States. The union's primary role is to protect its members' rights and ensure fair working conditions in the entertainment industry. So, benefits of becoming a SAG-AFTRA member. Becoming a SAG-AFTRA member offers several benefits, including higher pay rates and residuals for your work. Residuals means that you will get paid over and over again. So every time there's a download, every time it's played on an airplane, at a movie, depending upon the rate that you were booked for, you'll consistently get checks in the mail for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, and so forth. Access to comprehensive health and pension plans. So being part of the union for SAG-AFTRA means you'll have health care, you'll have a pension plan, a retirement plan, and then you also have legal protection and representation in case of disputes or contract violations. So you were working on set, you were supposed to be getting paid a certain day rate, and there was water involved, and you didn't get paid what you were supposed to. So the day rates are set by what you're actually doing in the scene. Are you a principal role, secondary role, the lead character? Do you have to smoke a cigarette in the scene? Is there water involved? Is there heights involved? There's a whole kind of menu, right? You can think of it as a menu and a breakdown, and depending upon what you're doing in the scene, or what level actor you are is how much you'll be paid for the day. Now there are set standards, right? So there's a minimum that you have to get paid, but then from there it goes up depending upon the contract negotiation. So if you're a Brad Pitt, a Julia Roberts, a Denzel Washington, they're going to get higher rates than say somebody who's just starting out. Eligibility requirements for joining SAG-AFTRA. There are three main paths to becoming eligible for SAG-AFTRA membership: being hired as a principal performer in a SAG-AFTRA project, earning 3 vouchers for background work on SAG-AFTRA projects, or holding a membership in an affiliate union such as Actors Equity Association or ACTRA. ACTRA is the equivalent union for Canada. Actors Equity is for theater, right? So those are unions if you're involved in Broadway or theater. Now, if you notice this, so I'm going to make this really simple for you guys. In order for you to do a speaking role, right, you need to be in SAG-AFTRA. So unless it's a non-union project, like it's an independent film, it's a student film, your local church is doing a documentary, it's an industrial film for, a training for a local business, those are not going to fall under the union. The moment you see Netflix, Disney, HBO, Marvel, those are going to be union projects, okay? So in order for you to be in a union project and do a speaking role, you need to be a part of the union, which means instantaneously, if you're online and you see an ad for a Marvel movie and you're not in the union, you're not going to be doing a speaking role, right? There's no number 4 here. There's no, oh, I just clicked on a link and I'm going to be in a movie now. That does not exist. So I want you guys to understand that, right? The second thing that's really important is movies like Marvel, Disney, any type of SAG-AFTRA union jobs, they don't advertise online. So you can instantaneously know if something's real or not. If you see it posted on Instagram, on Snapchat, or anywhere, hey, click this link and be in a Disney movie, be in a Marvel movie, you instantaneously know it's fake. Okay. It's just clickbait. It's just trying to get your information, and whatever nefarious reason they're going to use your information, you've now given away, maybe your phone number, your name, your email, your address, your social security number, whatever it may be. So if people are consistently reaching out to you, it's because you most likely filled out a fake form at some point, and now your information is being sold over and over and over again. So for those of you who've never fallen into that trap, good for you. Now you know the only way I can be in a speaking role or be in a union project is I have to be in the union. How do I get in the union? Well, I can be hired directly as a principal performer, or I can earn vouchers for background work. We're going to talk about all of these, or I can be already in another union. Those are the only 3 ways to get into the union, to be a part of this. So if you want to be in Marvel, so this is just like making a pizza. It's like making pasta with sauce, right? If you want to make pasta with sauce, the first thing you have to do is get a pot. Second thing you do is fill the pot with water. Then you have to boil the water. Then you add your pasta. Then you wait for it to cook, right? It's a simple process, right? So it's the same thing. What I'm teaching you guys is the process. You follow the process, you will be in a Marvel movie. All you have to do is follow the steps. That's simple. So, principal performer. A principal performer is an actor who is hired to play a speaking role or a lead character in a SAG-AFTRA project. This can include roles in films, television shows, commercials, and new media productions. Well, now this also plays into a role with online, right? Commercials that run exclusively online, or on websites. You go on like the Gap's landing page and there's a commercial running there, right? The way they're compensated is where is this ad running? Where is this commercial running? Is it running just on their website? Is it running throughout the United States? Is it an international commercial? Is it going to be played during the Super Bowl, right? Guys later today are going to get to meet somebody tomorrow, who's been in multiple Super Bowl ads, and just this year alone, right? They're also in 4 films. So landing a principal performer role is one of the most direct ways to become eligible for a SAG-AFTRA membership, okay? So now the next question, you say, well, Mike, how do I do that? Like, how do I make that happen? You don't, okay? Your agent does. So the only way you're going to get booked is that's not actually 100% true. There's 2 ways. One is you have to have an agent, or 2, you have to reach the level of success and networking where you've already are a known name, right? So somebody like Bill Murray, right, from the Ghostbusters, right? He's been in dozens and dozens of movies. He actually doesn't even have an agent or a manager. He actually has a cell phone number. If you want Bill Murray to be in your movie, you need to know his cell phone number. Okay. He's literally that exclusive. Like he's reached a level of success. He gets to do whatever he wants, whenever he wants. If somebody was clever enough or knows somebody in his circle to get his cell phone number, you leave him a message, what exactly the project is, how much the pay is, what it's entailing. And if he's interested, he calls you back. He makes the decision. Okay. He's probably like the only person on the planet who does that. He's Bill Murray. Okay. But it's the same thing. If you're a Brad Pitt, Rob Lowe, anybody who's already established in the industry, you got contacts, your godfather is, Steven Spielberg, right? You're at that level. That's your circle and so forth. That's step two, right? Step one is you need to have an agent. An agent is the only one who will be able to have access to these types of roles. Without an agency, you're just going to be spinning in circles consistently over and over again. You're not going to get access to these types of roles. That's just like set in stone. Just like there's going to be an eclipse on Monday, the moon's going to block the sun. These are the physics of the industry. Just like there's physics of the universe, these are the physics of how the industry works. The moment you accept that and understand that, now you can boil water. Now you're like, okay, great. I need a pot. I need water. I need pasta. These are the things that I need. Over the course of the weekend, everything that you need, we will show you how to do that. And for those of you who want to move a lot faster, by the end of tomorrow, we will offer you opportunities to be able to work with us, to be able to open these doors, to be able to give you everything you need. But you have to be here for both days. This is the audition process. The people who can be here both days are the ones we're interested in working with. The people who have excuses, it's just, they're not for us, right? They're not moving fast enough for us. So how to land a principal performer role. To increase your chances of landing a principal performer role, you need to have training, right? So if somebody, to be on set, you need to understand the art of acting, right? You need to educate yourself. You need to be able to develop your acting schools. No one's going to give you the leading role in a Marvel movie if you've never been on set before. You have zero training. It's just the competition has the training. The competition has the experience. That's what you're going against, right? You're grinding against somebody who's been doing this longer than you in the anticipation of catching up and eventually bypassing them, right? The great news in this industry, everyone has to be given a chance. Everyone will be given a chance to start. Everyone will be given a chance to get on set. Everyone will be given a chance to get a role, but you just have to follow the process. If you try to do it on your own, it just doesn't work, okay? Number two, build a strong resume, right? You need to have a good resume. You need to start working on that, whether it's student films, whether it's local churches, colleges. There's so much opportunity out there. For those of you who are part of the program, we go over this consistently. You need to have a headshot, right? You want to be treated like a professional. You want to be paid by a professional. You need to have professional headshots, and you need to have a resume that showcases your abilities. And if you're just starting out, that's okay. We will go over that. We will go over it tomorrow. You're like, Mike, but I don't have a headshot. I don't have any experience. What do I do? Right? It's like the chicken and the egg. What comes first? I will show you how to answer that puzzle. Okay. You attend auditions, casting calls, right? You want to regularly expose yourself to opportunities. Okay. So number three is really, how do you get yourself into the industry? How do you get through that closed door where now your network, the people you're surrounding yourself with, are people actually who are working in the industry that are legitimate and so forth. Throughout this whole weekend, guess what, guys? You're doing number three, right? You're actually on an audition of sorts. You're actually going to meet people that are casting. You're going to meet agents that are looking for people. You're exposing yourself to opportunities. So guess what? You're already on that road just by being here. So definitely congratulations on that. Working with agents and managers. Agents and managers play a crucial role in helping actors secure auditions and roles. Define legitimate representation, research reputable agencies, management companies. I always like to do this. I do this the backwards way, right? A lot of times people will they'll just start trying to search for an agency in their area. They don't know if it's legitimate or not. I can tell you one thing, agencies do not need to invest in running advertisements on Google. They don't. Most agencies are very small, they're very boutique, they work with a very select few talent. So what I normally do is if I was interested in saying, Well, you know what? I think my career is like really like a Denzel Washington. I see myself as a Denzel Washington. I love the roles that he does. I love him. I love him as an actor. I enjoy all of his movies. I'm going to research who represents Denzel Washington, right? I'm going to find out who represents him. If I'm in the modeling industry, I'm going to say, hey, great. I'm going to go to Barnes and Nobles. I'm going to pick up some magazines. I'm going to go through the magazines. Wow, I could see myself doing this, right? I start questioning like, hey, here's Flo from Progressive, right? We'll talk about her tomorrow or later today. Who is her representation? How did she get into the industry? Where did she get her training? Right. So I'm going to kind of work my way backwards. I'm going to see what the result was. And then I'm going to ask myself the questions and walk myself through to find out, okay, great. Here's somebody who's successful. How did they do it? Okay. What's great over the next 2 days, you guys are going to meet legitimate agencies. You're going to meet legitimate casting people. You're going to meet legitimate people working in the industry. Great questions to ask them. How did you get your start? Where do you recommend to start with training? Where's great places to get headshots? What are the steps that you took to become who you are, right? See, most people, they always look for an agent. The real question you want to ask yourself is, how do I become the person an agency wants to represent? We have a mother agency. For a lot of you guys that are brand new on here, you'll have the opportunity for us to represent you and actually give you that first step in your resume to be able to now get signed to larger agencies. And then, of course, number 3, attend industry events, workshops, right? Start networking, meeting agents and managers and so forth. You have to put yourself out there. Just going online and clicking on links, we've already established that doesn't work. That's not going to get you where you want. This is a people business. You have to be in the right rooms with the right people, and you have to be ready. You have to have the training, the marketing materials, the connections, and the chutzpah, right? You have to be willing to put yourself out there. And yes, there's going to be rejections, but every rejection leads to one step closer to that yes. Preparing for auditions. When preparing for an audition, research the role, right? So for a lot of our talent, they're now currently working with Bobby Fernaro from The Sopranos. They're working with Mark Christopher Lawrence, a multi-Emmy Award winning actor. He was Big Mike on Chuck, right? You have to learn how to research the role, right? You need to understand the project, the character, the context, right? We do what's called script analysis, where we train you on that. You need to memorize your lines, right? You need to develop strong character choices. You need to dress appropriately for the role in the audition setting, right? When you're going in for a role, you're going to be playing a role as a doctor. Do you go dressed in as a doctor with a stethoscope and all that? Probably not. But you want to have the feel of what a doctor would be like, right? Maybe a nice shirt, maybe a nice tie. You're not going in like sloppy t-shirt and jeans and so forth. So even the whole process of just going in for the audition, right? Should you wear glasses? Should you not wear glasses? Should you have your hair pulled back, right? Should you wear light makeup, not light makeup? Do you wear heels or do you wear flats, right? What kind of business shoes, right? A lot of times for auditions, you shouldn't wear like logos or anything like that. You want to dress like almost like you're going to church on Sunday is always going to be the best way. We have an entire system where we show people how to do these things. Step 1, step 2, step 3. But for those of you who are not a part of it or maybe feel you best can do this on your own, this is about showing you what you need to do to prepare you. Nailing the audition. To make a strong impression during your audition, make bold, specific choices in your performance. So when you're reading lines for the first time, you need to understand the characters. The character shouting as he's angry, right? You need to be able to take direction well and adapt the feedback. A lot of times when you're in the reading room or you're doing a table read or you're on a first audition, whether it's live or in Zoom, the writer may be there, the director may be there, the producer. So you have to be able to take feedback, right? The writer's like, this is how I see this character. And you're like, well, I read it. I see the character differently. Well, but I'm the writer. This is my character. I created him. You're the actor. You're supposed to be listening to me. Well, I don't want to listen to you. I can guarantee you're going to have a very short audition. Okay. Right? Be professional, courteous, respectful to everyone involved. Let me tell you something, guys. I've seen so many actors. I've been on so many auditions. And they'll be usually a young girl, an intern, college student who's like checking people in. I cannot tell you how many times people would snap at her. They'd say, how long is this going to take? Well, I'm busy. Can I be seen first? Okay. And they're being disrespectful to the person who's signing them in, right? It's kind of like being disrespectful to the waiter, to the girl at, the counter. If you're going to treat that person really badly, it means you probably treat everyone badly. It means that's just who you are at your core. And a lot of times the casting directors and other people, they see that. So, you know, if you really want to make a good impression, be nice to everyone. Doesn't matter what role they are. Don't just try to, you know, kiss up to the director or the writer, the producer. You want to treat everyone respectful because it reflects back on you. It reflects back on your agency, right? And then always follow up with a thank you note to the casting director. I'd say probably 98% of the talent never do that. They will never follow up. And follow up is one of the keys to success. I cannot tell you how many roles were lost because somebody didn't follow up and were given to somebody who did follow up, right? It's just simple little things, whether it's a DM, an email. I always recommend like a little personalized note where you handwrite it and, you know, send it to the office. It pays off in dividends, right? It's just each time you do that, wow, like most nights, it's 99% of the people won't. You're going to stand out as that 1%, right? It's the little details. It's the small details that make a big difference in success. Background work. That's where most people will start off. So background work involves being an extra or a non-speaking performer in a SAG-AFTRA project. This can include roles such as pedestrians, restaurant patrons, or office workers. Background work is a common entry point for aspiring actors to gain experience and earn eligibility for SAG-AFTRA membership. That's simple, right? That everyone starts off as a background extra, right? You don't have the connections. Your uncle's not Steven Spielberg. You're not in other unions. You haven't performed on Broadway. Great. Then you do background work, right? Because it allows non-union actors to get their feet wet, to get their chops in the game. You're on set, you're learning, and then you get what's called vouchers. So vouchers means you showed up on time, you did a great job. You now apply those vouchers to actually now becoming eligible to become a union actor. And then once you're in the union, now your agent can submit you out for commercials and TV shows and eventually becoming a lead. So again, hot water, put it on the fire, boil it, following the steps. Finding background opportunities, right? Register with casting agencies that specialize in background castings. Number one is Central Casting. So you can Google, if you want to Google, the only one you're not going to have to worry about being taken advantage of, Central Casting, okay? Attend open casting calls, advertise for background actors, join online casting platforms, social media groups focused on background work. When you start doing that, you need to understand the industry. You need to be able to separate what's real, what's not. But a lot of times for background work, it's pretty common to see that, especially for like larger scenes, right? Like, you know, I'm here in Philadelphia this weekend. WrestleMania is going on. It's crazy. So they hired a lot of promotional models to, you know, hand out, you know, gizmos and gadgets and products that, you know, the WWE is associated with and sponsors and brand sponsors. So they needed a ton of people. When they were filming Rocky here, right? Rocky 3 and a lot of the Rocky movies, they had to have those big scenes where they had like 10,000 people, right? In the stadium, you know, to fill it up to, you know, you were technically supposed to be watching a boxing match. What you were doing is was sitting there for 12 hours, watching them film a boxing match, right? So there's a lot of downtime. But there's always opportunity out there, right? So for us, like for the people who work with us, we work with a lot of casting companies. That's what they specialize in. Like even I think Sid's on the call here today. She's doing a ton of background work. She was just on an HBO show just like a couple of weeks ago, maybe a couple of months ago. It actually just started airing the other day. So we were kind of looking for Sid on the show and so forth. But Sid's following the process, right? She's doing exactly the process that she's supposed to be doing. And you'll see that her success will come, right? Her success will come because as she earns her vouchers, then she gets into union. She's getting a ton of on-set experience. She's really understanding the industry. She sees the you know, the give and play on set, how things are put together. That's what this is all about, right? It's a learning process. You're always going to be learning. Even Al Pacino, he's always learning. Earning vouchers for background work, right? So to become eligible for SAG-AFTRA membership through background work, you need to earn 3 vouchers. A voucher is essentially a pay stub that proves you worked on a SAG-AFTRA project. Keep track of your vouchers and submit them to SAG-AFTRA once you have required 3. To succeed, right? Tips for success as a background actor. To succeed as a background actor, be punctual, professional on set, follow instructions carefully, avoid disrupting the production, right? Network with other actors and crew members during downtime. I love talking to crew members. Great people to know, right? Anybody who's working. The other actors, sometimes yes, sometimes no. A lot of times they're like one step behind you, so you're not really going to get a lot of good info from them. But I love talking to crew members. I love talking to people like, oh wow, it's so exciting to be here today. I was watching you work and so forth. We have one of our talent. He literally was on Gossip Girl. He was on a dozen different shows. Very successful model, actor. Wind up becoming friends with one of the cinematographers during downtime. He now works for HBO full-time. He's actually like one of the crew members. He just bought a house. He's married. He has 2 beautiful children. And he did it all just being a part of the industry, right? So like one door leads to another. So always be on your A game. Always be that person that people want to invite back. Always be that person that people want to work with. Have that pleasant personality, that big smile, that positive attitude. Sid's really great for that. Sid is always, every time you talk to her, she is always positive. Affiliated union membership. We spoke about this earlier. If you're already a member of an affiliated union, such as Actors Equity Association for stage actors or ACTRA for Canadian actors, you may be eligible to join SAG-AFTRA. Each affiliated union has its own specific requirements for membership, so research the union you're interested in joining. Joining an affiliated union. To join an affiliated union, check the eligibility requirements for the specific union, gather the necessary documentation and references, kind of think like getting your driver's license, submit your application, and pay the associated fees. Once accepted, you can pursue SAG-AFTRA membership. So each of the unions, just like a normal, right? Whether you're a carpenter, an electrician, a house painter, there are fees, right? You pay your union. In exchange for those fees, you're getting access to health benefits, you're getting access to pensions and so forth, right? So for people who say, well, I never want to pay anything to be in this industry, well, I can guarantee you will never have a speaking role in a Marvel movie because that statement is stating you're not willing to pay your union dues, right? So be careful what you put out in the universe. Be careful how you structure what you're saying, because what you may mean is different than what somebody else hears. So when you say I'm not willing to pay anything, the unions go, well, we're not willing to pay for you to join the union. Like Al Pacino pays his union fees and dues. Why would make you special, right? Sounds like you're a little bit crazy. Security, we have a lunatic here, right? And you're getting dragged off the airplane, right? One of those people starts freaking out. So be careful with that, because people are real quick to judge today, right? Everyone's like ready. They're always on edge. So be careful. What you put out there is what you're going to receive. So hence again, follow the process, follow the rules, follow the steps, right? Boil the water, get the pasta out, fill the pot with water, and so forth. Taft-Hartley reports. A Taft-Hartley report is a form that producers must file with SAG-AFTRA when they hire a non-union actor for a principal role. So it's called Taft-Hartley. So that's when somebody's hired, they don't have their vouchers. They may be coming from another union. If you're hired as under a Taft-Hartley agreement, you may be eligible to join SAG-AFTRA. The union will contact you with information about membership once the report is processed. I'll give you an example of that happened with us, with our talent. This was probably several years ago. They were filming one of the Transformer movies, and they needed people. It was in Princeton, New Jersey. They needed a ton of background extras, and we didn't really have like a ton of people to send them. They were advertising online. They were doing everything they could, and it was just they were filming at Princeton, and for whatever reason, they just couldn't get enough people for the scene. They needed people to be students and professors and people walking around. So they said, hey, if you can get us people, we will triple waiver them. We will literally give them their waivers. They'll be in the union same day. So that's something that happened with us. Another way that you can get that you kind of bypass this, like a little luck, right? A little luck and being at the right place at the right moment, is you show up as a background extra and you're on set, you're doing your thing, you're sitting in the restaurant, you're just one of the people in the background, and they're about to start filming, and the person who was going to be like one of the bartenders, who was in the union. I'm just giving this as an example. You could be a race car driver. You could be in a supermarket. I'm just using a bar restaurant as an example because I've seen this happen quite often. The bartender who was interacting with the star, right? The co-star and the star, hey, excuse me, guys, what did you want to drink, right? What can I take your order? Something simple, like one line, two lines. They're a SAG-AFTRA actor. Something happened where they didn't show up. So now one of the people that they hired who was SAG-AFTRA didn't show up. You've now rented the restaurant. You got security. You got, catering, right? You got all these people there, the cinematographer, the grips, the crew, right? $100,000 is being spent. And now that whole scene, that whole day gets thrown in the garbage because somebody didn't show up and they can't grab somebody to fill in, right? So the rule comes into play. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That can happen. So what they'll do is they'll go and they'll grab somebody. So now you happen to be in the right place at the right time. Hey, would you be interested in playing the bartender? Here are his lines. They can't be more than like 2 or 3 lines. Now all of a sudden you're on set and now you can like almost like kind of super lucky get yourself into the union because now you're given lines because there was a last minute kind of emergency, right? That's like a really simple explanation for you guys just so you can kind of see how that could happen. So again, if you're on set, be on time, be professional, be that person that when something like that happens, all of a sudden they're like, hey, you come over here. You made friends with everybody. You were down to downtime. You were asking about their job. You were making, good conversation, right? And then all of a sudden something like that. So that's another way. Is that good? Can that happen all the time? Not really, but could it? Yes. So I just want you guys to be aware of that because that is a way into the union. So joining SAG-AFTRA, once you've achieved eligibility, go through one of 3 paths. Submit your application to SAG-AFTRA, right? Go to SAGAFTRA.com. Pay the initiation fee and any associated dues. So in order to join the union, I believe currently it's like $3,800. So it's $3,800 to join the union. But somebody, I don't have that money. Well, that's okay. They have a payment plan, right? Or as you were working and you were showing up, you were background extra, you were doing some different paid opportunities. Instead of running out and spending that money, you put a little fund on the side and say, hey, here's the money I'm saving. So when I'm in the union, I have it ready to go. Okay. You think about your future, right? Proof of your eligibility, vouchers, Taft-Hartley report, affiliated union membership. And then what you'll do is once you join the union, you're required to attend an orientation session. So SAG-AFTRA will set you up with an orientation session. It can be done live depending upon what city you're in. If you're in LA, Atlanta, Philadelphia, New York. If not, they also do them on Zoom. And it's like, welcome you to the union, right? Hey, there's all the things you're going to get, all the bonuses, benefits. Now you can start doing speaking roles. Now you have access to some of the biggest productions in the world. Okay. It's a big moment. When you first get your SAG-AFTRA card, that is a huge moment. That is a huge, huge moment to celebrate. After joining SAG-AFTRA, you must attend a new member orientation. This session will provide valuable information about your rights and responsibilities as a union member, how to navigate the industry and find work, the benefits and resources available to you as a SAG-AFTRA actor, understanding SAG-AFTRA contracts. SAG-AFTRA contracts cover various types of acting work, including theatrical contracts for films, television shows, commercial contracts for advertisements, new media contracts for content on streaming platforms, right? The way you're paid now for streaming has changed. AI is now a part of it, artificial intelligence. Voiceover contracts for animated projects and dubbing. Dubbing means when you're doing a voiceover after the fact, so they're adding your voice to something. They had to reshoot something. Each contract type has specific terms and conditions that protect actors' rights and ensure fair compensation. Your agent will do most of this work for you, but SAG, as an actor, just like me, they believe the talent themselves should understand this, or at least have a basic understanding, so you're just not signing off on something. You understand how you should be compensated. You should understand what your rights are on set, right? If there's nudity involved, to be comfortable with that. Do they have somebody there an intimacy manager and so forth, a coordinator for scenes like that. Okay. So there's lots of nuances that you go through your orientation that you will learn. Working under a SAG-AFTRA contract, when working under SAG-AFTRA contract, so now's your first day on set, ensure that you receive a copy of the contract and understand its terms. You could be working on Dune, right? Dune 1 and 2. You're the lead role. Those films take a year and a half to film. Then there's 2 years in between the filming. So you're now contracted. You could be contracted for several years, right? Think of like a Star Wars trilogy, right? Then you have the spin-off shows or Lord of the Rings, right? Those were like a decade-long contracts. How those contracts are negotiated. A lot of times the first film, you may make 300,000 for the film, but the contract states, well, if the movie does good, you can renegotiate for the second film for $2 million, the third film for $5 million, right? That's why you need to have an agent, a manager to negotiate that, okay? Keep track of your hours worked and any overtime. Report any violation of the contract terms to SAG-AFTRA. Did you go overtime, right? Michael Bay, one time he was filming like out in the water in New York for one of his films. It was for a show for NBC, and they took them out on the water. The water was real choppy, and Michael Bay was like, the day came to an end. They didn't get the film. He's like, we're not going back until we film this. I'm the director. Well, technically, he was in violation of the contract because now he had you out in the water for like 18 hours when you were supposed to be in the water for 10 or 8. Right. So now you have to get paid overtime, but you were also not allowed to be, floundering about on the boat, holding on for dear life. I don't think anybody reported Michael Bay. I know a lot of people didn't show up the next day, but those are things like that can happen on set, right? Something that may seem a little bit out of the ordinary. And then, of course, maintain professional conduct on set and respect the terms of the contract, right? Do you have your own dressing room? Do you have a private place? What type of food is being served? What happens if you have special dietary needs or religious, right? There's certain foods you can eat. What happens if, you're not allowed to be on set on, Friday after sunset, right? Or something like that, like based upon religion, how is that handled? How is the agreement made? Is the production willing to work around that, right? So all of these things are talked about before you're signing a contract. So when you go through the orientation, you understand all this. Health and pension benefits. As SAG-AFTRA member, you may be eligible for health and pension benefits. To qualify, you must earn a certain amount of covered earnings under SAG-AFTRA contracts. So that means you're doing this full time, right? This is something, or at least 78% full time. Right? Covered earnings are based on your gross wages minus taxes and certain deductions. So if you're just working like once a year, you're not going to get pension benefits. You're not going to get health benefits. You're just part-time, right? But once you meet the earnings threshold, you can enroll in the SAG-AFTRA health plan and pension plan. Earning residuals. Residuals are additional payments made to actors when their work is reused or replayed. Common types of projects that generate residuals include television shows that are rerun or syndicated, films that are released on DVD or streaming platforms, commercials that are aired multiple times. Residuals are an important source of ongoing income for actors and are protected by SAG-AFTRA contracts. So tonight, when you go home and you're watching Netflix, every actor you see when you're watching that, cha-ching, they got paid. You switch to another show, cha-ching, they got paid. Every single person who's watching that, they're getting paid. Now, obviously, there's rates and so forth, what they're receiving on the replays. It's not the same as when you first were on set, but it still adds up, right? You start working multiple projects and so forth over the next course of 2, 3, 4, 5 years, you're now consistently getting checks in the mail forever and ever. Protecting your rights as a SAG-AFTRA actor. If you experience a violation of your rights on set under a SAG-AFTRA contract, document the incident, gather any evidence, contact SAG-AFTRA's member services or legal department for guidance, file a formal complaint or grievance if necessary, participate in any investigation, right, or proceedings, right?
somebody said something that was inappropriate, somebody said something that was offensive to you, somebody who was acting in an inappropriate way, you're a part of a union. You don't tolerate that. There's, sometimes when I hear these stories from people that gotten themselves into a kerfuffle, I'm like, why didn't you stop at that moment? Like don't ever feel you're under pressure to do anything you're uncomfortable with, right? If and don't agree to do something if you know you can't. A great example is a lot of times when people are new to the industry, they'll see, oh, the job offers, is set in the Napoleonic era, and you're going to be on horseback. And you're like, well, when I was 5, I rode horses, I could probably get away with it. No, like if you can't ride a horse, don't put down that you can ride a horse. If you don't know how to fly a helicopter, don't check off the box that you know how to fly a helicopter, because they're going to trust that your agent kind of vetted you and that you're in the union and that you wouldn't lie, right? So it's the same thing. Like, it works on both sides of the fence. Be upfront, transparent, and honest. A lot of times, when you have to do martial arts or stage, combat and stuff forth, they have instructors, they have on-site acting coaches. There's so much provided to you when you're in the union, but at the same time, you yourself also have to be aware of not trying to always shortcut. I see people all the time with the modeling. Well, I'm only 5'8", so I put that I'm 5'9", I'm kind of there. Like, no, just be honest, right? Honesty will get you a lot further than kind of trying to be creative. Building your acting career. To be successful as an actor, continue to invest in education. You're always going to be educating. We have a program called School. You guys will learn about it later. It is beyond phenomenal. We actually just had a team meeting this morning, and we're going over through some of the new modules, and we're really taking this to a whole nother level. Like, we will be the best in the world at this. Develop a strong network, right? Industry contacts, including agents, casting directors, fellow actors. Seek out diverse opportunities in film, television, theater, new media, and be persistent, but be resilient in the face of rejection and setbacks. Create a professional website, right? If you're doing this on your own, a professional website is a valuable tool for promoting your acting career, right? You should not be dependent upon Instagram is not your acting resume. Instagram is not your website. You need, for our talent, we have a company, we have an agency called Truth Management. All of our talent have access. They go onto the database. They have a link. They're able to send out their reels, their clips, their photos, right? We handle anything. Anybody reaches out to them, we handle it. But if you're trying to do this on your own, right? You need a headshot, you need a resume, you need an acting reel, you need any clips of anything you've been on, your contact information, your agent's details, a brief biography highlighting your skills and experience, any press coverage or reviews of your work, okay? If you're doing this on your own, this is what you need, right? If you decide, hey, I don't need an agent, I don't need a manager, I'm going to do this on my own, this is what you need. And if you're struggling and you're not getting bookings, you're not getting work, you're just spinning in circles, and you're just getting all kinds of weirdos DMing you, this is the reason why. You're not putting yourself as a professional. You don't have the tools, the resources, or training, so you become prey, right? You're not the predator, you're the prey. You're people who are taking advantage of you, and they're most likely they're in another country, right? All those crypto scams and Forex scams and romance scams and check cashing scams, right? There's a reason they're reaching out to you. Because you are attracting that on your social media, because your social media is not showing yourself as a professional. And I hate to be the person to tell you that, but I'd rather be honest with you so you can understand why. If this is something you want to do, you refer people to your website, right? For the talent that we work with, there, if you go on their links, it says right away, you want to contact me, agent@truthmanagement.com. Here's my agent's info, speak to them. Okay, that's the difference. Social media for actors. Social media can be a powerful way to promote your acting career and connect with industry professionals. To maintain a professional online presence, choose platforms that align with your career goals and target audience. So is your career goals and target audience based upon YouTube, right? Is it more comedy, or is it Instagram? Is it Facebook, right? What is the platform that aligns? You can't have control over all platforms, but you can certainly master one. Share updates about your projects, your auditions and successes. Engage with your followers and industry contacts in a positive, professional manner. Avoid posting anything controversial or unprofessional that could harm your reputation. Even sometimes, you see something that's funny, that's a little meme, and you think it's cute and it's funny and it's making fun of the president, it's making fun of something that was, in the news, yesterday, right? I saw a ton of them going around about the earthquake in New York and so forth. Did I chuckle when I saw them? Yeah, but did I share them on my profile? No, I didn't, right? Because I have a responsibility to maintain my level of respect in the industry. I work with people like Brian Tracy. I work with people in the industry. Go through professional people's posts and you'll see they're sharing professional content. Social media is a tool, guys, just so you know. A lot of you guys use it as a way to hook up and meet people and all that. That's cute. Make a separate account for that, but your business account needs to be professional, right? Imagine you went to Target. The first thing you walk into Target, the person who's greeting you is like, "Hey, can I slide into your DMs?" You'd be like, "What? This is Target. What do you mean slide into my DMs? What the hell is going on here?" Right? It's the same thing. Think of yourself as Target. Think of yourself as the CEO of $1 billion brand. Treat your social media that way. Okay. Craft a compelling acting resume. Your acting resume should be concise and professional. Document that showcases your experience and skills. For those of you who are in school, we actually just updated this morning. I just realized it wasn't up there. There's the actual layout for your resume is there. I just added that this morning. So for those of you, if you go into like the welcome post and it has like those tools and resources, you slide over, you'll see I just added that this morning. But your resume should include your name, contact information, physical characteristics, any special skills, your acting credits, including the project name, your role, director, your training and education, including any notable workshops or classes. And then, of course, once you reach that level, any awards, nominations, or special recognition you have received. Those are called accolades. They're super important. You always want to put yourself out there to gather those accolades. And as you're building your resume, things that you started with may drop off your resume, then you're adding other things and so forth. Like, for even myself, I have a resume can go back 18 plus years. I only put on what's relevant today. I drop off things from the past because they no longer are serving me. I'm putting on what's serving me today in today's business setting. Headshots and reels, high quality headshots and reels are essential tools for marketing yourself as an actor. When selecting a headshot photographer or reel editor, research professionals who specialize in working with actors. Don't just go out because you think that person's photos are cute. Okay. Review their portfolio to ensure their style aligns with your goals. Okay. Tomorrow, Ryan's going to do what's called Model Garage. Right, he's going to show you, are you more LA based? Are you New York based? Are you a commercial actor? Are you commercial print, high fashion, editorial, plus size, right? We'll talk about that later today too. I'll go over that with the people who are new, but you need to make sure that you have to know what characters and roles you can play and base your headshots around that and be able to have a photographer. And I'm going to tell you guys, I've been doing this for 18 years. Let me tell you something, finding the right photographer is hard work. It's not easy. Because you want to make sure that the photographer is able to shoot different styles. There's some people who are really good with men and they're terrible with women, right? There are some people that are really good with a Caucasian, a lighter skinned person. Well, somebody may be good with somebody who's an African-American or Latino or has a more exotic look. Photographer, it's like artists, right? When you see a Picasso and a Monet, two different styles. Photographers are the same way. So you have to make sure that you're working with the right one. What's great is tomorrow you guys will learn how we set up our photo shoots, how we set up our events, and you'll learn from that, right? You'll even have the opportunity for those of you who go through the entire process to be a part of that, but at least learn, right? Be here for both days because you can say, hey, this is how they do it. What can I learn from that, right? Get those little golden nuggets as I'm speaking or the speakers are speaking. Discuss your vision and the specific requirements for your headshot or reel. Invest in quality images and footage that accurately represent your skills and range. Networking in the acting community. Building a strong network is crucial for finding opportunities and advancing your acting career. To network effectively, attend industry events such as workshops, screenings, right? Screenings are great places to go. Conferences, join acting groups and organizations that align with your goals and interests. Participate in online forums and social media groups for actors. Collaborate with other actors, writers, and directors on independent projects. We have what's called like a community. We use a program called School. So we have like a private community where our talent, interact, help each other. It's super busy in there. Deneen will show you guys that later today. Maintaining your SAG-AFTRA membership. To maintain your SAG-AFTRA membership in good standing, pay your annual dues on time, keep your contact information up to date with the union, attend required meetings and events such as the annual membership meeting, and then participate in union elections. So as an actor, SAG-AFTRA union member, you get to vote on who's the president. You get to participate, right? Elections and referenda to have say in the organization's policies and leadership. Staying informed about union news and updates. Stay informed by following the union on social media. Everyone on here, guys, if you know how Deneen says, take one action point that you can take today, okay? Even if you're not in the union, right? At the end of the day today, go on Instagram, go to the SAG-AFTRA Instagram account and follow it. Then click like and share something so you trigger the algorithm to show you what's going on at the union. If there's one thing you can do today, do that, because now you're connected to them. Now you're seeing what's going on in the industry. Attending local chapter meetings and events, reading industry publications. Variety is a great one for you guys. They sell them at Barnes and Nobles everywhere. Reading industry publications and websites. You can go on Variety and all the news sites. Allie checks those every day. Engaging with fellow members and union representatives. Navigating dry spells, right? We just had a union. The union was on strike. That was considered a dry spell. Rejections and periods of unemployment are common challenges in the acting industry. As you build your network and your credibility, that goes down a lot. But to stay motivated during dry spells, remember that rejection is not a reflection of your worth or talent, right? Use downtime to invest in your craft and develop new skills. Seek support from friends, family, and industry peers. And then consider alternate income sources such as teaching or working in related fields. Balancing acting with other commitments. Balancing acting career with other responsibilities can be challenging. To manage your time and energy effectively, prioritize your commitments and learn to say no when it's necessary. Create a schedule that allows for both work and personal time. Communicate openly with your loved ones about your goals and needs. And practice self-care and maintain a healthy lifestyle to avoid burnout. Financial planning for actors. As an actor, your income may be unpredictable. To maintain financial stability, create a budget that accounts for both regular expenses and dry spells. Save a portion of your earnings for emergencies and future investments. Keep accurate records of your income and expenses for tax purposes, and consider working with a financial planner who specializes in helping artists and freelancers. Avoiding scams and predatory practices. The acting industry can be vulnerable to scams and predatory practices, right? Be wary of individuals or companies that promise guaranteed success or require upfront payments. If you pay me, I'm going to put you on Disney. That's not how it works. Research any potential agents, managers, or workshops thoroughly before committing. I can tell you something, man. Even in LA, 99% of those workshops are garbage. Waste of money. Waste of money. Waste of money, guys. And especially when they start throwing, the moment they're telling you, well, I'm in a TV show, and by you paying me, I'm going to help you get an audition, or I'm going to help you get on that TV show, run the other way. They're not successful. Like they're just blowing smoke, and it works. Unfortunately, it works because so many people will give them money based upon that. But I'm just telling you, work with real people that are legitimate. They're in the industry. They're currently working in the industry. You know, not these ones that are, well, I worked for HBO 30 years ago, and now since then I've been like showing, like 30 years ago, like digital didn't even exist then, right? Like think, you got to just think it through, guys. Never agree to uncomfortable or unsafe requests during auditions or on set, right? Anything that makes you feel uncomfortable, there's something sketchy going on. You should never be in the room alone with anybody, okay? That should never happen. Like the producer should not be telling you to come up to his hotel room or her hotel room to talk about your career. That it doesn't work that way, right? It's like if Woody Woodpecker would have went straight to the police, this would have never happened, right? There's that old Woody Woodpecker episode, right? Same thing, like, you know, you think about it, like common sense, and I get it. You're in the situation. It's like, oh, what do I do? You know, there's nothing wrong with saying no. There's definitely nothing wrong with saying no when you're uncomfortable. And report any suspected scams or misconduct to SAG-AFTRA or industry authorities. Let me tell you something. Our talent, when they send us stuff, we report like half the stuff. If we know something's funny going on, we report it. We're really good at that, right? Because we stand for legitimacy. So supporting your fellow actors, being a supportive and collaborative member of the acting community can enhance your own career and contribute to a positive industry culture. Ways to support your fellow actors: sharing job opportunities and resources. You may not qualify for the casting, but maybe somebody you know does. Offering encouragement and constructive feedback, advocating for fair treatment, working conditions on set. And of course, this is the biggest one, you guys. This is the easiest one, celebrating the success and milestones of your peers. I cannot tell you how many times I will see, an actor, I just landed a role, and I'll look and see who clicked like, and it's crickets. Then the next day they're like, I just made myself a cheeseburger. It was delicious. 336 likes, right? Somehow everybody celebrated the cheeseburger, but people didn't celebrate their success. Always celebrate other success, guys. It is karma. Trust me on this. We talk. If you guys, I know Deneen went over some success stories. I don't know if she went over the Trello board, but we have like 10,000 success stories. Like every single day, I celebrate our talent success. Like if I don't care how small it is, I don't care if it was a cover of a magazine or if it was even, getting the yes to the audition. I don't care if it's just being a background extra or it was the lead role. I celebrate that success. I celebrate every milestone of every single person I work with. Even people I haven't worked with for years, I still, whenever I see their success, I celebrate it. So and a lot of our talent do it. Like I'd say, like probably 99.9% of our talent that are active on social media will celebrate each other's success. It's cost you nothing, and it puts out good energy into the universe. Okay, giving back to the acting community can be a rewarding way to make positive impact, build relationships. You can volunteer for SAG-AFTRA initiatives and events, right? Get the work behind the scenes. Volunteering is a great way. Okay, great way. Mentoring aspiring actors, right, or students interested in the industry, especially once you started reaching a certain level of success. You'll see a lot of the people that you'll meet here over the course of the weekend, especially some of our actors, they've been in multiple movies and Super Bowl ads, but yet they're here giving back, right? They want to train and work with that next generation, participating in charity events, fundraisers related to the arts. So many, when we first started the company, and even to this day, we go we didn't go this year, but last year we went to like the Super Bowl, the official Super Bowl party, which is a fundraiser. It helps bring awareness to injuries in the football industry. But so many celebrities were there. Like I can't tell you how many times we've met. Alicia had the opportunity to work with the founder of Viacom and Comedy Central. She met him at a fundraiser. So getting yourself out to events and fundraisers, anything related to the arts, you're meeting really great people consistently, and then supporting local theater companies and independent productions. Myself and Deneen, at least 2 to 3 times a year, we will go and support like a local theater company. You go, you have a great day, you see a show, it's cost effective, and we'll always wait to meet the cast and so forth. And I can't say we've met some incredible people there. So anything that you can do when you're driving around, you see, oh, wow, they're having a show. Here's a local theater. I guarantee you, every single person on this call, you have local theater companies. You should be going and seeing shows. You should be supporting them. There's so many times, there's a lot of huge actors and producers and directors that work in local community theater. Like they may not be working on a major movie, but you'll find them there. And then you find so many great people that are there supporting it. Great way to give back and also network. And then, of course, always improve your craft, right? Stay competitive, grow as an actor. It's essential to continuously work on your craft, taking advanced acting classes or workshops. We have 2 different levels now for our talent. A lot of our talent, I think 10 or 20 of our talent now are in more advanced workshops, studying with some amazing people, studying new techniques and methods, challenging yourself with diverse roles and projects, seeking feedback from directors, peers, and mentors, and then watching and analyzing performances by actors you actually admire. Great way to do that, right? That's how sports athletes become phenomenal. They analyze other great people, great actors, great people analyze people who are greater than them and see what they're doing. And of course, celebrating your success, right? No matter if the role's big or small, can help you stay motivated and focused on your goals. When you achieve a milestone or booking, take time to reflect on how you work hard in progress. And I can tell you guys, we have our inner circle, their highest level of talent. Boy, oh boy, those guys, they're brutal on each other. Like they're not on each other, but on themselves. Like a lot of times, so many people, your own worst critic, realize how far you've come. Like we've only been doing this now for what, like 2 hours, an hour and a half. Look how much you've learned in an hour and a half. Celebrate that. Share your success with your support network and industry contacts. Treat yourself to a reward or celebration that's meaningful to you, and then use the positive momentum to fuel your next steps and challenges. Stay inspired, be motivated, surround yourself with positive, supportive people who believe in your goals, engage with art and media that excites and challenges you, set achievable goals and celebrate your progress along the way, practice gratitude, and focus on the aspects of your career that bring you joy. And adapting to change, right? There's always going to be change in the industry. It's always evolving, new technologies, new platforms. Stay informed about industry news and developments. Be open to new types of projects and opportunities, such as a web series or virtual productions. Develop skills that are in demand, such as voiceover or motion capture acting. Network with professionals in emerging fields and platforms. And remember, everybody here is unique, and your journey in this industry is unique. Okay. You're going to have your own set of challenges, your own set of opportunities and milestones. Embrace the uniqueness of your journey by focusing on your own progress and goals rather than comparing yourself to others. Trusting in your own timeline and definition of success. Staying true to your values and artistic vision. And most importantly, celebrating the diversity of experiences and backgrounds within the acting community. So in conclusion, becoming a SAG-AFTRA actor requires dedication, perseverance, and commitment to your craft. By understanding the paths to eligibility, building your skills and network, and advocating for your rights as a union member, you can create a fulfilling and successful career in the acting industry. Remember to stay inspired, adapt to changes, and support your fellow actors along the way. Your unique journey is worth pursuing, and with hard work and passion, you can achieve your dreams. So thank you guys for allowing me to go over this information with you. If you have any questions, you need any guidance, feel free to reach out to me. My email is right there, mike@viptalentconnect.com. I am sure if my assistant could drop that in the comments so everybody will have access to that. But my name was Michael Fomkin, and this was How to Book a Role in a Marvel Movie, Pursuing Your Dreams, a step-by-step guide to becoming a SAG-AFTRA actor, guys. I will see everybody later, and I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Deneen, because I think I might have went over by 2 minutes. I do apologize, but this information I felt was important, guys. Thank you very much for all the positive comments and love. I appreciate every one of you guys, and I will turn this back over to our lovely host, Ms. Deneen White. Bye, guys.
How awesome was that presentation? Like on a scale of 1 to 10, how much did you guys learn? Like, are you guys like, okay, like, are you ready? Does it make sense now that this morning I said we are going to get ready so we can always be ready? Does that make sense now? How many of you feel even more ready now than you did when I said that earlier? On a scale of 1 to 10, let me know how much that presentation changed you. Here's another question I have for you. How many of you took some nuggets of success out of there and like, okay, you know what, this is one thing I can do. And I heard Mike talk about how we support community theater. You know why we do that? Because there are some amazing actors that come out of that. So why not support the next generation, right? And I have news for you. You are the next generation, which is amazing. So go out and take at least one thing that Mike shared with you and start applying it now. I mean, the easiest thing is don't do this right now because you're on this call, but follow, Sid's like, okay, I won't, Deneen, stop yelling at me. Start following the union on social media. There you go. I don't think you'll break a sweat doing that, but I think that would be something that's great. This way you always know what's going on in the industry. It's those little things. When you make small incremental changes to your life, you're going to change the trajectory of your whole life. You don't always have to do the big things. You don't always have to move to New York. You don't have to move to LA. You don't have to move here. Do the small things, and then you're going to see so many other things expand. That makes sense? All right. So we're going to keep this going. We have an amazing guest up next for you. How many of you are interested in booking the cover of a magazine? If that sounds like you, type me in the comments. Let me ask you another question. How many of you wants to know exactly what goes into booking the cover of a magazine? I know for me, before I started working with VIP Ignite and becoming a part of the entertainment industry, I always would look at the covers and go like, that's cool. Never once crossed my mind, oh my God, how do they pick the model? How do they pick the colors? How do they do all of this? Are you guys ready to have all of that unwrapped for you right now? Okay, good. So that's what we're going to do. So let me introduce our next guest to you. Our next guest has been labeled one of the top 7 most powerful agents in the world. He started his career as a model at the age of 12 and now has almost 4 decades in the industry as an icon of fashion. Fun fact, his first gig was for the United Colors of Benetton. He opened the Emmanuel Ungaro show in Milan, Italy at the age of 15. He has art directed over 20 covers of Vogue. He has been proclaimed to have one of the best eyes to scout in the business. He has successfully run his agency for over 13 years. Through good times and bad times, he has never once wavered. He had a record number of covers for his agency, totaling 72 in 1 year. For 2 decades, he has styled some of Hollywood's biggest stars, taking them from worst dressed to best dressed. He has placed talent worldwide for campaigns for the top luxury brands in the world. Everyone, please give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Ryan Colby. Hold on, Mr. Colby. My first time on Zoom. Ask to unmute. There you go. Unmute. Oh, I love this purple we have going on.
Hi, everyone.
How are you doing today, sir?
I'm good. I'm good.
Awesome. Very cool.
So, yeah, so we're going to talk about covers, which is a fun subject for me. I'm going to break this up into 2 ways. Like, I'm an agent, so I book covers, and I was an art director professionally, so I would direct the covers. And there were certain things that we had to put on the covers that, you know, it's funny because I was a model and I didn't know this until I became an art director, because they don't really tell you things when you're modeling. You kind of just go, you shoot, and you leave. Very rarely are you given any information about how this is done. You're kind of a cog in the wheel. You're the person they're shooting, but there's a stylist, there's a hair and makeup, there's a lighting expert, there's a photographer. So you are one of 6 or 7 people who are doing something. So therefore, I never knew what went on to booking covers and why this person's on it and this person isn't, until I started working at a magazine and started hearing the reasons why in meetings and stuff like that. So I'll start with the art direction part because that's how I first learned about covers, and then I'll move into the agent part and getting people on covers. So when I worked at Condé Nast, you know, it was during the model era. So we rarely would put celebrities on the cover. It was mostly models, and we would put celebrities inside the magazine to talk about their movie or their album or their TV show. But that was the time when models ruled, and they brought the money in, and they brought the plus, a lot of celebrities didn't want to be on the cover of any magazine, or Vogue or Elle. They really didn't want to. They didn't want to be perceived as a model. So sometimes they would get offers to be on covers of Elle or whatever, and they would actually turn it down. And they'd be like, I don't mind being inside, but I don't want to be on the cover. So that changed, you know, early 2000s and you know, later, and now, you know, actors are on pretty much all the covers, especially in America. Anyway, so back in the day when models were on covers mostly, the reason they would get hired is because they're the hot girl or guy of the moment. They did the most shows. You know, very rarely would commercial models be on the cover of Elle or Vogue or Cosmo or, you know, W or Italian Vogue or French Vogue. It was always the runway girls and the runway boys. The editors would sit in the fashion shows. That's why it's important to do the best fashion shows, because the editors are sitting there of the magazines you want to be on the cover on. And if they've never seen you before and you're like the it girl of the moment, and you've done 6 or 7 or 8 to 10 shows they've been to, all the best designers are like, who's this girl? And then you become the it girl of the season, and everyone wants you on their cover. It's up to the agent to decide which ones you do, and sometimes it's strategic. I only want her on, you know, European covers or American covers, or I only want her on, you know, more commercial things and less editorial. Like, there's a reason why certain models pop up on certain covers. and that's kind of a behind the scenes thing. There's a reason for it. You go more commercial if you want to get the hair and makeup clients in the future. You want to get Maybelline and CoverGirl and Revlon and all of these other magazines. You kind of have to keep it commercial and keep it cute. You can't go too crazy with the fashion. You can't get too edgy and editorial because those ad agencies won't respond. So you have to keep it, maybe put the girl on the cover of Cosmo, Glamour, Elle. These are more commercialized magazines. Do not put her on the cover of Italian Vogue, French Vogue, W. Those are more higher end and weird, and the photography is strange, and you want to keep the commercial clients happy. So there's sometimes a strategic reason why certain models appear on certain covers and not on these, and vice versa. But we would book the girls based upon what they did in the past 30 days, 60 days. And there was always dozens to choose from. It wasn't just one person. It was maybe 15 to 20 girls who were really hot at that moment, and they were doing really well. So we got to pick one for the month of February and March and April and May and June and July. And sometimes you break it up like that. You put the pictures on the wall and put the month that you felt they were best. Now, the sexier type of girls work better in the winter. So because you're showing clothing that's that's more revealing. You're showing swimwear, you're showing sheer, you're showing tight. So the sexier type girls or guys would work better on the January, February, and March covers, because those magazines are forecasting what's happening in June, July, and August. And for the April, May, June, and July issues, you layer. You have clothes, you have coats, you have suits, you have dresses with shoes, you have Christmas stuff, you have jewelry. So sometimes you'll pick the more edgier girl or guy because they can pull that off a little bit easier than the commercial model, the more commercialized model. So you pick the month that they just fit better based upon what they look like. As far as colors on the magazine, that was always a tricky subject. I never 100% participated with that a lot because I was responsible for doing the shoots. Now, when I'm shooting, I know which picture is to cover. Just by standing there, I can just tell. Like, just literally by standing there. In fact, I just kind of mini art directed a shoot a couple of weeks ago with two models, Brandon and Ben, and I knew when the frame was taken, that was the cover. Like, I knew it. I didn't even have to see the pictures. I don't care. That's the cover. So sometimes I would do that when I was shooting at Condé Nast, and 98% of the time I was right. That's the cover. And we wait for the film to come back because it was a long time ago. There was no digital. You did not get to see what you did. You had to wait for film to be sent out, printed, and returned. And I would look and see that's the cover. And then the creative team upstairs would work on the fonts, would work on what articles are going to be discussed this month, would work on what celebrity they're going to mention on the cover, so they would work that out, and then it would come back downstairs to us, and we would approve it or not. Sometimes, and I was always disapproving because sometimes their fonts were in the way of my dress, or getting in the way of things, and I would have to move things, shrink things. Now, the color of the typography on top that says Vogue kind of usually would coordinate with the clothing, or sometimes with the background. It would just depend upon what visually was more appealing to the eye, and we would kind of vote. It was kind of like a loose voting, we had a room where everyone could walk in and you'd see the covers for the coming months, and you kind of would put a sticky note on it saying, I like this. And at the end of the week, whoever got the most sticky notes, that's the color we would use. So it was it wasn't very well planned out. Sometimes it was pink or yellow or green or purple. Like, you would kind of coordinate it with the clothes sometimes. So that's how the colors are picked. Now, as far as the outfit that's picked for the cover, it's kind of up to the art director, but it's also up to the advertising. And that's something I didn't know until I started working in a magazine. I would be like, that's the best picture, but then I would get screamed at being like, it is the best picture, but they're not advertising this month. So it cannot be the cover. You know, whether it be Lanvin or YSL or Tommy Hilfiger or whatever designer their person's wearing, they must be advertising inside the magazine to appear on the cover. So sometimes that would cause fights. I remember one time I did a cover and this gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous Comme des Garçons blow up dress where I had to spend an hour blowing it up, like with a pump. And there was instructions that came with it, like an IKEA cable. And we had to snap this here, put this here, snap that, harness this, do this. And they were very, 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 very clear that if you did it wrong, the dress would just fall off the girl. So we were like, okay, we have to do this right. So it took us like an hour to get this girl in the dress. And I'm like, that's the cover. But unfortunately, Comme des Garçons did not advertise that month in Vogue. So we had to scrap it and we had to use it inside, but we couldn't put it on the cover. And that was one of the biggest fights I've had at Condé Nast because I was livid that we couldn't use it for the cover because it was a stunning photo of I mean, I was furious. But whatever, I understood the politics of it. We ended up using a DKNY dress on the cover, and that's fine. But it was a basic dress, but it fit with the story because it was like a black story, black and shiny. So everything had to be black and shiny, and so it was a shiny like sheath dress from DKNY. But anyway, so we ended up using that because DKNY did advertise. They did front of the book advertising. Now there's 3 different sets of advertising. There's front of the book, there's middle, and back of the book. So it's pretty simple. Front of the book is the most expensive. The first 30 to 40 pages of a magazine when you open it is what usually the average person pays the most attention to. So therefore, that's where Versace, Calvin Klein, Tiffany, you know, whatever, all the big names are in the front because they want your attention, especially during the summer months and the holiday months. They really want your attention. So you would kind of, for political reasons, cherry pick whoever gave you the first 10 pages of advertising. Versace, DKNY, Michael Kors, you know, whoever, and you would make sure the next couple of months they each had a cover. And you cannot mix the clothes on a cover. That's another problem I got into, is that I like to mix things. I like, you know, a cheap $4 top from Salvation Army mixed with a pair of $400 pants, cashmere pants from YSL. Can't do that with a cover. It's got to be YSL head to toe. You know, you can play games to inside the magazine, but you can't play games for the cover. So that was also an annoying thing I did not like, but you know, I would adhere to it because it's, at the end of the day, it's not my magazine. I just work there. So I would adhere to it. I would on the side do indie magazines like I did ID, Surface, Metro, Eurowoman, and I had more control over those magazines because there was no big hierarchy staff. So I kind of ran the show, and I would do that on the side when I was off at Condé Nast. So therefore, I would mix and match. I would mix and match my ass off and make the covers look a little more interesting and less commercial because those magazines didn't care. But when you're working for a big commercial magazine, they do care. They depend upon sales fully. And my covers sold the most. I was really good at making sure that the covers were touchable, were salacious looking, were interesting looking, so people would want to touch them when they were standing at Barnes and Noble or the grocery store or wherever you would get magazines. At the magazine shop, you remember those days? They had magazine shops. There's only a couple left, unfortunately. But you would go to these stores, and the reason why certain magazines sell more than others is because you want to reach out and touch it. You want to look at it closer. And mine would sell the most because I know how to get that out of a photographer and a model. and that's why I was pushed up the ranks at Condé Nast, because my cover sold better than everybody else's, and I would bring in young talent that had fresh eyes. I brought in, Tom Monroe and Robert Chameleon and Juan Algarin and Danielle Levitt and all of these people. No one ever heard of them, but I brought them in to shoot, and their covers sold the most. They're still shooting to this day. All four of them that I just mentioned are still working, to this day, because they were given a chance. Now, I knew that they had longevity based upon just their work. I don't know where it comes from in my head, but I know I can look at someone and know that they're going to last, or I know that you're just going to work for 6 months or a year and you're going to go back to, wherever you came from. So I can just tell who can survive this and who cannot. And these photographers I just mentioned, just came off the top of my head. I knew that they would survive, and they are still working to this day, literally shooting probably as I'm talking. So their covers sold the most because they were young and they were energetic and they would listen to me. And some part of being an art director is making sure that you have people underneath you that literally listen to you. I'm not interested in I'm not the type of art director that is interested in, I'm not a good collaborator. So I kind of, if you can't roll with what I'm saying, I'm not the art director for you. And here's the thing: when you work at a big magazine like Condé Nast, a big corporation, there's a dozen art directors. I wasn't the only one. There's probably 15 to 16, and you could marry and match with who you work best with. And there are some art directors that love to collaborate and sit there and think about things and talk to about it and have a group meeting. I'm not one of those people. I don't do group meetings. This is what we're doing, and get on board or you can leave. So my covers sold the best because sometimes too many cooks in the kitchen can ruin things. Sometimes it's best if one person just takes control, figures it out, and then there's less people to blame, because when it doesn't work out, then I can point to 5 people and blame you. But if I was solely in control, then it's fully my fault. And I actually just prefer to work that way. I'm not a fan of pushing the blame onto others. If I didn't do it right, then I just didn't do it right. It happened. And I think it only happened to me once or twice where it just didn't work with the shoot. But when you have hundreds and hundreds of shoots, it's going to happen. So I was never upset about that. So yeah, that's a basic idea of why certain covers are chosen. Another interesting thing about covers that a lot of people don't know, there are several months of the year that we kind of will put a lesser model on the cover because inherently they don't sell as much. So therefore we give a model a try. And sometimes when you talk to the top models, their first covers were a March cover, August cover, because those 2 months are usually the 2 months that don't sell the most anyway. So you can put a lesser model on it and see what the published reaction is. And then you can gauge, okay, that's a pretty good sale. We can definitely use her again for a July cover or a September cover. Now, out of all the months of the year, September is the biggest month of the year, sales wise. So you put the biggest person you've got model wise or actress wise or actor wise on that cover, because that's the month where sales matter. If your September sales are not strong, the rest of the months you're going to be in big trouble. So September is the biggest month of the year in fashion. So therefore, the September cover is when you pull out the stops, you get the best photographers, the best hair and makeup, the best models, you pull favors to get the best clothes, you do extra stories. It's the thickest month as far as size-wise. They're usually double the size of the month, of the other months, sometimes triple, depending upon how much advertising you have. So the September cover is the most coveted cover. So all the models want to do the September covers. And, sometimes feelings are hurt when you don't get it, but you know, there's always next September or February. February and September are the two big months. February is not as big because people are recovering from Christmas and New Year's and they just don't care about buying any clothes. But September is huge. It's the biggest month of the year, and you want to be on a September cover. So those are some behind the scenes tips on how a magazine cover is decided and who gets on the cover, the colors, what month, all of these things matter. And it's just behind the scenes stuff that the average person walking on the street doesn't know. Now, as an agent, I've run my agency for 14 years and I've done over 300, 400 covers. You know, back in the day when Allie and Mike had the office in Philly, I would give them my covers and they'd put them up on the wall. And sometimes it was annoying to look at them because it's just like, I don't know. I don't like looking at
Annoying,
old work.
Ryan.
What?
You walked into
Not
the office
annoying,
like.
What? Meaning,
I'm
like,
loving the
sometimes it's
purple.
overwhelming.
I
Sometimes it's
know.
too much. Sometimes it's really too much. Like, if I walk into, like, sometimes I walk into the office and be like 30 covers on the wall. I don't know. Sometimes it would get just overwhelmed. Like, oh my God, I don't like looking at all this stuff. Sometimes it's hard to look at. It's like looking at your old, you know, boyfriends or girlfriend. I don't know. I just don't like looking at them sometimes. Anyway. So I would give them the cover sometimes because I actually didn't like looking at them sometimes. So I would give them to them. And but I've done over 400 in the past 14 years. So I know a thing or two about covers. And
Wait,
booking the
before you
cover.
go on, Ryan, can I ask you, I'm gonna pick your brain real quick about the covers. Number one,
Uh-huh.
can a freelance model be on the cover of Vogue without an
No,
agent?
never,
Okay, why?
never.
Why?
Well, because they only pick the it girls, and you have to be working, doing other things in addition to getting that cover. So if you're not doing the best runway shows, the best advertising, the best magazine editorials, how are you getting on the cover of Vogue? Like, it's impossible. So you need to be represented in order to achieve that kind of work. And then you get a Vogue cover. You know, so it's kind of like the prize at the end of a big season. Like, you've worked 6, 8 months, you shot your ass off, you've done 40 shows in Milan and Paris and London and New York. Now you get your Vogue cover. You know, so it's something you cannot possibly achieve as a freelancer, because how are you getting those 40 shows in Milan, Paris, and London? You're not. How are you getting the 20 magazines you just shot the inside for it? You're not. How are you getting the advertising and the TV commercials? You're not. So you can't get the prize at the end if you don't do the work in between, you know. So that's why.
Okay, follow-up question. How much does the cover of Vogue pay the model? Like, what are,
Oh, nothing. It's like $150 to $300. You get $300 if you travel, if it's $150 if it's within the city. Like, if you shoot the cover in Puerto Rico or they do some cool location shoot, you get a couple $100 more. If you shoot it in a studio in New York City, you get $150. You do the Vogue covers for the launch, because when you do a Vogue cover, here comes Revlon, here comes Tommy Hilfiger, here comes the advertising, and that's where you get your $10,000 a day and your $15,000 a day. That's where you get your money, is from advertising, but you can't get the advertising without the covers. So it's kind of like a catch-22 situation where you got to do, even the top models, even today, if when Giselle's making her comeback right now because she's divorced and, you know, whatever, got rid of that man, whatever his name is, she's making a comeback right now.
Tom Brady? Tom
Tom
Brady.
Brady,
Continue.
don't care, not interested.
Ooh, Deneen White's listening, but go on.
Don't care. But now that she's getting her life back, she's doing covers and she's still making $150, because it never changes. Doesn't matter how big you are, they do not change their policy. It doesn't matter if you're a brand new model and this is your first Vogue cover, or if it's your 50th, they do not change their policy. And the reason why you continue to do Vogue covers or W covers or L covers or any other top echelon magazine is because you're selling something, something's coming out, you are rebranding yourself. There's a myriad of reasons why, and they're not going to pay you for it, because the money you're going to get because of it is the reason you do it.
It's kind of like hosting Saturday Night Live. same deal. You
Yeah,
get
yeah,
400
exactly.
bucks
Yeah,
for the week. Yeah. Okay.
exactly.
All right. Can you go over the difference between a portfolio and tear sheets? Like, how would a model? Hi, Sid. Let's say Sid is on the
Hello?
cover of Vogue. Just go with it, Sid.
Yes.
How would Sid incorporate that into our portfolio? Or can you talk a little bit about tear sheets?
Well, tear sheets are the pictures inside a magazine. So you literally
Right. I mean,
tear.
versus like a modeling portfolio. Like,
Oh, the difference?
the
There's a big
difference.
difference. Tear sheets quantify work. So when a client is looking at your book, they know you've done something, someone's trusted you to do this job, and it makes them trust you more. So it's kind of like your resume. So your portfolio, like when you do your test sheets with VIP or whatever pictures in your book, that shows that you can do a magazine or you can do a catalog or you can do some lifestyle e-commerce shoot. But until you actually have done them, you need a portfolio to show that you can. It's kind of like if you want to, if you're an artist and you draw and you want to work for a comic book or a children's illustration company, you got to come there with some drawings and say, look, I can draw this, I can do that, I can do this, I can do that. They hire you. Now your stuff is professionally out there. You can start taking away the amateur stuff and replacing it with the professional stuff. So that's the point of a portfolio, is to show that you can do this job. Because why am I hiring you for a 12-page story for W Magazine when you've never put on a pair of high heels? You've never worn a $5,000 dress. You've never shot outside in the rain, or you've never shot with wind on you. Like, you have to prove that you can do this job before I actually give you the job. Yeah.
So it sounds
So-
like we should incorporate wind and rain in our next photo shoot. We'll be planning a Miami photo shoot, guys, during hurricane season.
I'm
VIP Ignite.
I'm just giving examples.
I know.
But yes, you have to show that you can do this job. Whatever kind of model you are. If you're a lifestyle model, then I need to see you doing lifestyle things in your photographs. I need, so that's what a portfolio is. A portfolio is an example of what you're going to be doing.
But anybody can go get a portfolio, but not everybody can have tear sheets showing real
Oh,
work.
no. Tear sheets
Yeah.
are from a magazine. You tear the magazine apart and you put your pictures in the magazine. That's where the word comes from. So yeah, you can't get them willy-nilly. I mean, the magazine industry is different than it used to be. So there are independents out there, dozens of them, where they will use new models on a regular basis because they don't have the cachet to afford the big models. And that's a good thing because it's giving people a chance to appear in magazines that normally 15 years ago would never be able to. So that's a positive thing. The negative of that is that every Tom, Dick, and Harry has come out of the woodwork thinking that they're a model, and you're not. So you just got, as an agent, I just have to combat that on a regular basis with people thinking that they're more than they are, and I have to tell them, sorry, dear, you're not.
Now, I want your honest impression of this one. I mean, we talked about the fashion models being on the covers. Do you ever get to the point now that it's mainly Hollywood elite, like actors, actresses on the covers? Does that ever like drive you nuts, or do you want to see more
No,
fashion forward?
I want models on the covers. I am not into the actresses on the covers. Yes, there are some actresses that can pull off modeling, but most actresses just stand there and they don't know how to model. And you can tell by the look on their face and the way they're standing that they have no idea what they're doing, but they have a hit movie coming out, so they've got to do this cover. And it's just, I don't know, I'm not into it. I've never been into it. I prefer the models on the cover, but again, the world is different, so it is what it is. But whenever I do see a model on an American cover, and this is an American thing because the European magazines are kind of in the middle. They're 50-50. They still use celebrities, but they always use model. French Vogue is always a model. Italian Vogue is always a model. German Vogue is always a model. So they haven't converted like America has. They still use models because models sell. And plus, models bring the fantasy. Nowadays, with actresses and actors, you know too much about them. There is no longer any fantasy about them. You know everything. You can go on their Twitter, their Instagram. You know everything about them. You know what they ate for breakfast. You know how many kids they have. You know where they went to vacations last week. There's no mystery to them anymore. So therefore, to me, they're no longer interesting to be on covers. But models still are kind of mysterious. So I prefer them on covers. And so do the Europeans. The Europeans don't have the obsession with pop culture like America does.
All right, so for anybody just getting
And
started,
the Asians too. You will never see a celebrity on Japanese or China or Korean Vogue. It will not happen.
all right,
It's
it
models
will not
only.
happen. You guys heard it here first.
It
Okay,
will not happen. It'll be models only.
models only.
Unless it's a top Korean girl, like that Korean girl that ended up in Squid Game. She ended up on the cover of Korean Vogue, but she was a model first. So, you know.
And actually, that's a good point. Can you talk a little bit about models that go into acting or actors that like, can you talk a little bit about like why when you first sign talent, sometimes you'll sign them where they get submitted out for both opportunities? Can you go over a little bit about that?
Well, I signed them for what?
Because
Before they get
sometimes
to me?
models go, I only want to model, or actors, I only want to act.
Oh,
Can you
that
go
doesn't
over-
happen to me. I have a few guys that don't want to act, and I respect that because here's the thing. You can't make someone do this. I do have 2 or 3 boys that refuse to do any script reading or acting. They have no interest in it whatsoever. But if something was to come down the pike for them, I would make them do it. But I just avoid that. I'm an agent, so I can avoid these things. If a client should ever ask, like I have a boy named Mason, if a client should ever ask, and it did happen a couple months ago, only once, where a client asked for Mason for a TV commercial, and I'm like, he's not going to do it. But here are these boys that will. You know, I always have to play that game because there are certain guys that just don't want to do it. They have no interest in speaking on camera. They have no interest, and I prefer that they tell me because great, then now I don't have to worry about you. So that's rarely happens to me. But if someone is like annoyingly adamant about it, then yes, I will not take them because you have to be at least a little bit open. Like Mason, even though Mason's like, look, I really don't want to act. I really don't want to read scripts. If I must, I'll do it, but try and please avoid it. And I respect that. And I'm like, fine, I'll avoid it. If something super juicy comes along for him, yes, I'm going to have a sit down with him and make him do it. But it hasn't happened yet. So, but in general, I won't take someone that doesn't do both just because that's the industry we're in. Can you get away with it every once in a while? Of course you can. You can get away with lots of things. But should you make it a habit? No. So you should be able to do both. Actresses should be able to take a photo and look nice and pleasant and alluring and inviting. But models should also be able to read dialogue just like any actor or model, actor or actress can. So 98% of the time, I would not take someone that can't do both. There are rare occasions I will, and Mason just happens to be one of them because he got such a good response modeling. No one really cares if he wants to speak, you know.
Speaking the truth. What else?
Some people shouldn't speak, and that's
Yeah.
just these are the facts. So I was happy that he actually said that because I don't want you talking anyway.
Well, let's say they're not talking, but let's say they're talking on social media. Could that ever influence or maybe deter someone from getting the cover of a magazine based on what they're
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
can you
It can
discuss?
ruin everything. If you're yammering on social media about topics that are sensitive, you know, women's rights, gay rights, politics, children, you know, and it's controversial, you know, obviously there's going to be people out there that agree with you, but the majority may not. And unfortunately, if they're in this industry, the retaliation is you don't work again. So you can continue yammering on Twitter all you want, but you'll never get another job. So it's a risk you take by talking about subjects that probably you aren't qualified for. If you're a model, just be a model. Stop trying to be a political commentator. Stop trying to be like these other things, because it will only lead to your demise. You know, I always tell my guys, like, stop it with the talking online about anything that doesn't have to do with your direct life, meaning your workout, your family, your modeling career, your acting career. Talk about that all you want, but don't talk about, you know, Syria and Israel and Russia. Like, don't do it, because you're going to offend someone. Even if your information is valid, you're going to piss someone off, and unfortunately it's going to affect your career. So just basically don't do it. Keep it to the kitchen table with your family, and that's it. There's no need for the world to know about your opinion about Israel, like especially when there's so many people who annoy about it. You know, people are easily offended now, and you blink too many times and now you're out of a job. So just make a habit of not doing anything and you'll be good.
All right. So can you, I know you said make a habit of not doing things, but can you maybe give someone who's aspiring to get into modeling or acting just some tips maybe to help them improve their social media? Maybe like show pictures of them working out, or like
Oh yeah, of course. I mean,
any
your
tips?
social
What do
media
you like to
isn't.
see? Like if
I
I go
like to
on,
see
let's say
what.
if I go on somebody's social media, like Reginald Holmes, hi Reginald, I'm like, oh, he says he's an actor. I don't see it. Do you kind of want
Exactly.
to see that?
Yeah, no, I don't like that. I hate when people send me Instagram pages and they're like, I want to be a model, but yet every single picture on your page is you partying or at a dorm party,
I swear I'll show
or
up.
or it's like, where are your modeling photos? Even if they suck, where are their modeling photos? Where's the attempt to be a model? You know what I mean? So I don't have to like the photos, but I still want to see them, you know, just to see like where your level of taste is. A lot of people also forget that models have to have some level of taste. Like if your taste level is so bad that I'm telling you your photos suck and you're going to argue with me, that means you're going to be a problem in the future, because my taste level is supreme. And pretty much I don't nothing ever comes out of my mouth that isn't correct when it comes to photography. So if you're not listening to me, then we're going to have a problem. And I can confidently say that. I'm not being a bitch. I'm just saying, I know what sells. I know what photographs look good. And if you're going to argue with me, but meanwhile you're wrapping sandwiches at Wawa, like, I don't want to hear a word out of your mouth. So you need to listen to me. And if you can't, then you're going to be a problem and your taste level is too low to be a model.
Well, I think that sometimes when people invest in photos, like I hear a lot because I do with a lot of aspiring talent or people that are at that level where they're looking to elevate. Oh, well, I paid for photos in the past, or I paid for professional photos. Is there ever a time, Ryan, that you're just like, you're doing it all wrong?
Oh, like every day. Yes, I mean, it's like I said, everything is rarities. I think once a year someone did it right. The other 364 days, they're doing it wrong. So, yes, they're mostly doing it wrong. You roll that dice and you're sitting in Missouri and you're paying someone to shoot you, it is a 99.9% chance it's going to be bad. If you are lucky enough to be that one person to get it right, good for you, but it's probably not going to be you. So just don't do it, and you know, you have a better chance of, you know, getting into the industry the proper way, instead of having all these hurdles and spending money, because then you get attached to it. Well, I spent $500 on these photos. You think that they're yours. They're part of you. It's kind of like your bed or your, you know, shoes or something, like they're yours. But at the end of the day, this is a commerce-based industry. So if you are showing me something that isn't going to sell, I don't care if you paid $5, 500, 5,000, it doesn't work. So it's a hard pill to swallow, but that's just the way it is, you know.
So like when you do our photo shoots, when we get a chance to do big photo shoots, because we've done them like all over the country, what are some of the things that you wish somebody would tell an aspiring model about? Like, I mean, you dress so many amazing people. Sometimes what we think we look good in may not be what a casting director wants to see. So can you go over, because I know we only have like 10, 15 minutes. some of the different types of modeling and what maybe an agent wants to see or a casting director wants to see you in? Because I think a lot of times people get photos that are just way over the top sexy because they want to impress
Yeah,
their friends or
the average person that comes through this service is commercial to commercial print to lifestyle. There are some that are, fashion on the commercial end of fashion, and the few that have come through that are high fashion, I will tell you so. And I guess we're going to do that tomorrow with Model Garage. But the average person that comes through here is commercial print. So basically, the photos need to be that. They need to be commercial, simple, clean, no logos, neutral colors, and very high-end basic, basically, is what I kind of like to call it, because that's what customers want to see. They want to see you. They want to see a tick elevated above you, like of you walking into the room. They want to look at the photo and look at you and look up and down, up and down, up and down, and see that this is the same person, not some manufactured mannequin that you decided you should be. It needs to be you. A simple dress, simple jeans, simple slacks, simple shirts. Like, I try and stress that because because you'd be surprised, you waste all this time doing these weird shoots that aren't realistic to your future career. And yeah, the pictures may be perfectly fine, perfectly nice, but they're not going to go in your book when you do get an agency. They're going to take it out and they're going to put it in a folder, and there goes your, photos. And, it's a shame because you don't realize that when you're getting in with an agency. You think, I'm giving them 40 photos. I'm so excited. They're going to have 40 photos on me. They're using 6. The other 34 are tossed in the trash or in a folder in a closet somewhere. They're not using the 40 photos. They're using 6 to 8 because that's all they need to
Actually-
start you with, especially when you're in a big
Yeah.
market. When you're in a bigger market, they use less because they're going to start pumping you out for work. And those work jobs will replace the photos you came in with. They'll start to slowly overtake the book with work,
And that's usually where I find that people make the biggest mistake because they self-diagnose. It's like going on WebMD. They're trying to
Yeah,
figure out what
it's
type of modeling
similar,
they
yeah.
qualify for. They're hiring photographers based on what their preference is, or they're
Yeah.
hiring photographers and you're getting the photos that the photographer wants to see, but not photos that a
Yeah.
real agent or casting director wants to see. If you understand the difference, type understood. Because I
The
think
problem
that's
is
really,
that, especially
Yeah.
when you're young and these photographers, they may see, oh, she's a pretty girl or he's handsome. They're going to want to see you in their light, what they find attractive.
right.
And they're going to put you in weird clothes that they think are cute. And unfortunately, that's not going to correspond with New York or LA, because if this photographer was any good, he'd be in New York or LA. So
The
why are
photos
you
have one
shooting-
purpose: to yield opportunities and make you a crap ton of money. That is what the photos are meant for, not to impress friends and family. You guys understand that? And I think,
or a random photographer you're never going to see again.
well, that
Yeah.
goes into a dangerous subject that we could talk about
Well, no,
tomorrow.
meaning
when
like
people are
when
trying to find.
meaning what I
Yeah.
meant by that is if you're taking advice from a photographer who thinks you look great in that pink bubblegum dress and you're 45 years old, and you need to rethink things because you shouldn't be wearing that.
Well, thank goodness I'm not wearing pink bubblegum today.
Well, meaning like
Yeah, I
in
got
a
it.
photograph. If you want to wear that to the mall or to your kid's birthday party or hanging out with your friends, work it out.
You go on.
But you
Yeah.
should not be photographed in it. Is basically what I'm saying.
Right. Now, another thing I was going to talk about very quickly. So many people, I mean, again, how long has it been since Top Model? I mean, 20 years, forever. But can you talk a little bit about, because you've managed over the years so many people from that show, can you talk about those photos and how like no agency could ever use them and why? Because they were just too over the
Well,
top.
it was meant for television. It was meant for entertainment. I mean, but most people didn't understand that. They really, 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 really thought it was real life. And that's the kind of disservice the show did to the industry.
Uh-oh, you went on mute. Hold on. You're on mute. Stop. I don't want to miss a second of brilliance. But I think sometimes, like when you watch shows like Top Model and you see these
Sorry,
super
someone was
uber
calling
sexy,
me.
glamorous photo shoots, you're like, oh well, that's what's expected of me. I'm gonna go
Sorry.
out and emulate that.
Can
And
everyone
that's
hear
not
me?
the case. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, someone was calling me and it ruins the
No,
whatever
it's
the
okay.
audio.
But I think that sometimes, right, when people watch shows like Top Model, they're like, oh, well, those are the types of photos I need. So I'm going to go out and find a photographer that's going to give me these uber glamorous, sexy, over, sensual type photos. So
Yeah.
can you talk
The
a little bit
reason why
about,
those photos
yeah,
don't sell, like when the girls would leave the show, they gave the girls the photos and they would use the photos to go see agencies. And once it didn't win, they would use the photos to go see agencies in New York and LA and whatever. And none of them, hardly any of them were picked up because the agency didn't see the value in the photographs. Now, some of the girls were picked up, but guess what happened? All of their photos were tossed. And they had to start from scratch with basic, generic, normal photos. And that's that's how they started. So they were disappointed because they're like, oh my God, I spent all that time and I thought these photos were amazing and they're going to use them, and they're not going to use them because first of all, there's one photo. Now that's the first problem. Here's the thing. When one photo is used and there isn't a story about it, then it makes it less likely to be usable. Now, if Top Model had done this one photo and then did a whole fashion story based upon this look, even if it was crazy, like crazy clothes, crazy makeup, hair, it had more of a chance of surviving the industry, meaning the girls could have used those photos, gone out into the agencies, and probably had a higher success rate because at least it's a story. And maybe we can spin this. You think in your head as an agent. I like to spin, like if I see a fashion story, I may not have to like it, but I can spin it and make it work for the model. But I can't do that with one hideous photograph. I need at least 6, 8 that I can work with, wheedle it down, find a way to make that work for you, but I can't do it with one.
so for anybody just starting, when we go into the next segment of what type of modeling do you qualify for, I think it's so important because Ryan, if anything, especially now, we're seeing so many new trends in fashion. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, in this country, because we're in America, so I'll discuss America. In this country, the trend is diversity, and there's, a big trend towards it: age diversity, size, and race diversity. And overall, it's a good thing. There are some aspects about it that aren't a good thing, and that are that are causing companies to lose money and lose jobs because they're doing things and alienating their clientele they've had for 20, 30 years, and you're shocking them too quickly
Kind of
and
like
they're
Bud Light,
balking.
right? For an example, like Bud
Well,
Light.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
similar, but I'm talking about fashion and beauty companies like hair, skin, makeup, and clothing companies. They aren't doing anything as shocking as Bud Light, but they're doing things that are alienating their client base that made them into mega companies, and the clients are not responding. They're like, that's not what we came into the store for. So some of them are suffering because they're doing too much. They're reaching too far into the cookie jar. They're doing too much. Like they're just doing too much and it's not working for them. So the trend will start to dissipate after a while. And the Europeans, I have more of a European sensibility. The Europeans want none of it. They are not rising to the occasion with the diversity. They're using the models that fit the clothes, that look the best, that have the best skin, the best hair, the best teeth, et cetera, and those are the models we're working with. We're not working with someone just because the diversity thing is hot right now. If you're not the best model for the job, you're just not getting the job. And I actually prefer that type of sensibility. I'm not a fan of just giving everyone a chance because somebody said so. You need to work hard to do this, and I'm not a fan of just handing out accolades because it's PC to do so. I'm not into that. So I have more of a European sensibility when it comes to this trend. Now, are there great things about the trend and I can cherry pick those things? Yes, there are great things about it. There are way more Latin and Black models on the scene, Asian models. There are a lot of older models who deserve to be on the scene that are working, and that's great. But like I said, there are some things about this movement that I'm tired of, and I need it to start to go away. And the strong will survive. The strong people that are diversified will survive, and they will still be here. The weak ones who shouldn't have been here in the first place, they'll be gone.
Welcome to showbiz. So Ryan, you were in LA. I love the purple. I know when you came on, it was everybody was commenting about how great that color is. Can I see your
It is.
nails?
It's
I know.
eggplant. I got this at Salvation Army for $1.99.
Okay. Because you've got the keen eye, the Europeans. Yeah.
Yeah, it was $1.99. I love Salvation Army. I mean, you got to spend all day in there to find stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't mind if I got the day. I do it at least once a month.
So
And I went there with Ben, and we got a bunch of stuff. I got some Faca Noble shirts, which is a really high-end French brand that I was stunned to see in a Salvation Army in here. And I made Ryan go, and he got some Faca Noble shirts too. O'Connor, because they had bigger sizes that wouldn't fit Ben. So he got some, and I got some old Adidas stuff. I got really cute stuff. You know, you just gotta search. You gotta dig, and you gotta spend like 3 hours in the store, but
that could be a
it's worth
training
it.
call right there. How many of you guys would love to go shopping with Ryan Colby?
I know it's worth it. I know it's worth spending money on or not, whether it's $1 or $100. I know what's quality. So I only pick out stuff that I'm like, oh, this is super cute or unique. I don't like to be wearing things that I'm going to see, 30 people wearing next week. So.
Sure.
But the question I have for you is, when are you coming back to Princeton so we can go to the real consignment?
Oh, I love that place too.
Ryan.
Oh my God, funny. Here, wait, funny. The last time we were in Princeton, wait, where is it? I bought this and I brought it with me to LA. Wait, where is it?
I'll tell you guys something funny. So Danita and I always make fun of West Coast Colby versus East Coast Ryan Colby, because when Ryan's on the East Coast, he's got a different demeanor. He's usually wearing like black and just a lot tougher. He goes to the West Coast. This is LA Colby.
Hold on.
Eggplant.
Okay. So I got in Princeton.
Yeah.
And I got the last time we were in Princeton, Janine, I got this.
I remember.
It's an original Carl Kanai, the top and the bottom.
Whoa.
And this was like $30. This was like 20. Fully worth it. You can't find this because this brand doesn't exist anymore. And I actually saw the pants first, and I was kind of disappointed. And I was actually not going to buy them because I was like, what am I wearing with this? I actually it was still a little too big for me. I ended up giving it to Brandon because he's a little taller and bigger than me.
I think he came to our New York event wearing that.
Yeah, but I bought this for me, and I wore it once, and it was kind of falling off of me. But I was like, so I didn't want it to go to the waste, so I gave it to Brandon, and he wears it. I wear it sometimes when I'm just chilling in the house. But anyway, I only saw the pants, and I was freaking out because I was like, what am I going to wear with these pants? It's such a weird color. And as I was checking out, and Denise was rushing me, as I was checking out.
I wasn't rushing you. I was trying to find clothes. Revisionist history, Colby.
No, you were rushing me because you were like, are we done? Are we ready to go? And I'm like,
Denise's on a very tight schedule, kind of like right now.
I know we're on boot camp, but allow me to defend myself. So what really happened was I was looking for stuff for myself as well. And then he had to check out so he could help me. There was no rushing. Are we done?
Okay, whatever. And out of the corner of my eye, I saw the color again. And I was like, what is that? And I went over and it was a jacket, and it was on another rack. And I was like, oh my God, it's a full outfit. I don't know why she separated it. I was kind of stupid.
He's pushing kids. Ugh,
you have no idea what it's like what it's like shopping with Ryan Colby. It's like, it's a whole vibe.
That's,
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I bet you a lot of people on this call would love to go shopping with you. And Ryan, on a side note, you also dress a lot of celebrities. Ben Affleck, Ewan McGregor, who else? Stanley
I just
Tucci,
advised. Okay, so Liam went to the
Liam from
White House.
Taken.
He went to the
Yes.
White House the other day for
Yeah.
the Easter egg hunt, and
I would love
he.
to see you dress him for that.
I did.
You did?
Well, I didn't dress him. He asked me based upon the jackets and shirts
Yeah.
that he bought recently, which one would go with the violet jacket, and I just told him. So there was no like shopping.
Did you do it
was
on
just stuff
FaceTime?
It was
Because
stuff he
Deneen was
already
there
had.
once when Liam called you. Deneen, can you do your
No, he
impersonation?
actually just sent me pictures, kind of like this. Like he sent me pictures of like just like that, like on his bed. And he's like, "Does what goes with this blazer?" And I said, "The blue Hugo Boss shirt." And he was like, "Okay, great." so,
Liam,
so
Deneen, how does Liam
Yeah.
speak? Ryan Colby, I will find you.
Yes. Well, that was my
so yeah,
version.
so he went to the Easter egg hunt, and
Yeah.
that was the last time. Yeah, I spoke to him. That was whenever Easter was last week.
Awesome.
I still like the story of you telling Ben Affleck he had to wear orange and he like wasn't having it.
Yeah, but he wore it.
Only two people can tell Ben what
But
to
he
do.
wore
It's J-Lo and Colby. That's it.
J-Lo and Colby Lowe.
I think he was with Jennifer Garner at that time. He wasn't with J-Lo.
It's easier just to keep with the gens. You remember their names. That's cool.
All right. Well, Mr. Colby, that was very informative. Thank you so much for breaking down how you art direct, how you choose models for the front.
It's
cover
very
of magazine.
political. It's
Oh,
like
it's really political. There were some fights because of advertising. We
Yeah.
have to use this outfit because this person advertised, but the picture was lesser. The picture wasn't strong. It wasn't even good, but if that's what you want, you're a magazine, so we make it
that
work.
dress that you blew up and you had like the IKEA deck, like the instructions.
Yeah.
Did that dress ever end up on a cover?
Oh yeah. The rule at Vogue is if you have photos 6 months later, you can resell them. And
Okay.
so I ended up reselling it, I think, to Euroman or Eurowoman, like 6 months after it was published in Vogue. You're allowed to do that with certain circumstances. Not every shoot, but certain shoots, you're allowed to resell it somewhere else after it's been used.
Because the
So,
styles are still viable, right? You don't want them to expire, kind of.
Yeah, there are
Okay.
certain magazines that don't care about seasons. There are seasonless magazines.
Ooh.
There are certain magazines in Europe that are seasonless. American
Okay.
magazines are always seasonal, meaning they
The
do a
fall
spring
issue.
and a
Yeah.
summer issue and a fall. Like certain European magazines don't do that. They just put nice pictures on the cover. They don't care. So, and I know what magazines those are, so I can target them and give them old stuff that American magazines don't want. So I've done that 100 times, like hundreds of times. I mean, especially like there's a lot of Spanish magazines and Israeli magazines and African magazines. There's so many magazines out there that are super cute that they just don't get any play here in America. So, and I know they're seasonless. And so as an agent now, I give them my models' pictures and they put them on covers all over the world. I have models on covers in Australia and Africa, China.
Two of
all
your
over the
models
place.
were just on the cover yesterday. We got tagged. Yeah.
Brilliant
Yeah,
magazine.
yesterday, period, because
Started on a Zoom
that's
call.
that's a Philippine magazine, and I picked the cover for them because they know my background, and they just asked me, and they're like, "Which one do you want on the cover?" And I said, "This
You
one,"
got
and
the
then
eye. Yeah.
and they just said yes. So they put that on the cover of Ben and Brendan together because I didn't want one of them on the cover in a double shoot because then I'd have to deal with the fallout of that. So I decided to put them both on the cover at the same time because
No
it
fighting.
could have gone
Yeah.
it could have gotten nasty, and boys get in their feelings, and I just didn't have
The
time
reality
for
show
it.
waiting to happen. I'm ready for
I
it. Let's
literally
produce
told them
it.
I can just screen. I can send you the messages. I told them because the guy in the Philippines, he sent me a picture of Ben, and he's like, "This is an amazing cover." I was like, "No, we're not doing that." I go, both of them have to be on the cover. They're like, "Why?" And I go, "I don't have time to explain this to you. This is just what we're doing."
I said,
Because I
So
am Ryan
this
Colby and I
is-
said this is so.
This is the photo that we're
Something on
using
that
for the
end.
cover. They're like, okay, we like this one too. I was like, good, because that's the one we're using. Because
How
I
many
don't
of
have
you on this
time.
call are ready for Ryan Colby to literally run your life like the way he's doing right now on this
Be
call?
careful
How
what
many of
you
you guys are
ask
ready
for,
for him
people.
to curate your look, get you on the
Mm.
right path? How many of you guys are ready for that? Right? It was enlightening. I like
Okay.
the eggplant color on you.
Huh?
Makes you very
Oh yeah, no, I
cheerful,
love the sweater. It's really good.
approachable.
I got a gray one too. It was from, back in the day, I don't know if anyone knows McCall's.
Yeah.
It's a McCall sweater. And
Oh,
it's an old 80s McCall sweater, and they had some woman sewed like back in the day, women would sew their own clothes from McCall patterns, and
Yeah.
you'd make
Oh, that's so
multiples. You'd
cool.
make a purple one, a white one, a gray one, a yellow one, and I found two, a purple one and a gray one, that were from a McCall pattern, and I swiped them up.
that's so cool. It's like a piece of
Awesome.
history.
Well, Mr.
So
Colby,
cool.
thank you so much for taking me back to my sewing days as well. You've covered so many bases in this last hour. It's been absolutely tremendous.
This was a great segment. Did you guys love this?
I don't
Scale
know
1
how
to
to
10.
sew, but I used
Yeah.
to work. I used to work it out with McCall stuff. I don't know how to sew, but I love McCall stuff.
Awesome. All right. Well, Ryan Colby, thank you so much. This has been amazing.
I can't wait to see what you'll be wearing tomorrow, Colby.
Yes, we look forward to having you back tomorrow for Model Garage. How many of you want Ryan to go through your look, where you belong in the industry? How many of you are excited for that? That we're doing tomorrow. If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments, because you have to come back for day 2. We don't do everything on day 1. So we will see. Ryan, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
We're actually having one of your models on later today. Arbor will be on with us.
Oh, okay.
All right. Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Okay.
Have an amazing, amazing rest of your day, sir.
Okay, see you. Okay, bye.
Bye. How many of you guys learned so much in that last segment with Ryan Colby? Like, how many of you are like, whoa, like, I didn't know all of the work that went into being on a magazine or art directing a magazine or all that. Like 15 pages of notes, Marquand. That's amazing. I love it. That's
How
what
many
we
of you
talked
guys now, when you look at a cover of a magazine, you're gonna like be able to take all that in and go, oh, I understand now. Like look at it a totally different way.
Good.
It's like watching movies with Michael Famkin. Same thing.
Woo. Awesome. All right. So we're going to keep our modeling hats on now. Okay. Put on your modeling hats. If you took them off, put them back on. Okay. So now what we're going to do, now we've talked about how to book an opportunity through for Marvel, right? You all know how to do that. I'm going to come back in about an hour and I'm going to ask you guys questions and see how much you remembered. So be ready for a pop quiz. But we talked about how to book a movie role for something like Marvel. We have talked about what it takes to art direct and get on the cover of a magazine. How many of you now how many of you now want to know what type of modeling you qualify for? Because there are 17 different types of modeling. And right now we're going to have Mr. Michael Famkin come back on, and he is going to break down the different types of modeling that you qualify for. So if you are ready for that, let me see your excited faces. Everyone type Mike in the comments, and we will bring him on to do what type of modeling do you qualify for?
All right, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
All right, awesome. Let me share my screen. All right. Yeah, that was a really great presentation for Ryan. And just to let everybody know, on a go-forward basis, it's all being finalized now, but all the boot camps will be available in school, and they'll be all nice and edited and notes added and a whole bunch of really cool stuff that'll be there for you guys. So and we have those going all the way back, so you guys are gonna have access to some of like the best content like we've ever done, and some of the biggest speakers and so forth. So it's really cool. It's like I'm so excited about that whole program, because it's like exactly what I always wanted the program to be. So anyway, so we talked earlier today about getting involved in SAG-AFTRA. Obviously, Ryan kind of gave you guys a nice overview of how to book covers for magazines. So this presentation I always love doing, especially because we have a lot of new people on the call. And I think, the second confusion when people are starting off in the industry is not only how do I land speaking roles, which we covered, but also where do I fit into the modeling industries and modeling industry overall? And there's a lot of misconceptions on height and size and age and location and so forth. So this presentation, I think, is a really great presentation for that. So this is called Diversity in Being You, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? So obviously the world has changed. And in anything in life, you have a new mindset will always give you new results. And this is something we're really lucky to learn early on, is by surrounding yourself with the best people. Whenever you want to do something, you find the best person in the world who can do it, and you follow their example. And that is just like the fastest way to success. And that's something that our whole organization, if you boiled it down to that one core value, the value is surrounding ourselves with the best people, having our talent working with the best people, the people can snap their fingers and change your life in 30 seconds or less. In today's world, it's all about diversity. So it's about different shapes, different sizes, different ages, and so forth. Location doesn't matter, right? We have people on here today from all over the world. We have people from all over the United States. We have different ages, different sizes, different ethnicities. So for the modeling industry, the best time that you could ever possibly imagine to start is right now. Because in today's world, it's all about what makes you unique, what makes you stand out, right? We have a mother agency, so we do represent talent. It's called Truth Management. We represent talent from lifestyle, fashion, commercial, plus kids, actors, musicians, speakers, authors. And we started this probably about in 2020, so it'll be going on our 4-year anniversary will be coming up, I believe, in March. And we represent a wide variety of talent. So what we do is we help talent go through development. We get them the tools, the resources, the training to not only to start booking work, but then to be able to actually be signed to larger agencies. We have a very high success rate. We've been doing this for 18 years. So we're really, really good at what we're doing. And again, we're always expanding, we're always growing, we're always learning. We have some amazing events coming up from Las Vegas to Hollywood to Atlanta, plus some other exciting announcements. So there's always something really amazing. And we find that having our talent go through the process of not only learning about the industry, but sitting down with real people in the industry is just a proven formula. It's just a simplicity of being able to get the knowledge, the resources, and the tools, and then being able to just get you out there on set, and it just works. And when you have a system and you're able to follow that system, you follow that framework, and you trust the process, that's when your life will change in ways you can never possibly imagine. Now, speaking about the modeling industry, for most people who work outside of the modeling industry, so not people like myself or Ryan or the amazing people that you're going to meet throughout the rest of the day today or the weekend, for people who work outside the industry, most of the world, when asked to describe a model, will answer with the wrong question. So if you go up to the average person, you say, describe to me, what do you think the average model looks like? You'll always get, they're tall, they're thin, they usually will always lean towards female, right, more than males. And they'll always say they lead this glitzy and glamorous lifestyle, and they walk runways and fashion shows and so forth. So most people in their mind that work outside the industry, they associate the word model with high fashion and editorial runway shows. So let's look at exactly what the definition of that is, because a lot of times people, if you're not familiar with the industry, don't know exactly how do you become a fashion model, right? How do you do high fashion? So high fashion models are tall, slender, and unique looking models are typically hired for high fashion. The British Association of Model Agents, AMA, explains that female models' height should reach between 5'8" and 5'11", with a 6 to 8 dress size, 34, 24, 34 bust, waist, and hip measurement. For males on the runway, male models who wear the latest designer fashions must be at least 6 feet tall. Male models photographed for editorial and advertising purposes are required to be 5'11" to 6'2" and fit in a 40-yard jacket. So the definition for high fashion is very unique because it's very specific. The reason for this is when you're a high fashion model, they're dependent upon designers. So in order to do high fashion shows, like legitimate high fashion shows, New York, London, Paris, Milan, and so forth, the designers are going by a set standard. So they're producing the clothing without the models actually being there. When you're a designer and you're producing clothing, they're handmade, which means they're very labor intensive. So when you're producing clothing that's handmade and labor intensive, it's very expensive. So by having a set standard, I know exactly all the sizes are the same. So when I call an agency, I say, hey, I need 20 guys and 20 girls.
when you call the agency, they send their high fashion models. The clothing will fit the models, right? Very little alterations are needed. Versus like if I just took, like, say everyone on this call today, we sent them to a designer. Every single outfit's going to be different. Every single person is going to be a different measurement, different size. So by having a set standard, it allows the designers to produce the clothing. And now when the show is done, they fold up the clothing and then they send it off to Paris, to Milan, to the next city. They call an agency there. So say in London, Storm Models. Storm Models is a great agency in London that Ryan works with. The models that show up, the clothing will fit the models in London the same way it fit in New York, the same way it'll fit in Milan. So at the end of the day, the models, it's just really, it's like a walk, they're just like a walking hanger. There's nothing specific about it. It's just genetics, right? The right mom met the right dad. So once you accept that and you kind of understand that, it makes sense. And the models, they don't want them to be overly attractive. Plus size modeling is a little bit different. They want them to be very pretty. But for the normal editorial, they want them, like, this guy's a great example. He's got a nice look. He's certainly not ugly, but he's not like that Brad Pitt or like overly handsome. Same thing for the females. They don't want them overly beautiful. They want the eyes of the person that are sitting in the audience to look at the clothing and not be fascinated with the facial features of the model. So they're very specific on this, and it's because they're selling clothing, right? The whole point of a show is you can spend $1 million on a show. You want the press, the media, you want the buyers from Bloomingdale's and Macy's and Nordstrom's to want to purchase these articles of clothing to distribute throughout their stores and so forth, and so on. Now, here's the interesting fact. Even though the average person, so like literally you can talk to 10 out of 10 people who don't understand the industry and you say, okay, describe what you think the average model looks like. They will say high fashion, tall, thin, so forth. Even though everyone thinks that's the modeling industry, the reality is high fashion accounts for a little less than 10% of the overall industry. So high fashion editorial is actually the smallest segment of the industry. So there's actually, if you were saying I wanted to build a long-term career in the modeling industry, you wouldn't want to be a high fashion model. Now, don't confuse high fashion editorial with being a spokesperson, right? So a lot of times people say, well, what about Tyra Banks or Cindy Crawford or Tyson Beckford? You know, they start naming off these names, okay? Cindy Crawford just turned 60, okay? So most of these names that you know, they become brands upon themselves, right? If I was to ask you to name like 3 current models from last season, most people are stuck, okay? So it's the age, like the 80s of like those models becoming brands just really doesn't exist, right? Even Giselle, I think she's in her 40s now, or just about to turn 40. It just doesn't exist. So there are certain people that can break through, but they become a brand upon themselves. They become a spokesperson. So they become like the name gets associated with certain brands. For most of the other models, it's a very short-lived career. Most of the models, by the time they're 21, 22, they're considered aging out of the industry. And it doesn't really pay that well. So like a lot of the girls you'll see, they have to cover their own expenses and travel. So a lot of times they're in New York, then they're traveling to London and to Milan and so forth. And they have to find places to stay and so forth. So by the time everything's said and done, a lot of them will break even, if not lose a little bit of money. So it's not really, if you were just doing this for the love of the art, that's one thing. But if you're trying to do this for a financial windfall, it's extremely difficult. It's very, very hard to break through and so forth. And again, another interesting fact is 98% of the world's population would not qualify to be high fashion or editorial based upon the genetics, the measurements, the size, the look, and so forth. And even if you were lucky and you landed a campaign, so you landed, Versace campaign, a Versace campaign can pay $200,000, right? And that's a life-changing amount of money for the moment. But if you really think about it, right, with inflation, with the cost of living, 200,000 isn't going to last you a lifetime, right? It's not, it can make a big impact, pay all your bills for the moment, but you land that one campaign, well, you're the face of Versace. Well, now it's like, well, Gucci's really not going to be interested. The other designers are not going to be interested. So even if you were lucky enough to land that campaign, it's hard to translate. And yes, there's the glitz, there's the glamour, there's the fun, the excitement, but at the end of the day, it's like something I wouldn't recommend for very few people. You'll get to talk to a high fashion model later today. One of Ryan's models, he's done high fashion and commercial. Amazing, amazing individual. Very artistic, very knowledgeable on the industry. He's been doing this his whole entire life. Started when he was, I think 15 or 16 years old. You'll get to hear his story. But within his story, you'll see this is not an easy life. Like he puts in, he really works very hard for each and every audition, and he's a top model. So he's somebody who's very successful at this, but you'll see, and he has a very unique look. That'll be one of the first things you should look for. So as I'm doing this and you start everything I'm teaching you guys the foundation, listen, say, oh, wow. Listen to as these people are sharing their stories, sharing their journeys with you. See, catch the little things, see the story, see how you can apply it to yourself. So the next segment, so we just talked about high fashion editorial. The next segment is what's called commercial print. So commercial print is going to be magazines, billboards, catalogs, flyers, advertisements, okay? Commercial print is going to be the largest segment of the industry. It's going to be 80% of the industry. For those of you that were on camera when Ryan was talking, I was kind of scrolling through the screen, and Ryan, when I was talking, was going through the screen. Like literally 100% of the people on this call this weekend qualify for commercial print. Now, there may be one or two people that would fall into high fashion editorial, but without standing and, getting the measurements, I couldn't tell, but you would definitely fall into commercial print. So when you look at this here photo and you see the mom, the dad, the baby, this is considered a commercial print ad. So this can now be used. This is a stock photo. So this is something they were paid to shoot this photo. This can be used for a pediatric center, for a hospital. This may be used for baby formula. This may be used for some type of prenatal care, vitamins, or some type of educational program or something like that. So a stock photo means that the models were paid, the photo can be used in a variety of different advertisements and so forth. Obviously, higher brands, a Burger King or McDonald's, they will have the advertising agency shoot the ads. They own the rights to those ads. So again, even if for modeling, there's all kinds of contracts and negotiations called rights of usage. We actually have what's called a 21-day challenge. A lot of you guys that are brand new will get to be a part of that. Literally starting on Monday, where we go through a training on that, the rights of usage, how your agency negotiates that, and so forth. And rights of usage means where will this ad be used, right? Tomorrow you'll get to meet, some individuals who've been in Super Bowl ads and things, different types of commercial print campaigns. You'll meet Arbor later today, who's done tons of print ads. So a lot of times for the models, most of the times are paid one time, depending upon the brand. But when you're doing larger brands like a Burger King, a McDonald's, right, commercial print, like consumer products, you'll get paid based upon where the ad's used. So if the ad is just used in the New York market, you may receive $3,500. If the ad's going to be like a national ad where it's used, throughout the United States, that can go up to $12, $15, $20, $30, $40, $50,000. An international ad can go into six figures, even seven figures. So your agent, your entertainment attorney, your manager, they will negotiate those rates. Now, there's a set standard and a sliding scale, but your agent, the reason you want to always have an agent, because they're always going to fight to get you the most money, the maximum amount, because they make 20% of that. So if you receive the 100,000, your agent then gets now 20, which means that you would receive the balance, which would be 80,000, which is not bad for a day's work. Okay. And what's great about commercial print, you'll see if you start paying attention to this, start like watching commercials and stuff, you'll see a lot of times the same actors in different commercials, especially the Verizon ads. There's one woman, I've seen her in a dozen different ads. She's very successful. So again, commercial print's going to be 80% of the industry. Commercial models work many different jobs, including print advertisements, catalogs, campaigns, television shows, magazines, trade shows, and much more. There are no height or size requirements to be a commercial model. Print models must have an attractive face, good skin, nice body, and a pretty smile. So again, whenever you're picking up, the mail and you got all those different catalogs, start saying to yourself, hey, paying attention to the different models that are in these things. When you're driving around, start looking at the billboards and so forth, and you're seeing like the local advertisements or the national ads, international ads. You're at the airport, you're on a train, you're in the city. Start saying, I wonder who represents this person. I wonder who their agent is. I wonder who the advertising agent is, and so forth. There's so many different components that create these ads. And each one of them is a possibility for a way in for you too, especially for those of you who are trying to do this on your own. Another great thing is that's really changed in the industry in the past 10 years is all about being unique. Where once you would just see Caucasian males, females, your standard blonde hair, blue-eyed, boring. Now it's all about different types of mixtures. It's about different ethnicities. Now it's not uncommon to see two moms, to see two dads, to see mixed couples, right? If you really look at especially the car commercials, I'd say about 98% of all car commercials, there's usually a darker skinned dad or an African American, Latino, mixed ethnicity mom, Caucasian dad. I've even seen ones where they have an Asian child, so it must be like they adopted. So it's African American mom, Caucasian dad, and an Asian child. It's very obvious they want to make sure they're appealing to all different markets because of social media, because of the openness of being able to place these ads in different markets. There was once, when you used to do advertising was very targeted by specific markets. If you were on the East Coast and West Coast, the ads were very similar that were run, but as you move through kind of the Bible Belt, ads kind of changed, like who they were targeting, the personalities, the avatars. If you've ever had the chance to travel throughout the United States, you'll still see that on billboards. You'll still see a little bit of not being as open to different types of backgrounds, especially to people who are same-sex couples and things like that. But for most of the advertising industry, it's changed, right? So the industry is always consistently changing and evolving, which is great, right? There's literally going to be more opportunities, in the next 2 years for people breaking into the industry, whether it's commercials, TV or film, print, than there have been in the past 10 years combined. Okay, because now you have all the different streaming networks. And you see, if you notice, for most of the streaming networks, where once before they didn't host advertising, most of them all now will have advertising, from Netflix to Hulu, Peacock, all of the networks. If you want to get rid of the advertising, there's an upsell. But even now, I believe Amazon Prime is the first one to go with. Even on the higher tiered packages, you will still see advertising. So advertising works, right? Advertising works. I want you guys to understand this is a business, okay? And I can prove to you very rapidly how advertising works. Two of the biggest brands in the world are McDonald's and Coca-Cola. These are mega brands, been around for a very long time. If you notice, is there ever a day that goes by, if you're driving, flipping through channels on TV, going through a magazine, where you don't see at least one or the other? You don't see a McDonald's ad or you don't see a Coca-Cola ad. So if the two biggest brands in the world are consistently advertising in every single market, it means there's a reason why, because it's a proven fact. The moment they stop advertising, sales will actually start decreasing. So I want you guys to understand, like, your role in this as a model, as an actor, and so forth. You're part of a worldwide multi-trillion-dollar, business. For kids are always going to be available. For children, it's really about the parents. Can they be on set? Do they have a trust fund set up? There's a lot of rules and regulations how long a child could be on set. So if you're a parent of a child here, whenever we work with new talent, we go through all of that. There's a process for that on setting up trust funds. Because the child can't receive payments, but nor can the parent. So a trust fund has to be set up. A parent will always have to be on set. There's no oh, can I just drop off little Jimmy and come pick him up later on today? Doesn't work that way. So the most important factor is really for the parent to be dedicated to that. I actually had a really great call. One of our new coaches, she's worked with Capitol Records for 20 plus years. Amazing individual. And we were talking about her daughter's 14 and has now been auditioning in LA. So I was giving a lot of tips. And she really appreciated it. And it was somebody who's in the music industry, right? For 20 plus years, Capitol Records. She's worked with some of the biggest artists on the planet, but yet her lane wasn't in modeling. Her lane wasn't in TV and film. Her lane was in the music industry. So even do understand that the complexities of this, that's again why it's so important to have an agent, to have a manager, to really educate yourself on the industry, because even somebody like that didn't have that full education on that aspect of the industry. She knew the music industry, but she didn't know the TV, film, fashion industry. Here's one of our talent, Christine. When you're first breaking in, you're trying to get an agent. One of the most important things to have is the right photos. And photos, really, you want to have the right lighting, and you want to have the photos that you're working with, you want to have what's called like versatility. So Christine, she's a part of our inner circles, which is like our highest level talent that we work with. She's an entrepreneur, a model, an actress. She's also an international speaker. She's spoken all throughout the world. She's also a yoga instructor, a yoga coach. She's very heavily involved in the fitness industry, the health industry. Her husband, who's passed away, unfortunately, was a former NFL star. And in the ending, the later part of his life, he struggled a lot with the damages from that game. So she has like foundations. She works with a lot of amazing people that we've introduced her to kind of bring awareness to that part of the world. Why am I telling you all this? Well, I want you guys to realize like having a why, having a reason to be successful, right? How do you leverage that fame? How do you leverage that success, right? We wrote a book called Finding Fame, The Insider's Guide to the Entertainment Industry. #1 bestseller in arts and entertainment on Amazon. It was the stories when you read the book, for those of you who have the chance to read the book, it's not only about the formula for success, but it's also, I want you to see the stories of why people do this, right? And when you're getting photos done, understanding like, again, it's a business. So somebody like Christine, she can play a mom, she can play a doctor, a lawyer, she can play a football coach, she can play a college professor, right? I want you to always to understand like it's about versatility. The more versatile your photos are, the more aspects of the industry, the more lanes you can open up. So having the right headshots, when you're working at the highest level, you need to have 10 different headshots. They each need to lean into a certain strength. The villain, right? The hero, the heroine, right? Even the truck driver, right? The creepy gas station attendant, right? Being able to have different characters, being able to play different roles opens up the availability, because your agent, this is what they're submitting out. The first thing a casting director, producer, an agent, I work with the producer of the Transformer films, the X-Men films, Aliens, ton of very well-established people in the industry. As a company, we won 36 awards. We won several Tonys. We won the Tony for Best Play. I can tell you every journey of every single person we've ever worked with, produced a film, modeling campaign, magazines, Ryan, it all begins with the first photo. That first photo, that opening photo on somebody's portfolio is what makes your career. And when, even somebody like a Ryan or Deneen, when they're submitting out for talent, when that first photo is not hitting, they're swapping out that photo. Like, you need to be consistently tweaking, right? It's like that recipe, like adding a little salt, a little less salt, always tweaking out. And it all comes down to having the right photos, being comfortable on camera, and so forth. Age doesn't matter. So many times people say, well, I'm too old to do this. Do you not read magazines or watch TV? That's like, the over 50 market's one of the largest markets to be in. Here's an example you could see for a leasing company. And you can see she's an older woman. And I can tell you, she has an agent. She has a manager. She has headshots. She's been on auditions. She's done Zoom calls, right? She's working in the industry. So age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter. Again, we're here on Zoom. Here's an AARP ad, right? So you can see attractive African-American female. She's got the gray in her hairs, right? Great shot, nice smile. But at the same time, right, she can play a mom, a doctor, a lawyer. She could be the president of the United States. She could be an admiral in the Navy. She can play an admiral on the next Star Trek spinoff. She can play a character in The Mandalorian, right? Playing, a general, right? The Rebel Alliance. She can play Darth Vader's, sidekick, right? Like, it's versatility. So as a casting director, as a producer, you have to be able to see that. You have to be able to see the characters people can play. And by having the right photos and so forth, plays into that. And again, don't think that you can't do this because of age or location or experience. Everyone has to start someplace. It's just having the right tools and having somebody show you how to do them. Again, here's a e-commerce ad. So you can see this for e-commerce. And so e-commerce has a different pay scale. And you can see, again, mixed couple, right? The mom, the dad, the child, and so forth. So again, commercial print. Yes, Sid. I know I spoke about her earlier. She just had one of her shows just came out on HBO. She's been in several different TV shows. She's based out of the Philadelphia market. She's also one of our inner circle. She recently retired. She worked for the city of Philadelphia for many years. And in her second life, she said, I wanted to pursue my dreams, right? I wanted to do something, TV and film. She became a part of our inner circle. She's worked on set in Miami, Orlando, Los Angeles, New York. She's been on television shows. She is so on point to be successful. We actually we had an old system of our educational modules. And as we were moving over to this new system, you guys will get to see it shortly. I know I mentioned it a few times. You're like, what is Mike talking about? You guys, Danita will walk you through it. But it tracked how many times somebody logged in to acquire the content. And I started going through some of the names to see, what people interacting with the content, what they liked, what they didn't. And I saw a few people like that kind of like floated away, and they're painting houses now. They're working in office things. And I was looking, they logged in and they went through the content like 7 times, 6 times. And then all of a sudden I came across Sid, and she had logged in 156 times. And she's working on set consistently, right? She's like living her dream. And I was like, all it took was just following the process, right? Like if somebody gave you a book and said, this is the book to success, read it. And everything you could ever want would be there for you. And how many people will not pick up the book? Like, it's amazing. And people will say to me like, well, Mike, if I had that book, I would read it. I'm going to tell you why that's not true. There are so many people who they get a little bit older, they gain weight, and then they start getting like signs of diabetes or heart disease. And the doctors will tell them, listen, you need to change your life, right? You need to eat healthy. You need to do this. And think about this. The number one killer in the United States is heart disease. Do all these people that die every day, do they not know by changing their diet, changing their lifestyle, they would live longer? They would have grandchildren but yet they choose not to because no one holds them accountable. They don't have the people there in their life to help push them forward. So even with the threat of death, how difficult it is for people to make changes. But when you have a why, when you have a reason, when you have a team, a family, a community, you become unstoppable. And Sid is such a great example of following the process, of showing up on set. She's always got a great smile. She's always enthusiastic. She always asks great questions. She's a pleasure and an honor to work with. And you can see she has a different background, different religious background based upon her headgear, her headdress, but she leans into that. She leans into those characters. So never compare yourself to others. Each and every person, you are unique. You lean into the characters that you can play. Tomorrow we're going to play a great game, Model Garage, where we go through and say, hey, these are the roles you can play. This is where your strengths are. When you lean into your strengths, whether it's the villain or the good guy, the best friend, that's when the industry opens up. And once you break through, then it just becomes easier and easier. You're just building upon success. Alicia calls it the lasagna effect, right? You're building layer upon layer. So again, commercial print, magazines, billboards, right? I want you guys after today's call to never see advertising the same way, to start paying attention to the people in the ads, to see where you fit into the industry. And obviously I know people always say, Mike, you know so much, and Allie and Deneen, you know so much. We've been doing this for 18 years, right? We've been doing this a long time, and we've been very fortunate and very blessed to work very, very hard to get where we were. And we've had our haters and our bullies and some of the meanest people in the world. But you know what? We don't care. We don't listen to those people. We listen to people who've won Emmys. We listen to people who've won Academy Awards. Okay, we listen to people who make a difference in the world, people who are doing what it is they say they do. And we've always surrounded ourselves, not only ourselves, but the talent. And all of our success stories, it's all based upon relationships. It's based upon connections and so forth. Okay. Again, billboards, Here's some examples, some of Ryan's models. This was for a Korean clothing line. This was shot in New York. So this was e-commerce, social media, campaign, catalog, online, based in Korea. So these ads never ran here in the United States. They ran in Korea, but yet the shots were done in New York. So again, location doesn't matter. Like just because you see the, oh, they must have shot this in Tokyo. No, they did it. It was shot in New York. You know, we have a huge event coming up in Atlanta. For a lot of you guys that may not be familiar with the Atlanta market, Atlanta and Chicago are two of the largest commercial print markets in the world. Okay. Atlanta is like the new Hollywood. Every single studio is there. Like literally 98% of all Marvel productions are shot in Atlanta, at the studios in Atlanta. Okay. When we say we're VIP, we actually have one of our keynote speakers, one of the keynote casting directors, the talent that are going to Atlanta will have the opportunity to meet with, created the entire Atlanta market. She was the one who literally said, this is the market. This is an area that has seasons. This can be where studios film and shoot. Right. So again, it's like, who do I want to trust? My Uncle Joey the plumber to give me advice on my career? Or do I want to sit down with the woman who created the entire Atlanta market, who's worked on some of the biggest movies ever, who's won multiple Academy Awards, literally spending 3 days with her, literally working on set with top photographers and celebrity makeup artists, getting styled by Ryan Colby, being a part of a community where you're learning step by step how to build a career, but not only a career that people would be envious about, but a career that has meaning, a career that has a why, that has an impact that you leave on the world. Okay. So again, here's some more examples. Here's another great example. One of our talent, James Johnson, phenomenal young guy. Started with us maybe about 5-6 years ago. He lived in a small market in the United States. Literally, his area where he lived, they had one traffic light in the entire town. Okay. He worked at a barista at a coffee shop. His family background wasn't great. His dad was actually arrested, was in prison. His dad was involved in drugs and all kinds of horrible things. Imagine being in a small town where there's only one traffic light and your dad is in prison. So literally this boy, this man's life was, this is who you're going to be. People said, you're a loser, you're nothing, you're never going to amount to anything, you know, just kill yourself, jump off a bridge. This is the kind of bullying he dealt with in school, you know, based upon the mistakes his father made. But he looked past that. He wound up getting on a call, not similar to this with Alicia. He believed in himself. He came to New York City. When he arrived in New York, he definitely didn't look like he was from New York. His hair was kind of pushed back, and you know, his clothing didn't quite fit him as well as it should. But Ryan saw something in him. Alicia saw something in him. Deneen saw something in him. They saw greatness inside of him that he himself may not have even seen. And Ryan said, listen, if this is something you want to do, it's going to be a lot of work. And, you know, I'm going to need you back here in New York. And he did it. He came back to New York and he started going out on castings. He got the right photos at the event, the right training. And he always kept his head up high. Like there was no holding him back. Yeah, you know, he loves animals. He believes in helping others. He's always giving back. That created a career for him in New York as a model. He started booking covers in magazines. And, you know, as time went on, he kind of started transitioning. He reached that point in age where the longevity wasn't quite there for modeling, but he had a love for acting. And he started training and rehearsing and went on auditions for Stranger Things and all kinds of great shows. Transitioned his career. He lives in Los Angeles now. He lives in Hollywood. One of the other talent, they're roommates together. He just celebrated his birthday a couple of weeks ago, and he's working full-time as an actor in Hollywood. Not only that, but now he's also writing. He's creating his own shows. He's creating his own productions. And like, he's literally under 30. And this is somebody who, you know, several years ago was told to kill himself, that you would never amount to anything. And that journey, right? He's just beginning. Like he has his whole life ahead of him. And I want you to realize, like, you know, the best time ever to plant a tree, right, was 20 years ago. The second best time to plant a tree is today. Age doesn't matter. Who you were before you arrived on this call today doesn't matter. You guys are going to go through an amazing transformation tomorrow. Danine's going to do an amazing exercise with you guys, going to change your life. Okay. Mike Trash, another one of our inner circles. Formula with the WWE, professional wrestler, writer, producer, film director, podcast host, celebrity, online personality. Okay. His life before he got involved in all this, he was software, right? Most boring job in the world, right? To some. But he's got a personality. He gives back. His films have won awards. He's won multiple awards. He's a writer, producer, right? He does so much. Like he's literally like he's like the mentor to everyone, right? When we're on set, he's there. He gives advice. He helps. He's on the journey too. You know, just last year he did 3 films, right? One of them he leaned into the character. He played the monster, right? Played a monster, this disfigured monster in this short film. But then the next film he was playing a German refugee during World War II on set, right? The Nazis, the Allies, the guns, the village, like the coolest behind the scenes photos. I was even jealous. Okay. But he leans into his character, right? He leans into that. He can play the uncle, the dad, the brother, right? The neighbor, right? But he can also play the doctor, the lawyer, the judge, the general, right? So it's leaning in and seeing what characters you can play, right? Having the right connections, the right opportunities. And these are all people. I want you guys to realize the common theme here. They had no experience, right? They were lost, but they had a passion. They had a dream. They just had to get into the right vibrations, the right energy, and surround themselves with the right people. And that's what we do. We've been doing it for 18 years, and we're really good at it. We're the best at it. Tony Aguilera, right? He can play the narco guy, right? To play the narco kingpin. He can play the mafia hitman, right? James Bond. He could be a spy. He could be a general, a soldier. He could be a doctor, a lawyer, right? He's a phenomenal actor. He hit a home run. His very first event in Hollywood. He was signed. 3 agencies were fighting to sign him. He was signed to one of the largest agencies. He lives out in the Midwest. When he came to us, his job, he was a nurse. He was a nurse, right? It was a nurse who's now a full-time working actor, living his dream, right? And that's a huge thing. Think about that. Like, wait a second. Like, that's a huge gap to jump. To go from being a nurse to being an actor, that's like a complete shift in identity and careers and lifestyles, like everything. But he did it because he followed the process. Here's 2 examples, 2 different age ranges. I'm sure you guys all recognize the gentleman on the right. Again, age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter. Commercial print, right? The mom, the dad, the dog, the kids. The star of the ad is the insurance company. These are all paid models, paid actors working on set. They have agents, casting. Here's Flo from Progressive. Everyone should know her, right? My favorite part of the presentation. She is a spokesperson now, right? She's a brand. They're not a single. I see her commercials several times throughout the day. She's always there somewhere. Flo is like literally somewhere. You're driving around, you see her. You hear her on the radio. You see her on TV, right? Going to be one of the most successful brand representatives ever, like next to Ronald McDonald, okay? Everyone knows her, but do you know who she is? Do you know who her agent is, her manager is? Do you know how she got started? Do you know her resume? Do you know who represents her? If you want to work in this industry, these are the questions you ask. You ask better questions, you get better answers. I know who she is. Her name's Stephanie Courtney. Okay. She originally wanted to be a comedian. Her goal was to be a comic. She went to Second City in Chicago. It's considered one of the best schools for training. And she was doing stand-up. And one day her agent called her and said, "Hey, I have this opportunity for you. It's an insurance commercial." And and how many people like, listen, I'm a comic. I'm not going to do an insurance commercial. But she learned early on, you say yes. Your agent calls you with an opportunity, you say yes. You'll figure out the how later. Tomorrow, you guys are going to get an opportunity to work with us. I want you to say yes. I'm giving you permission to say yes, to live your life. How you're going to get to Atlanta, or how you'll get to the event, or how you'll make the time to be on the trainings and working with Ryan and everyone, doesn't matter. All that matters, when you say yes, you will figure out the how, right? And you have the why, then you got it. Okay, here's another gentleman. Okay, started a commercial. Jesse Hyman. He's considered the world's greatest extra. There's an actual documentary. You can watch it. You can look it up. The world's greatest extra. He got a whole 2-hour movie made about him. He was in a Super Bowl ad with Bar Raphael for GoDaddy. Okay, probably earned mid 5 figures for that, $500,000. He's been in dozens of movies. Several of his movies gone on to win Academy Awards. He plays the geek. He plays the nerd. He was in the movie American Pie. He was one of the band camp members, I think, in American Pie 3. He's been in Entourage, dozens and dozens and dozens of shows. The nicest, sweetest guy in the world. He's successful at this because he leans into his character, right? He leans into playing that character. I can guarantee you this was not a person, you know, he's in his late 30s, I think early 40s, so he looks a lot younger than his actual age. But I can guarantee you in life, this kid was bullied. This man was bullied. You know, he was picked on. This wasn't the captain of the football team. But I can guarantee you half those people who bullied him, they're leading a terrible life right now. They're leading a miserable life. They're leading that 9 to 5 life and they're scraping to get by. He's living his dream, right? He's hanging out with supermodels. He's been on talk shows. He's consistently working and successful. And he's the nicest guy in the world. You will never hear a bad word coming out of him. All the people that have put him down, he's forgiven each and every one of them. And he says, I have the gratitude and blessing that they drove me to be successful. I appreciate them because if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be where I am now. He thanks them. Okay. It's mindset, right? Mindset is everything, guys, in this industry. You know, let's talk about flow. And I got to update this and grab a whole resume. It would take probably 3 screens, but look at all the things she's done. The Heartbreak Kid, Fred the Movie, Fred 2, Night of the Living Fred. What's other ones that I know that I watch? Mad Men, great show. If you've never watched it, definitely watch Mad Men. That new show on Netflix, The 3-Body Problem. If you guys love like science and science fiction, that show is phenomenal. It's based upon 3 books. It's a great show. But like, look at all the things she's done. Mike Tyson's Mysteries. The Goldbergs, one of our coaches. She's one of the stars of the Goldbergs. Like, these are all things she's done. Right? So it's not like she just fell out of the sky. She's worked at this. She's put in the time, the effort, right? And you can see here, there she is without a little flow makeup and outfit on. But you can see she's earning $2 million per year at the time of when I put these slides together. You can see, right? She negotiated a direct deal with the brand outside of the typical SAG-AFTRA union pay scales. So you guys were on the call earlier. There are some words. I'm starting to learn how this works. It's starting to come together. Okay, her new contract is at $5 million a year, just so you guys know that she signed last year. I have to update this. Right? All because she said yes. Right? All because she said yes. And she's living her best life, right? She's financially set, she's secure, right? When you could wake up one day and have enough finances and abundance in your life that bills no longer matter, your whole life changes. Now you can focus on your art. You can focus on your craft, but you have to get there. And no one's going to hand it to you, right? No one will hand it. Believe me, the lottery goes up to $1.3 billion. I'm going to buy a ticket, right? Maybe I'll win. Probably not. I still have to get up and go to work, right? You have to get there. You have to get to that level. But it's, again, do you want to take 20 years to get there like most people? Or do you want a faster, better way? And that's what we bring to the table. So we talked about editorial. We talked about a runway. We talked about commercial print. Another subcategory is what's called promotional modeling. Promotional modeling is live modeling, trade shows, boat shows, car shows, hair shows. You can think of the Budweiser girl, the Coors Light girl, Comic Cons, events. Right, we actually work with our talent that'll be in Vegas. They'll be meeting with the owner, a very good friend of mine, Alex, phenomenal guy. He owns the largest promotional company in the United States. So literally, like tonight, he'll have like probably 100 models at the WrestleMania today and tomorrow, at every baseball game, football game, and they're handing out products. They're doing demonstrations. They get to go behind the scenes. It's great extra money. Even hair shows pay $750 for the day, $1,500 for the day. But it's also opening up doors. Like I can tell you, a lot of models got cast for a promotional model job, and a month later they're on set for a film because the casting directors are doing both. So you got now high fashion, editorial, commercial print, promotional, and then now also you have fitness. So fitness modeling is like not, a lot of times when people hear the word fitness modeling, they start thinking just like Nike and so forth. Fitness and health are like the largest segment of of brands. Like they're like under like wealth and relationships. Like everything can fit under either health, wealth, relationships, for like what the product offerings are. So you got to think about supplements, all these like clothing lines, gym memberships. Like there's just like thousands, tens of hundreds of thousands of products that fall under this. So, and it doesn't mean you need to be buff, but you just need to be fit. So like you can see here, especially the girls are fit, they're healthy, that you're leading this healthy lifestyle. Everything from all, the snack industry, right? Kale chips, all of these things. Like there's so much opportunity out there. So for those of you like somebody like we spoke earlier about Christina is very into health. So she's able to, those are types of brands she would represent and so forth. So for those of you that, love that lifestyle, again, this is another great subdivision. And it's just not about the look. It's also about understanding the industry, having that appreciation, because they want people that are transparent, people that are unique and so forth. Plus curve modeling, huge part of the industry today, not only here in the United States, but worldwide. Ton of opportunity. So again, location doesn't matter. Age doesn't matter. It's a wide variety of opportunities. Of course, kids, we spoke about kids earlier. Kids are always going to have opportunities, but again, it's going to be based upon the parents' ability to be there on set, making sure they have the trust fund, the kids have the right training, they're well behaved, they're not going to like try to bite the director or anything crazy like that. And again, commercial print, commercial, right? Lifestyle modeling. So, can fall under, like, you can see like the woman there, she could play the secretary, she could play the housewife, she can play the business owner, the CEO. Again, you can see the mixed ethnicity family there, right? Different looks, different ages. So again, location doesn't matter. Commercial print, it's just about what makes you unique. It's about being leaning into your character. It's 2024, right? We're a third of the way through the year, right? 33% of the year has gone by. 2025 is coming up on us. Your opportunity to act is now. Your opportunity to take your career to the next level is now. Make sure you're paying attention, you're taking notes, that you're here, be fully in, right? The world's changed. It's all about mindset at the end of the day. It's what it is that makes you unique. And one of our business partners, Tony Robbins, good friend of mine, and Alicia's phenomenal person to work with. People who succeed at the highest level are not lucky. They're doing something differently than everyone else. Never say somebody's lucky, guys. They're just doing something else. They're following a different process. They're doing it a little bit better, right? And amateurs change things all the time. Professionals, they make slight adjustments until they get it right. And if you talk about it, it's a dream. If you envision it, it's possible. But if you schedule it, it's real. Okay. So my name is Michael Bompkin, and this is Diversity in Being You, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? So hopefully this kind of gives you a little bit more clarity, right? Do you see yourself falling into high fashion, runway, promotional, fitness? Love for you guys to put some, comments, put some numbers in the comments to see where you fit in, plus curve, teen, child, commercial print, lifestyle. For a lot of you guys, you'll fall into number 6, number 2, number 3, number 4. So, and some of you might also fall into number 1 too. So don't feel you have to pick one, because for a lot of you guys, you will fall into multiple categories, which is great. So hopefully this opens up your eyes on the industry. And I can't wait to talk to you guys. We got some amazing speakers coming up. Deneen's going to show you a little bit behind the scenes. You get to see some of the things we're working on. Really exciting stuff. And we got some really great speakers for the rest of the day, guys. Get ready, because this rocket's about to take off. If you've been having a great time so far, this was only the appetizers. We're bringing in the heavy hitters. The big guns are coming up next. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a great rest of your day, guys. Bye. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart.
Awesome. Okay, so what type of modeling do you qualify for? I see all the numbers. I love that you guys are taking action, that you're absorbing the information, that you are taking notes. So this is what I want to do. I'm going to show you something really cool. And even the people that work with us, some of the stuff I'm about to show you is going to be a surprise. So all of my school aficionados, you guys are in for a treat as well. But this is what I want to know in the comments. What has been your biggest takeaway so far? Because at the very beginning of the day, I told you that success leaves clues, and your job was to start picking the clues from the trees. As each of our speakers comes on, I want you to pick a clue, like something that will help you be even more successful. So in the comments, what was your biggest takeaway, not only from Mike, but from Ryan, but from, well, I guess Mike squared and from Ryan. But what has been your biggest takeaway? How to be? Okay, all of it. That's a lot. Okay, lifestyle plus curve modeling. Follow up with oh, that is so good, right? Follow up with a thank you note. You know what I love about that? Like, you know how much it costs you to say thank you? It costs nothing. And like, if you are starting to get into the habit of sending out thank you notes and giving thank yous, that's going to set you apart from everyone else. I love that so much. The Marvel Studios and SAG-AFTRA knowing what to do and what not to do. The SAG-AFTRA set, yeah, the seasons. Okay. Oh yeah, for the magazines, right? That was pretty cool. Getting the correct steps to success, the Taft-Hartley information, that's a good one, right? Getting the bigger picture, holding yourself in a certain stature and mindset of the Vogue, the cover of Vogue, the types of modeling, simple clues for beginners, portfolio. We're going to be going over more about that later. Keep at it, follow up. Yeah, you know what? Again, who knew you could get so much information from professional wrestling? Last night, one of the guys that got inducted into the Hall of Fame, he told his kids, you know what? I don't care if you fail 101 times, as long as on that 102nd time, you still get up and keep trying, because you never know when you're going to find success. Keep going. Just keep going. 3 feet from gold. How many of you are 3 feet from gold because you tried something and it didn't work? Well, you know what? You're here now for even more success. I love that. The Taft-Hartley on the types of modeling. I don't have to get ready because I am ready. Thank you. I love that one too. Being on the covers as a model, SAG-AFTRA. Nice. I like that. Yes, thank you. Right? That's awesome. Covers of magazines, diversity, what it takes. It all starts with the Zoom, right? Yeah. You know what? I'm actually going to brag on you in a moment, Marjorie, because I really want you guys to understand the importance of what we're doing here. SAG-AFTRA. Yeah, we actually got an email today from one of our talent. I don't know if he's still on here, but one of our talent is now a part of SAG. When we first met him, like he was booking like background work, doing all kinds of like little things. But we got the note today that he joined SAG. One of our inner circle members is now a SAG member. How awesome is that? Everyone give it up for Carl. I don't see him on here, but what amazing news. Like in the middle of a boot camp, it doesn't get any better than that, right? You get even more good information, right? Take extras, be confident. Background work can lead to a bigger, promote to treat people with kindness. Yes. I can't overstate that, Chris. I cannot overstate the importance of being kind to everyone that you meet. You never know who you're going to come in contact with, who's going to be the next Steven Spielberg, who's going to be the next Martin Scorsese, who's going to be the next big decision maker, right? Be kind to everyone. You're always on set. Type that in the comments. I'm always on set. Full steam ahead until I see God or a checkered flag. I like that. Surround yourself with people who are distinguished, right? Just keep swimming. Yep. Gratitude. Practice gratitude. I could do a whole 8-hour call on gratitude, but I won't. I'm ready to drop everything. And okay, I love that, Marquand. Go full on, go full out. Awesome. Yeah, I know, Carl, we're so excited. All right. So this has been really cool, hasn't it? Like, I love being on Zoom and I love seeing everyone like getting the information and growing. Are you guys already feeling the growth? Like, are you feeling the growth? Like, are you feeling, okay, you know what? I'm learning something new. even if you're not learning something brand new, are you getting more exhilarated about what you do? Like, do you feel like, okay, you know what? I'm getting my batteries recharged, because that's what we're doing. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how many of you here maybe feel like you're doing this on your own. Okay. Maybe your friends and family don't understand. Maybe, like my family thinks I'm crazy for doing this too. But how, does anyone, am I the only one? Or does anyone have friends and family who are like, you know what, like, that's cute, but why don't you just keep working your 9 to 5? Like you have good, but yeah, Lewis, I'm looking at you. Your family, like I'm proud, they're probably like, what are you doing? Like you can fly for free, you have benefits, you have a 401k. Why are you thinking about doing this? And I want you guys to understand something. We understand that. Alicia will tell you her story later. Like her dad literally asked her when she told him what she wanted to do, like, are you taking drugs? Like, is there something wrong with you? Like, what are you doing? My father looked at me like I was, like I had 3 heads when I left the dental industry. He was like, girl, you've got a 401k, you've got benefits, you can they fix your teeth whenever you need it, you can get your teeth clean, you get paid. Like, what are you doing? I was like, Dad, there's something more. There's something more. And VIP Ignite for me showed me so much more about myself. What we do, yes, we're going to get you all the tools, resources, and connections that you need. But you know what? There's this other thing that we have. It's called a community. And I want to share a little bit of a story, and then I'm going to take you guys and show you, take you on a tour of school. The reason that I love school is not only because you're going to get everything that you need. Okay. We literally go over every facet of the industry in school. It used to be called our vault, but now it's school. Alicia likes to say school is cool. Okay. But we have a community in there as well. Okay. VIP Ignite is a community of people that are all going in the same direction. We may not exactly be on the same path. We may not have the exact same direction, but we're all moving forward together. So about 1.5 years ago, I got a phone call. We did one of these boot camps, and I got a phone call at like 10 o'clock at night. And it was a woman that I had never met yet. Like we've been on Zooms, we'd interacted, but I had never met her face to face. And she called me and she's like, hey, Denise. I was like, I was exhausted. I'm not going to lie. I was like, what's going on? She's like, I think I'm having a heart attack. I was like, what? She's like, I think I might be having a heart attack. She lives clear across the country. Okay. I was like, okay, this is what you need to do. You need to hang up and dial 911. And I was like, so upset. I was like, what am I going to do? Oh my gosh. Like, how can I possibly help this woman? Why did she call me? Like, why did she call me? And I was freaking out. And the other day, Mike and I were driving and we were talking about this because we always talk, Marjorie, we love you. We always talk about Marjorie because like she's someone like she's always moving and moving forward and elevating herself. Everything she's doing, she's always trying to elevate herself. And I was like, Mike, do you remember that? And he's like, yeah. He said, do you realize what that means? And I was like, yeah, I mean, I couldn't do anything because I'm like, I'm an action taker. I always want to help people. He was like, Denise, do you realize that the community that we've created here at VIP Ignite is so strong that someone that you had never met called you and you could have potentially been the last voice that she ever heard? Well, I started crying because I was like, wow, that's what we do at VIP Ignite. We have that type of community. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you guys now a little bit about the school community that we've created, as well as all of the resources that we have. But what I want you to understand is this. Anyone can give you resources, right? Not like we do. I mean, the resources that we have are bar none the best in the industry. But not only are you going to get those resources, you're going to get that community of people that are going to be cheering you on. So what I would like to do now is I would like to show you guys school, which is a project that we've been working on, and it's still under construction. But for my people that are currently in school, I want you to know that we added more today while you were on boot camp. So while you guys are here learning and growing, school is learning and growing too. All right, so let me share school with you. All right. So this is our school community. So the first thing I want you to see is that it is very much a community. I don't ask people to post in here. I don't do any of that, but they literally, you can see people here just absolutely encouraging one another. Okay. Like this is we used to have our community solely on Facebook, and some of you are part of our boot camp Facebook community, which is great. But like the level of commitment to one another that we have in this in school is absolutely amazing. Okay, so let me go back here. So first thing I want to show you is that we do have a bunch of different resources for you. Okay, and the first thing you're going to do once you join school is you're going to introduce yourself to us, because we want to get to know you. There's a way to communicate with me directly. So when you become a part of VIP Ignite, you don't just get thrown in the deep end without any swimming. He's like, we're here to support you, and we're here to be with you, and we're here to help you grow. And not only myself and Mike and Alicia and our team overseas, but literally like everyone in school. Something I say all the time, and you'll hear me say this, I should probably get a tattoo so I can just like, okay, guys, it's this time. A rising tide raises all ships. So we're always rising together. We're always growing together. So the first thing you'll do, like I said, is you'll introduce yourself. And we have a bunch of free resources for you, because we want you to understand that we want to give you everything that you need. So we have a manifesto here. We'll go over that tomorrow. We actually have monologues. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have you take your body measurements. We even have, like, how many of you were really impressed by Stephanie Courtney's resume? And you're like, whoa, how do I do that? We even have a whole resource in here on how to create your own resume. Like, how do you build your resume? Okay. So we literally cover all the bases for you here in school. Okay. Oops, hold on. It's the talent sheet. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Let's get out of this. Okay, awesome. So like we give you a bunch of different resources. Not only that though, like the resources are great and the community is great, but then you can really dive in and really just take the bull by the horns. So a group of us are actually, we're gonna start a new course in school. We're actually doing a book club as well, the VIP Ignite book club. Our the first book that we're reading is Eat That Frog. Because one of the things that I want everyone to understand also is not only is it important, obviously, to get the skills that you need as an actor or model. That goes without saying, right? You get ready now, so you're always ready, right? So you don't have to get ready. Be ready, so you don't have to get ready. But your mindset is super important. Your time management skills are really important. So we cover all of those things for you. Okay. Not only that, but we have a ton of resources in here. So when you first get started, you're going to start in the get started. And again, we have the free resource. We have the resources there for you so you can get started. In addition to that, we have an event coming up in Tampa. Gosh, in like 2 weeks. That's crazy. I can't believe that. But then we also have an event in Hollywood. We have an event coming up in Las Vegas and in Atlanta. We're going to put those in here as well. The first thing that you'll start with though, after you go through the get started resources, is we're going to have you go through the 21-day challenge, because you know what? So many times when people get started in the entertainment industry, they have this idea of what they need to do, but a lot of times people will talk to you in techno babble. When I worked in the dental office, I called it dentalese, but it's like kind of like people talk to you in entertainment ease. Okay, you know what? This is what I need you to do. I need you to send me over digitals, and I need a self-tape right now. Like, how many of you, like, on the drop of a hat, could just do that and do it exceptionally? So you'll book the job. Some of you can, because you've gone through the 21-day challenge and you've been doing this for a while. But for some of you, it's like a digital, like what? I don't even know what that is. So what we do, the first thing we have every talent go through, whether you've been doing this for 5 minutes or 5 decades, I don't care. I have everyone go through the 21-day challenge. So we do some mindset. We talk about having a vision. We have you write and create your own monologue. We have you talk about, again, digitals are so important. We have two modules on digitals. We talk about self-tapes. We talk about how to dress on set, how to do your makeup. We talk about all of these things. This way, when you go into the audition room, you're ready. You're more likely to get a call back if you walk in with the right material. So we set you up for success with that. One other thing we have is the 30 and 30. I know at the beginning of the day, I told you guys about one of our talent who her goal was to book 30 jobs in 30 days. She failed. She booked 31 jobs in 30 days. So this is based off of her. So we just want to make sure that you are accelerating your success. So we give you the tools and resources right here. So you go through this too. That's a great picture of Gino Visconti. We even talk about like comedy, improv, everything. Like we go through everything with you. Okay. You're going to learn about developing a Dream 100 list. So how do you, like, if you want to work with people on a certain level, like how do you get to those people? There's a formula. We have that formula in here. We talk about asking the right questions. My gosh, how many of you have ever been in a room with people and they're like, they ask you the questions, you're like, no. It's so important that you're asking the right questions. When you ask better questions, you get better answers, right? So we go over even what questions to ask. So we break all of that down for you. In addition to that, we have a couple intensives going on right now. One of them is with Bobby Finaro from The Sopranos. So he's a multi-award winning actor. He played Eugene in The Sopranos. He was in The Irishman. And I'll tell you a little fun fact about him, and that's why it's so important to work with Bobby Finaro, is that whenever you work with Martin Scorsese, or as Bobby likes to call him, Marty, whenever you work with Martin Scorsese, like he has you follow the script, but he also knows that actors, like, they like to act and do improv. So if you ever watch The Irishman and you see Bobby Finaro's scene, all of his lines were his improv that Martin Scorsese was like, yeah, you know what? That's good. We're going to use that instead of the way that the script was written. How cool is that? Like, that's the type of people that we work with. We're also doing an acting intensive with Mark Christopher Lawrence. He was in the show Chuck. He played Big Mike in Chuck. He was in The Pursuit of Happiness. He played in Terminator 2. He has 4 movies that he's working on this year, but he's also a classically trained actor, and he's going to be taking our talent through a 6-month journey using one script, going so deep in that script that they're going to see the line, "It's a muggy day," and the way that they act it out is going to completely change because they're going that deep on script analysis. How many of you know that if you have the opportunity to work with someone on that level, you're going to elevate, you're going to land more auditions, you're going to get more callbacks? That's what we do. We set you up for success. Not only that, something that we do is we have production assistant training. So if you've ever wanted to be let me frame it this way. There are so many different ways to get into the entertainment industry. Most people think, oh, I'm going to be an actor or I'm going to be a model. There are so many other ways to get into the industry. And we understand that the entertainment industry is like a mansion. You can get in the front door, you can get in a window, you can go down the chimney. So what we're doing is we're providing the tools and resources that you need to get started in the entertainment industry in a variety of different ways. So we do production assistant training. This is a lot, and I had my coffee, so you guys are in for it. Something else that we have as well is mastering the art of photography, videography, and photography. How many of you know that if you understand the way a photographer works, you're going to be a better model? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments if you understand that. How many of you understand that if you know the way the video works, like how the lighting works, how all these things work, you're going to be better on set? So what we do is we lay out the mastering the art of videography and photography. You're going to be able, by the end of that course, going through that, you're going to literally be able to pick up a camera and start taking photos on a professional level. Same thing with video. We also have slate and reel training. We work with our talent to help prepare them. This module is really cool. We actually had a SAG franchised agent come on and do training on exactly what she has her talent do when they're doing slates, when they're doing their reels. We had an inspirational speaker who works with Tony Robbins. He is an MC. He came on and he did a training on getting everyone inspired and getting them ready to go. We have a special section just for our inner circle. So if you're a part of our inner circle, definitely check that out. We're adding a lot of stuff to that. Actually, as we speak, we're adding a lot of modules to that. We also did a comedy improv weekend. So we understand that you knowing how to do improv is important. And not only is it important for acting and modeling, but if you are someone in business, this is something that you need. this is something that you need. You need to be able to think on your feet. Improv isn't just about making people laugh. It's about thinking on your feet. So we had Craig Shoemaker, who's worked with some of the biggest names in comedy, come on. Jeffrey Gurian, he started out as a dentist, and now he is one of the biggest writers in New York. Like, he literally knows everybody. We Gino Visconti. So this is not rated PG, but he is hilarious. Like, he literally yeah, you'll learn so much going through this. I could go on and on, but it was like absolutely amazing. That training. Let's see what else we got here. For anyone who bought the Finding Fame, what we did was we had Ryan Colby do a whole weekend. That's now available to everyone in school. Okay. We're working on a truth management 12-week training. We have so many things going on in school, but what you're going to get in this is you're going to get the tools and resources that you need to elevate your success. Not only you're going to get the tools and resources, but you're going to get that community. Okay. It's actually super easy to use too. All you have to do is like click on the link and there you go. You get the Zoom links. So it's super easy to navigate when you're a part of our Rising Stars Academy, when you're a part of all these different things. Like, literally, you just click on the link and bam, there you are. All right. And then here's one of my favorite parts too. How many of you are just a little or a lot competitive? And I'm looking at all of you Fearless Rebels. I know who the competitive ones are. I'm looking at you, Ryan Clapham and Darrell Radcliffe. Oh my gosh, they've been making my head spin. Okay. So we're gamifying being competitive. We're gamifying you guys having the opportunity to go. Oh, Solange, look at Solange coming in. I didn't even see that. I see how you guys are. But what we're doing is we're giving you the opportunity to be super competitive. Like, how many of you would love to get rewarded for being competitively uplifting? Right? Like, that's what I think about it. It's like literally where you get rewarded for being supportive of one another. Like, who else does that? It's crazy. Don't worry, Christine Harding. Here's the cool thing too. Okay. If maybe you have a busy week and you're traveling back and forth across the country 7 times, for example, it doesn't matter, because you know what? We have an all-time leaderboard. Then it breaks it down by 30 days. And then every week, here's the thing. You can't just rest on your laurels and say, yes, I've arrived. You have to keep contributing to the community in order to stay on the leaderboard, right? So I just want you guys to know, like, I love what we were doing with school. I love the community. I love the fact that we're able to like really work together and develop the sense of community, because again, like, so many times this can be super lonely. Like, we understand this can be extremely lonely sometimes. And the thing is that what we're doing is we're providing all of, like, how many of you would love to be a member of school? Like, would love to be a member of that community? If that sounds like you, type school in the comments. Like, and if you're not, like, if you want to be a part of it, type school in the comments. Yeah. And how many of you think that perhaps, given the opportunity, if you could invest like less than $25 a week to be a part of that, do you think it would be worth it? If you do, say yes. Type yes in the comments. Okay, because we're going to give you that opportunity tomorrow. We're going to give you the opportunity to like become a part of something where not only can you elevate your success, you can become a part of an amazing community of people that are going to support you. And I want you to understand how important that is, because like, how many of you are on your phone like all the time? Like, you're going through, like, you're looking, okay, this is what's going on Facebook. This is what's going on Instagram. This is what's going on TikTok. It's okay. We understand. But how much is that elevating your life? Really? Like, how many of you like have gotten a paycheck because you liked enough Instagram posts? Or how many of you have gotten a promotion because you're on social media all day long? Unless you're a social media manager, the answer is no, right? So now what you can do is, how many of you would love to be able, how many of you Netflix and chill too? I heard Mike talk about how many of you how many of you have fallen prey to the Netflix trap, where you're watching Netflix and then all of a sudden, Are you still watching? Yes, no, maybe so. Oh my God, I get so annoyed when I see that. We all fall prey to that, right? But how many of you would like, instead of being on Netflix, instead of watching other people act, instead of going through magazines and seeing other people in the magazine, how many of you want the opportunity to be on Netflix? How many of you want the opportunity to be in the magazine? If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. That's the opportunity that we're offering you, not only through school, but by being on this weekend. I want you to understand that. I want you to understand that you get rewarded in public for what you do in private. Okay, Alicia has a different version of it, and she'll say that later, but you get rewarded in public for what you do in private. So if you're getting great rewards, that means you're kicking butt in private. If you're hearing crickets, maybe you're not doing as much as you can in private. And it's an irrefutable law. So I want you guys to think about this. If you had the opportunity to be working behind the scenes, to get to know your craft, and at 4 o'clock, we're going to have a speaker come on who is one of the most knowledgeable people on the fashion, on modeling that I've ever met. Every time I talk to him, I learn so much. How many of you are an expert on acting techniques? How many of you are an expert on the fashion industry? How many of you in your spare time are doing that research or doing that work? You want to be, but are you? The answer is probably no. And I'm not here to judge you. I'm not here to judge you at all. But what I can tell you is that if you want to start working toward that, this is what you need to do. We're giving you that opportunity. We're going to give you that opportunity tomorrow to say yes to yourself. And I want you to think about that. Are you happy where you are right now? Are you like, you know what? I'm living my best life. Denise, I'm just here because I want to be motivated. Like, I love getting up every morning. I love what I do. Or you're like, you know what? There's more. I want more. If you want more, type more in the comments. If you want more, type more in the comments, because that's what we're offering you. That's what this whole boot camp is about. This boot camp isn't just about entertaining you. It's not just about us dancing and inspiring you. It's about you making a decision to take action. People who take massive action get massive results. That's what school's all about. And you can go through, I can go through and I can see who's done what on school, what your progress is. I know Mike talked about that on our old system too. He was like, whoa, Denny, who's this? And I was just telling him, yeah, I know. Obviously that person, they're super successful because I see how many hours they've put in. And then he asked me someone else, who is this? I was like, I don't remember. He's like, yeah, they logged in once. I was like, yeah, probably the time I made them log in when they joined. Okay, can you show me you can log in? What are you doing with the tools and resources at your fingertips right now? Are you using them wisely? Do you want to be encouraged to use them even more wisely? That's the question I have for you. And if you're already a part of our VIP Ignite, I know you guys are already, you're kicking butt. But if you want to kick even more butt, then you know what? We have to step up our game. And if this is your first time that you're here with us, or you've been on these calls multiple times, that's awesome. I'm glad you're getting the knowledge, but what action are you taking? At the beginning of the day, I asked you a question. I'm going to ask you again. What is the best investment that you can make in yourself? What is the best investment that you can make in you? Because you can only control the return on investment that you have. You can put your money in crypto, you can put it in the stock market, you can put it in bonds, you can put it in a savings account and earn like 0.025% interest, or you can invest in yourself and watch that investment grow exponentially. That's my goal for you this weekend. That's my goal for you this weekend. I want you guys to understand that. Like, that's our goal. We want you to expand. We want you to grow. We want you to be a part of something that's so much bigger than yourself. How many of you want to be a part of something so much bigger than yourself? If you do, then you're in the right place right now. You're absolutely in the right place. Awesome. This will good. I can't wait. I'm so excited. And you know, I'm just gonna put this out there for you guys. Now I'm gonna introduce our next guest. This is a 2-day event. 2 days. So guess what? That means you have to show up tomorrow as well. I'm just gonna keep putting out that reminder, because you know what? Everything you want is on the other side of you taking action. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So don't shoot yourself in the foot by not taking a shot. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. All right. Are we good? Are you guys excited? Are you having a great day? Have you been learning, expanding? How many of you are ready to take even more action? Are you ready to take even more action? Awesome. I love it. Same time, both days, same time, 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to start again tomorrow. I'll promise you, I will bring just as much energy as I did today, but we still have more. We still have 2 speakers now. We have a challenge coming up. So don't go anywhere. I feel like I feel like a sports announcer. Don't go anywhere. The best is yet to come, because it's the truth. The best is yet to come. All right. So now I'm going to introduce you to someone who is, oh my gosh, you guys are going to be so excited when you get to hear from this next speaker. So our next speaker has worked extensively in theater, film, television, radio, and voice across the US and Europe. He has done voiceovers across the US and Europe. He has performed and directed for many prominent Las Vegas companies. The Nevada Conservatory Theater. Marcus still holds the Valley Awards Best Lead Actor title and gained a Best Actor nod from the Las Vegas Review-Journal. Born in New York and raised in Switzerland, Marcus received a BA in drama from Dartmouth College and an MFA in acting from Temple University, my alma mater, by the way. While working as an original cast member of the Blue Man Group in Las Vegas, Marcus simultaneously performed for the world-renowned improvisation and sketch comedy show, The Second City, working alongside Jason Sudeikis and Kay Cannon. A former clown in La Rêve, The Dream at the Wynn, Marcus is a current clown for O at the Bellagio and America's Got Talent Superstars Live at the Luxor. Marcus has directed for Vegas Theater Company, Opera Las Vegas, and many schools throughout Las Vegas. He has taught improvisation for the Second City Training Center and countless classes and workshops in acting, movement, speech, and voice for students of all ages. When not on stage, Marcus is an adjunct faculty member of acting and improvisation at the theater department of the College of Southern Nevada and UNLV. Marcus is also a motivational speaker and presenter, an elite dual certified neuroencoding specialist whose specialty lies in leveraging feelings of joy to help others find fulfillment and achievement. In between it all, Marcus enjoys juggling his family life, which includes his lovely wife, Anastasia, and 2 beautiful kids, Jacob and Lucas. Everyone, please give it up for the one, the only, Marcus Weiss. All right. Unmute. There we
Here we
go.
go. The steps are coming in, the anticipation. Thank you, Denise, for having me. And thank you, everybody, for the great honor of being here. This is really, really exciting. And I mentioned the unmuting process, everybody, because there's something really important that I want to share with you today. And that is the anticipation of positive possibilities. The intention, the positive possibilities. In fact, positive expectancy is a huge, huge part of this industry. It has to be. Whether you're on stage expecting something positive to happen in the next moment, or whether it's something positive is going to happen when that unmute button is pushed. Deneen, it was like, so first comes I'm waiting to press the camera on, and then it's like, oh, then I unmute myself, and then you're going to unmute me, and then I have to agree to you unmuting me, and here we are. And that is such a beautiful, huge part of what this entire industry is about. It's what our craft is about. It's about ultimately what makes things happen. It's what gets us out of bed. right? I mean, yes or yes. It's what brought you here, whether you acknowledge it or not, everybody. I'm telling you, it was something in you said, yes, I'm going to log into this. And something in you said, yes, this is worth staying on. And something in you, when you heard the introduction, whatever it was, said, yes, I'm going to stick around. And it's sort of saying yes to that next moment. And I'm sharing all of this before I even share, where I've been or what my story is or what you can do to make your lives happen, because that to me is the very first thing. And the way we get to that positive expectancy and that sort of positive possibilities is by doing the things. And by doing the things, it includes being here. So if everybody, you could do this or not do this, at least in your imagination, take your own hand and point your own finger to yourself and say, I did that. And you pat yourself on your back and you said, I'm freaking amazing. Okay, so can we just say, yeah, exactly. There you go, Reginald. Let's go. I see you. I see you, Louie. I see you, Sid. Oh, wait, can I go on gallery view so I can see more peeps? Excuse me. Let's go, gallery view. Yes, here we go, everybody. Okay, there we go. And here's the good news. Here's it. I see you all patting. I see you, Miss Ryan. I see you. This is so good. Jonathan, what's up? Hugging yourself. I'm telling you, everybody, I'm telling you, whether you're on Broadway right now, whether you're like in the callbacks for an A-list movie, or whether you're just starting out, you have to set the bar such that you can, hi, Sarah, that you can celebrate when you reach it. Because celebration, again, before I start talking about specifics, and I will, before there comes a celebration that keeps you moving forward, like when you're a baby, everybody, and you took a step and you fell over, like your very first experiences in life, somebody in your life looked at you and they didn't say, excuse my language here, you suck at walking. You suck at walking. No, they didn't say that. They said, you did that. You're amazing. Clap, 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 clap. And then you're like, ka, 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 ka. Like, oh, what did I just do to make me feel so loved and connected to the world? And so whole. And so, oh, I took a step. Let me take another one and see what happens. And then you do it again, and you're whoever's taking care of you says you did that, you're amazing, clap, 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 clap. And you kept on taking steps because you wanted to feel good. And it instilled in you this vision of life about what's possible right in front of you. And this is one of those experiences. This is one of those experiences saying right now, you're amazing. You did that, clap, 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 clap. And when you flop this thing up down, when you change that laptop, flop it down or zoom out here, you're going to go like, oh, what else is possible? You're going to lift your chin. You're going to look out with some light. And you're going to go like, oh, what's the next thing I can do? And hopefully that thing is come tomorrow and join Deneen on this call. That's the action. That's part of the action we're talking about. Anyway, I have 45 minutes here, and I cannot stress enough, because if the internet goes out right this very moment and I don't get to the end of my 45 minutes with y'all, let it be known that taking action and celebrating yourself, becoming your own parent so that you're your own baby. You keep telling yourself, I did that, pat, pat, pat. I'm freaking amazing. The rest of the day, then the rest of your life. And the way to do that is to do it everywhere. Eat a sandwich. I did that. I'm amazing. I sent in one headshot. I'm amazing. I went to one Zoom meeting. I did that so that you can keep your light on. Because here's the key. I think here's the magic sauce. Okay. I'm going to lean in. Can you all hear me? Can you, oh, what did I say? Can you still just saying? Yes, Jamie, just saying. Okay. Okay. Type a 1 in the chat if you can hear me when I talk like this. Can you hear me? Type a 1 in the chat. Yeah. Okay. Good. Good. Okay. The secret sauce, everybody, is number 1, Deneen and VIP Ignite. Okay. That's the stew that we're talking about. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And in that, the spice I'm adding is magnetism. Magnetism. And magnetism comes from you turning on your light and keeping that light on. And keeping that light on so that you can light others. And those other people include your network. It includes the person that you're walking into the audition for. Or it includes the people in the Zoom meeting. It includes your friends. So that you show up. Because how many actors have we seen? How many performers have we seen that might have made it on stage, but you walk out going like, it was okay. Oh, that was pretty good. Or the people that are on screen or on the stage and you go, what just happened? What? And it doesn't matter what form it is. It could be a musical. I've done those. It could be a drama movie. Done those. It could be a voiceover. Been there, done that. It's just that something that makes you perk up. And if the internet goes out, I want to tell you that secret. It's a thing that makes people perk up. And that thing is you. That thing is you. And you are the one that has control over that. You're the one that has control over, can I turn my light on? You're the one who gets to say, this is a choice. Everybody, I don't wake up like this. I don't wake up with energy and excitement. I do, Deneen, by the way. I do wake up like that, but it's because I've conditioned myself to. You know what I mean? I wake up and I go, it's going to be a great day. Because as performers, we know that. Sometimes I use my fingers. It's going to be a great day. Something wonderful is going to happen. Because then our brain believes us. And then it goes down into our hearts and our hearts feel us. And then the heart sends a message out to our body that then does things. And then we have things as a result of what we do, those actions that Deneen is talking about. As you think, so you feel. As you feel, so you do. As you do, so you have. Okay, done. Does anybody want to hear my story? Raise your hand if you want to hear how I got into Blue Man Group and what it's like to, goodness gracious. All right, here we go. All right, you've been waiting for that. The anticipation, Reginald. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, raising the virtual hand. Questions come later. Questions come later, everybody. Write the questions down. All right, that's right. Look at that. Look at that. Check this out. Check this out. Okay, side note, everybody, I get so excited about this because you excite me. Okay, the reason you raise your hands, okay, is because I showed up and I raised my hands and then y'all raise your hands. But it's not just because of me. You did that. That's right, Jamie. You did that. And you're amazing. And you did that because you felt, you created an environment in this. And thank you, Deneen, for creating this. You created an environment where you trusted that this was a safe place, that this was a place where you can grow, that this is a place where if I do what Marcus says or whatever, it's going to add to my life. And because of that, you now know that, oh my goodness, I can do things that make me feel good about my life and those around me, and therefore the world. That's it. Life is just versions of that, you know? So then Blue Man is a version of that. And so here we go. All right, I feel that you gotta understand that that's how life can work for you, okay? Life that works for you. So I was in New York, okay? And I don't know if Deneen mentioned, she did mention, I went to Dartmouth College, okay? I went to Dartmouth College, Ivy League. I did that. I'm amazing, whatever. I got a master's degree in acting. And there I was in New York. And I was, anybody been to New York? Raise your hand like this. Anybody been to New York? If you haven't, no big deal. I'm in New York, okay? Big buildings, it's intimidating. There's like, it's a city where there's some streets that have no sunlight. And I'm there and I'm an actor, right? Except I'm at Lincoln Center holding 2 bottles of wine. Because I'm a cater waiter. I'm not an actor, I'm a cater waiter. And one day, and I've been doing this for 6 years, and I didn't mind so much. I thought it was actually kind of fun. But I looked down at my bottles, and this is key. The universe said to me, this is not me, man. This is not me. This is not me. I'm an actor. I got an MFA. I was valedictorian in my high school. This is not my life. And I just said no more. And I just did whatever I could to be an actor, right? But I was like this. I was like, okay, I'm going to dress up as a gorilla for $50, go up Empire State Building. Yes. Okay, I'm an actor. And then I got $75, y'all. $75 to dress up as a stick of butter on a New Jersey, on a Long Island golf course, a stick of butter to advertise butter. And I was humiliated. My name was Betty Butter, and I had yellow tights and white gloves, and I went around and people were throwing balls at me, and I was crying in my box. And then one day, my friend, I'm like an actor. I'm an actor, right? And I just said, that's it. No more catering. One day, my friend Jimmy Ludwig, okay? The name itself comes walking towards me downtown. It's raining, and he's walking straight as an arrow. He's got a toothy grin on, and he goes, he's singing to himself. And I go, Jimmy, what are you doing, man? This is New York. You can't walk around like that. You're going to get mugged. And he goes, oh, I'm coming from work. And I was like, what work is that? And then he said this. He said 3 words, Blue Man Group. I was like, I knew instantly, not in here, but in here, I knew I needed me some of that, man. Whatever he was having, I needed that. If I could come from work like that and show up like that, then I'm going. And I didn't know Blue Man Group. Put a one in the chat if you've ever seen Blue Man Group. You've seen it. You can put a one in the chat or raise your hand, y'all. Yes. And here's the thing. Yes. So I went, and they happen to need drummers. And they happen to need people who don't talk, who don't, who can express themselves without talking, because the character doesn't speak. And I got the job to open the biggest show they ever had in Vegas. And I was the original cast in Vegas in 2000, okay? Yeah, you need that. Yes, Jamie. Yes. So, and here's the thing. This is why I brought up you did that, and that's why I bring up the light and the magnetism. Jimmy showed up in that magnetism because the whole show of Blue Man is about that. And I didn't know this, but the show is these three characters who are sort of one, right? And they wear these bald caps, and we would put these, it's a rubber ball cap glued onto your head, and you have these in-ears on so you can hear the rock music and stuff. And you put all this blue makeup on, so you kind of look like an alien, man. And the character is defined, we like to say, as an alien baby. And the reason we say an alien baby is because the alien and the baby don't know much about how the rest of the world kind of works. They're totally innocent. They come in this expecting positive things, expecting innocence. You could call it naivete, you can call it whatever. But the Blue Man comes in, and they're connected, but they look at the audience and something's not right. And I don't know, for those of you who've seen Blue Man shows up and they're kind of like, they're looking like this. And it's not because they're just frozen faces, man. They're looking, that's right, Reginald. They're looking because they're like, what is up? What is up with this? And they keep, the subtext says, what is that? What is that? But behind the eyes, they're saying something wonderful is going to happen. We just have to find a way there. That's what, remember what I said in the beginning when I first showed up? Something wonderful is going to happen. We don't know what it is yet. We don't know what it is yet or how we're going to get there. That comes second. But the faith, and I call this faith, something wonderful is going to happen. That's how the Blue Man shows up. The Blue Man can't speak. The Blue Man doesn't speak the language of what's in front of him. The Blue Man doesn't understand the language of these people out there. But the Blue Man has everything at his or her or their disposal. And so that's why when you see Blue Man Group, they grab drumsticks and they play on drums. Oh, didn't work. Next. And they take marshmallows and they throw marshmallows around. They check the audience. Nope, still not there. And then they eat Twinkies and stuff. And I'm sorry, I'm so excited about this. They eat Twinkies and they're always checking in because the stakes are high. For those of you who've seen it. So the stakes are high in Blue Man. It's so cool because it's life or death. It's really life or death for the Blue Man. The Blue Man doesn't understand life or death per se. They just know that either something wonderful is going to happen or nothing. You know what I mean? So that's all the Blue Man sees, and they're willing to do whatever it takes. And so by the end of the show, through all these what might be weird events that are highly entertaining, by the way, both to me as a performer and to the audience, everybody is celebrating by pulling on strings of paper. They're connected, and everybody's pulling on these strings of paper, and it's a big mess, and people are cheering, there's strobe lights going off, trigger warning strobe lights. And then the Blue Man, I got to get up for this, everybody. The Blue Man is jumping up and down because they can't speak. They're jumping up and down, and they say, stay with that. Stay with that. And then, because that's all they care about, is the connection, the celebration, the joy. And then everybody's like, yeah. And they walk out. And then every night, we would walk out and connect with the audience. After the show, we'd come out and we'd connect with them, and we wouldn't speak. And people were just like, I don't know what just happened, but wasn't that great? Kind of a thing. And then you go out afterwards, you leave, and you're like filled with this sense of, I call it joy. There's awe and wonder, and anything's possible. And then I would wake up every day, guys. Hey, man, I came from New York with like 10 jobs at once, right? Overwhelming, man. And before Blue Man, I'd wake up and I'd go like, here we go again. And I don't know the future. But if anybody of you knows the future, please go out and become a billionaire. Okay, yeah. Carolyn, yep. But Carolyn, check it out. We don't know the future. And yet here we are, waking up going, it's going to be another one of those. Everybody, come on now. You might as well, and it sounds simple, but it's not easy. You might as well say, it's going to be a great day. Because like the Blue Man, something wonderful is going to happen. And it's not easy to do. And there's things that you got to do. And these are the actions Neen's talking about. Because when you do the things and you go and you celebrate like, oh, I did that. That actually felt good. And you recognize it. That's when you go like, oh, wait a minute. I can actually make my day better. I can actually make this moment more meaningful. I can create my life step by step, baby step by baby step. And then if something doesn't work, you chuck it. Like in Blue Man, man, they're eating banana or whatever. It's banana, by the way, that we spurt out of our chests. Spoiler alert, okay? That's why it smells weird, okay? You do something, make a mess, who cares? Next, because you're on your way to greatness. You're on your way to the end. And the end is celebration. Guess what? Y'all know what celebration feels like because you're a master at it, because you've done it in your life. So you got to practice the celebration so you know what it is to get to the end. And that end is whatever dream you want to celebrate at the end. Something good is going to happen. That's right, Jamie. And so every day I would do that. And guys, I promise you this is what I would do. I would go home and I would be filled, unless I was hanging out with friends after the show. I would get a smile like Jimmy Ludwig. Here's that smile just thinking about Blue Man. I would leave and I would be driving home from work. And it was like 2 a.m, guys. And I would be pulling over to a drugstore because it was the only thing that was open. And I would buy some toothpaste I didn't need, or like my 10th packet of floss, because all I could do was go up to the person at the cash register and say, I'm in Blue Man Group. I didn't know what to say. I just wanted to connect to somebody and make something happen that felt good and pulled me forward into a beautiful state, you know? And I would go to sleep thinking back about all the great things that had happened. And I would wake up and, like I said before, I would say, it's going to be a great day. And if any of you are performers, by a show of hands, who considers himself a performer of some kind, or wants to be a performer of some kind? Okay, great. Fabulous. Amazing. Okay, I see you, Jamie. Yeah, I see you, Ms. Ryan. I see you. I see you, Chris. Yeah, I see you, Vicky. We make it up in here. The script, right? We make it up and we go, oh, this is so cool. This is what the character's thinking. Okay, great. Yeah, the character's has this kind of background, has that kind of background. Yeah. And that makes us feel a certain thing, right? Like I said, as I think, so I feel. And then we make these choices on set or on the stage, right? And then as a result of that, the other actors do something else, right? In response to what we did. And then as a result of what we do together, the audience claps. Yeah, right on. Right? So if you show up in a certain way and you do certain things, the audience applauds you. And that's success. Well, the same thing goes for our life. Is the thoughts that you have create the feelings that you have, create the actions that you take, creates what you have in your life. What you have in your life is the world applauding you, basically. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Michelle. Yeah, something is good. I should turn the chat on so I can see it in the side. But it's but how to do that? How to get into that cycle of having good thoughts and having good feelings and taking good actions and getting good results? How to get into that cycle? You can start with your thoughts on a couch, or you can take action and then celebrate that action and see the results and get in that way. And you go like, whoa, because then all of a sudden you're thinking different. And all of a sudden you're like, whoa, wait a minute, stuff's possible. And Blue Man was so cool because it gave you practice so the show itself was this practice for me every day and for everyone around me, that the world, the playground, was sort of infinite. In our imagination, we could grab anything. So when we ran into an obstacle, well, what else is possible? What else can I grab on stage to make something weird happen? All in the name of joy. Our result was joy. Our goal, our dream for the show was joy, connection, and joy. Your result, your dream could be something else. Your dream could be, it could be like this kind of dream. So what thoughts do you need to have? What actions do you need to take to make you feel like, okay, pedal to the metal, y'all? Blue Man's not like a pedal to the metal kind of vibe, but that might be your joy. Your joy might be, oh man, full confidence, grab it. What can you do? And what can you do today? So Deneen I was talking to Janine and she was talking about like, well, what was the audition process like? Right. And so for me, may I share, do I have your permission to share about the audition process? Like, how do I get into this? Well, how did I start? Well, it started with Jimmy, right? It started with this idea that it's good news ahead of me. And I went to the, and when I got to the audition, the first thing was drumming. The first thing, of course, was drumming. And back then they were looking for drummers. And now that was specific. And I happened to be a drummer, but what they were really looking for was somebody who could go for it and who sort of got into it. And they would show a pattern and then we would repeat the pattern. Underneath the drumming, what they were really looking for was somebody who could listen, who could hear them and respond. And I got past that. And then they were looking, then they put a ball cap on me. They put a swim cap on me. Like I see you, John. You know what I'm talking about? The hairdo. I see you, Reginald. The hairdo. They needed to see what I looked like with no hair. Back then I had hair, okay? Now I don't anymore. I shave it on purpose because I don't like what's happening up there. I don't like what's happening up there anymore. So I just shave it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. So back then it's like this. So I'm like this. And then they do these exercises. I don't know if any of you've done improv. I did a ton of improv with the Second City. And they go, they ask questions to bounce energy back and forth. Very, very simple. They go, like something wonderful is going to happen, or wow. They go, wow. And then you respond, wow. And then I go, wow. And they go, wow. And then they go, wow. And I go, wow. You see what's happening? Like, I mean, it might not always be this expressive. It might be more subtle, but what they were looking for, and I didn't know this because on the inside, Mickey, I was just going, wow, I can't believe I'm auditioning for a Blue Man Group. What the heck is going on? But what they were looking for was a vulnerability. What they were looking for is a vulnerability. And vulnerability, for those of you who've been in like, film acting classes, right, Jamie? Yeah. Like film acting, especially, and like, you want to get into vulnerability means, this and perhaps crying and perhaps that kind of thing. Yes, that's part of it. But vulnerability means, to me, being able to be affected by outside stimulus. That's it. That's it. So for those of you who are doubting that you're vulnerable at all, or, oh, can I be vulnerable? And they're telling me to be vulnerable. Every single one of you was. When I went like this and you put your arms up, or we went like this, or you went like this, that's being vulnerable. That's it. So don't you worry none about whether you can sit in a corner and cry and command. That's great. Some of that's technique, some of that's relaxation technique. Then I can talk about that. If you choose to stay connected with me, we can go over all of that too. But I want you to know to celebrate yourself right now and knowing that, yes, you are worthy, you are vulnerable, you're able to be affected by outside stimuli. Even right now, John, just nodding, that means you're vulnerable. You have the ability to listen, to hear, and be affected by somebody else. And that's what's important in this industry. Not just on stage, I feel, not just on set, not just when you're in a scene, but with those people, the people around you. Are you able to get excited by what Deneen is saying? Or when she talks about VIP Ignite, do you get affected by it? Do you get inspired by it? Are you able to see, right, Carol? Are you able to see, oh, there's positive possibilities in there, and go even one step further and go, oh, I can expect something positive to happen. And by positive, I mean something that's life-affirming for you. Something that makes, and by life-affirming, I mean something that makes you feel alive, happy to be above ground and not taking a dirt bath, and wanting to do more. Something that makes you want to go, yes, life, let's go. My version happens to be this kind of excitement. Yours might be gentle. So yes, you are all vulnerable. And that's what they were checking for in this audition. Can Marcus be affected by what we're offering? And can he then, and here's another key, when you're affected by something, are you brave enough? Are you courageous enough? Are you open enough? Here it is, to share back. That's it, man. That's it. That's it. Are you open enough to then give back? Because only when you give back, which is also a form of action taking, can anybody do anything with your light. Only when you turn it on, or when you uncover your light, can you shine it onto anybody or anything. That's what they're looking for. It's one thing to be affected and then keep it to yourself. It's one thing to get an idea, an inspiration from any of us here, from each other, and keep it to yourself and go sit on a couch or go procrastinate some more or withhold if you're in a relationship or something. And we've all done it. I've done it today. You know, we all do it. It's okay. Totally okay. And that's called failing, or it's called slipping up, or it's called in a dip. And it happens, man, it happens all over the place. But when you shine your light, when you turn your flashlight on and then uncover it, your flashlight, by the way, is your heart. It's the biggest flashlight you got. When you turn that magnetism on and you choose to share it, then somebody can be affected by it. Somebody else can get inspired by you. And then they get inspired and go like, oh, Marcus is inspiring. Oh, Jamie's inspiring. Oh, Christine, you're inspiring. Let's do something together. Like when something affects you, shine something back, applaud that thing. And then that thing knows you're applauding them. And then boom, you're connected. Like the Blue Men are connected, like they take actions to connect to the audience. So back to the audition process, there I was. And all that stuff is going on and they're checking on that. Can Marcus give back? Can we create a lift together? Because for those of you who've done Sanford Meisner technique, it's all about acting is reacting. And life is about reacting, you know, responding to each other and building something together. So there we were going like, wow, 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 wow. And all of a sudden we're going, wow, like this. And then all of a sudden we're like, whoa, what just happened? And then we felt really, that's right, Jamie. That's right, man. That's right. And you're like, yes. And all of a sudden it's like, what just happened? And they're like, that just happened. And now we're like this. And so then I got the job. And then I just got the job. Well, sorry, not quite. They flew me to Vegas because they were building the show in Vegas. And get this, everybody. I came to Vegas and I was the first guy to get into makeup in the brand new dressing room because they were opening the show in like a month or so. They were building the show at the Luxor Hotel. And I got into makeup, but I did one of the numbers in full makeup because they wanted to see me be the thing. They wanted to see me be the thing. In Blue Man audition, in the audition process, they need to see the real thing happening in real time, even if it's just for a minute or for 30 seconds. They don't gamble on the fact that you might grow into it. They need to see your ability to go full in and be the thing. And then you can work on being the thing consistently later. And this is, and so that's why I was in full makeup. And they were like, that's it. Look, that's him being his fullest self. That's him being the full Blue Man. That's Marcus being vulnerable and sharing. That's the thing we need. That's the thing we want as a part of this light puzzle, as a part of this magnetism stew that is Blue Man. And there I was. And I was sitting on the floor of the lobby when they gave me the job. And everybody, you know what I said? Jamie Block, you know what I said? I said, and this is key, can I think about it? I said, can I think about it? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? That's right, John Connolly. I was in full, they had just seen me being like joy embodied in full presence, you know, creating light and doing the thing. And then I went right back into this thing and I said, can I think about it? See this face? Can I think about it? And they went like this. They were literally like, okay. And then all of a sudden they were in their head and they were like, but they were probably thinking like, are you kidding me? And meanwhile, the universe is going, Marcus, are you kidding me? They're like, we shouted at you when you were holding those bottles. Don't you remember that moment when you were holding the freaking bottles? And I was like, and so guys, so I went back to New York and I thought about it. And you know what it took? It took my girlfriend at the time. She was like, Marcus. She was like, Marcus, you're gonna go or I'll break up with you to make you go. And I was like, so still, but anyway, I went, needless to say, I was like, yeah, because she made me really feel, she shook me up, man. She put me into my pain points and just went, Marcus, man, no, look at your life. You're a cater waiter. Look, man, you're an actor. Look at this. Look at look at that moment you just created by leaning into this feeling of like, no. This feels right. This is it. This is it. You got to believe, man. You got to believe in those moments. So there I was, and I went to Blue Man Group, and then I did it every night, and my hair is standing on end, the hair on my arms, because I don't have any up here. Right, Reginald? And every day, dude, I got to go to Blue Man, and every day I got to do this great show, and every day, and then that same sort of feeling bled into the rest of my life. And I met wonderful friends, and I got my, great wife Anastasia, and my beautiful kids, what was incredible is that out of all cities, and this is why I mentioned Las Vegas in my bio there too, out of all cities to get this job in, it was Vegas. And raise your hand if you've been to Vegas, y'all. Anybody been to Vegas? Have you ever noticed that Vegas is the land of no irony? No irony in Vegas. When they say, hey guys, let's put up a sphere and put Nike ads on it, everybody goes, yes. Everybody goes, yes. You know what I mean? They don't go, I don't think so. No, you want to put a water show in the middle of the desert? Sure. I mean, environmental impact aside, the point is this, is that people say yes to their dreams here. And they do stuff. It's a lot of work to make that sphere happen, or that Eiffel Tower or whatever. And yes, some people might be motivated by economics. Some people are motivated by artistic dreams. It doesn't matter what the motivation is, what the goal is, the dream is, but there's a sense of saying yes to it, of saying yes and for those of you who've done improv, right? It's this yes and. And for those of you who've done improv training, and in improv, you say yes to the reality, whatever it is. You accept the reality. That's the first step. You don't doubt it. You don't go, well, actually. You trust that whatever the other people are creating is the world that you live in, and you trust that that's a great place, something wonderful is going to happen by my addition to it. And that's where okay, I'm worthy, I'm enough, and my step that I'm capable of doing is this line or this action. And you add to that world that already exists, and together you make amazing stuff happen. And then the world applauds, the audience applauds, like, yeah. So the yes and is not you going like, yes, but here's what I think. And I'm going to go back into here. I'm going to think, The yes was Blue Man saying, you got the job. And the and was me ultimately saying, like, yes, and I'm going to come and do it. The yes, in that moment, see what for a second, because of how I was conditioned in my life, I said a little bit of a but. They're like, yes. And then I go like, but I got to think about it. So trust that big yes. Trust that the world has positive possibilities in store for you. Trust that this is the moment. If you miss this, whether it's this moment in this Zoom meeting or whether it's the moment before you go into an audition, that's the moment. That's your life. And you get to be in charge of your vision, So, and it's really endless possibilities. So for me as an actor, what really has helped me get to where I have been and where I'm going and where I am is knowing that I'm enough, first of all, knowing that I am a light that I need to shine, that, showing up in my best self, and trusting that something wonderful is going to happen. And the only way we can say something wonderful is going to happen is if we somehow believe that the world has wonderful things to begin with. And I don't think you'd be here if you didn't already believe that to some degree. You just have to continue believing that, and you need to continue to believe it for every moment of your life. Anything that comes in front of you, anything can be a meaningful moment. The person at the grocery store, your friend, your significant other, the person you're auditioning for. Everything is an opportunity for you to go, yes, and life is good. Yes, and I did that. In an effort to keep that light on, that magnetism that you have, which will, we can talk more about this some other time, because magnetism is the thing that draws other people to you. And that's the thing that happens. It can happen to you. So if there's one takeaway from today is keep saying I did that and pat, I'm freaking amazing. All right. Keep that light going. The light brought you here, and let that light keep shining so you get more stuff. So, yeah, I speak to Blue Man. You know, I've done many other things. I'm a clown with Cirque du Soleil. I work at the Bellagio. I'm a clown with in a number at America's Got Talent. I do that as well. I've worked at the Second City. I was in Le Rêve. Clowning is all about being present and seeing possibilities. So I don't think it's a coincidence that I found myself in those kind of things, in those kinds of environments. Yeah, everything is meaningful. It's true, Reginald. And you make it so. I did that. Yeah, Carol. Yeah. Love to sing that. Love to sing that. I did that. Yeah. Now, I sang that. Yes, Carol Miller. The reason I sang that is because something in me trusts that it could be of value. I wouldn't do that if I thought it would be dangerous. But somewhere in life, you get conditioned to see danger. But in order to make it, you took action. I did that. Sweet. The only way forward is to take action. The only way forward is to stay on the Zoom call. The only way forward is to show up again tomorrow. The only way forward is to not take a break, right? The only way forward. And if your pace is different, great. I mean, massive action leads to more massive results, you know. At the same time, please recognize that you to keep moving forward, and be that light that people want to be around, right? Because this industry requires other people. Yeah, you can make videos on YouTube and monetize that somehow, but a lot of people who are watching are being magnetized to you. That's what's happening. Magnetized to you. I mean, like, they're responding to your light. You know, that's right, Jamie. Yeah, be the light. Lalini. I don't have my glasses on. I need reading glasses. Yeah, that's what happens when you're in your 50s. I'm in my 50s. Can you believe it? So again, I gotta stress, do I wake up like this? Excited like this? Not every day. Not the split second waking up every day, because sometimes I'm tired, y'all. But if I need to, I take my fingers and I say, it's going to be a great day. I keep my fingers. Ask my 15-year-old son how annoying he can be when dad goes like, just stand up straight, man. Take a deep breath, y'all. I don't know if y'all have a 15-year-old in your life, but that stuff's challenging, right, Ms. Ryan? They collapse. And it's like, don't collapse. Don't give in to cynicism. Don't give in to the collapse. All right. Yeah, 16-year-old Ada. Yeah. I mean, it's natural, right? They're going like, no, don't give in. Don't give in to the gravity of your posture. Okay, here's a little voice and movement hack for you. Okay, if you stand up straight and you're feeling this, know that's this telling your heart, telling your body to do that. Just sitting up straight, taking a deep breath, and saying something wonderful is going to happen. That's a little bit of a hack. All right. I'm sorry. I'm just looking at the time, and I know it's 42. Trust the process. Yeah, Marjorie, that you invest in yourself, allowing your magnetism to shine, and working with people that are knowledgeable about the industry like VIP Ignite. I know, man. That's exactly right. Please, I don't believe in coincidences, everybody. I don't believe in coincidences. And it's not a coincidence that you're here. This is the universe telling you, this is your Jimmy Ludwig. This is the voice telling you, no more. If you got the bottles in your hand, no more. This is the universe telling you what else is ahead of you. This is the moment. And if you go, let me think about it, that's different than saying yes and to this very moment, which you can't because you're freaking amazing. Okay, it is 12:43. Okay, and I would like to open it up with Deneen's permission. Why do I talk so loud? Because I feel like I'm talking to small squares. So Deneen, do we want Darrell, do we want questions and answers? Would you guys?
Yes, and we do want questions and answers.
All right, I'm sure there's a lot of questions.
Okay. So if anyone has a question, this is what I want you to do. I want you to raise your Zoom hand, and I will choose the people who will ask the questions. All right. Oh, Ryan Clapham. Here we go. All right.
Hey, Marcus.
Hi.
What was your biggest why when you got into acting?
my biggest why was to connect with and move people. It was not storytelling. It was not, oh, I want to tell stories. It wasn't a sense of sort of showing off. It was always about very consciously connecting to and moving people. And connection, man. Sorry, connection. And now my why. Oh, and so the reason for that for me was that I felt most alive when connecting with other people. And I found when I didn't, that things went south. And the more I disconnected, and I know today I want to keep it uplifting. There's a story of there's also a story of great pain in there, you know, that I struggled with. But when I found theater and acting, and where I could on purpose have the opportunity to connect with people and make joyous stuff happen. And by that, it could be a drama, but just make sort of life happen.
Mhm.
And then have the audience go like, yes, that's it. I was like again, like my hair standing on end, because to me, that's what life is all about. We all started in a belly, like embraced for no reason. And we're so connected, and that's all life's about, I think. And it's this heartbeat of another person and our own heartbeat, and we feel connection. It's in us. And when we come out and the world's hard, it's like, wait, I'm naked and I'm a baby. How do I get back to that? And like, I feel like everything, you know what I mean? It's like, I believe I'm Marcus Weiss, man. And I believe that the key is connection and celebration and joy. And by joy, I mean awe and wonder and aliveness. Does that help you? So my why is
Yes.
life or death, because it was life or death for me.
Thank you.
There was a time when I didn't want to wake up. And then I found the meaning of connection, celebration. And now I want to not just connect and move, but I want to share stuff with people that they can take away and change their lives, if they choose to
Awesome.
change their lives.
Thank you very much, Marcus.
Yeah, you're welcome, Ryan.
I
Yeah.
love that, Ryan. I mean, I love that, Marcus. Good question, Ryan.
Well, thank you. It was thanks to Ryan's question. Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right. Lalini. Okay, so when I unmute you, this is what I want you to introduce yourself and then ask your question. All right. All right. Here you go.
Hi, my name is Lalini. Thank you for having me on. I really do appreciate it. Your energy is off the wall. Thank you so much for that. You woke us up.
Oh, thank you so much.
sure.
Okay, great. Yeah, I don't want to help myself. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. I love it. What are some of your resources or some of your go-tos that you can share with us?
Resources, go-tos, just sort of in terms of personal energy. Are you talking about relating?
Yes, like to help if there's something you do in the morning or throughout the
Yes.
day.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. I'll share. Yeah. So one thing with, so I meant it when I say I do wake up, and every morning I literally take my fingers and I go like this. I say, it's going to be a great day, because it goes back to neuroscience where, and this is, as performers, we understand this, is as you think, so you feel, and as you feel, so you do. I mean, it's a little poem that I say to myself, and I repeat it to myself often, because your brain, when you vividly imagine something, your brain believes you for that minute, which is why when kids play, they believe it. They think that they're the truck or they think they're the adventure or whatever it is. You believe, it's called belief. And when you believe something, your brain sends a message down to your heart, and then you feel something, right? And that's what we do as actors, right? We're like, ooh, yeah. The thing is that in life, oftentimes I found in myself that actors or performers are not always good at it in life, because they think it's harder to do somehow in life. And it is. It is, because life has more, it's not as controlled an environment. There's a lot of different stimuli coming your way. And I found that so doing that first thing in the morning for me is helpful. It's a reminder. Not only does it make me smile a little bit, just enough to feel, just enough to stretch, just enough to get out of bed and remind myself, like, yeah, it's going to be a great day. I believe it will be. And therefore I look for the evidence to prove my brain right. And I go to, and this is another hack that I have, I go to I call it a beautiful state. And I have, and this comes from another mentor of ours, right? I believe, Deneen, and this is a Tony Robbins thing, if I may mention, if I may give credit where credit is due. And that is it starts with physiology, like, and I wrote down how I feel, where my focus goes, and what I say to myself when I'm in my best self. So I pick a moment, and you can do this, Lalini, and when you're feeling great, or you can even just remember it, you go like, wait, when I'm feeling my best, when I'm most courageous or most joyous, what am I doing with my body? Am I standing up straight? Am I running? Am I doing, that kind of thing? Then you write that down. And then you go, well, what am I focusing on? Well, the fact that I can do anything. Ooh, right? I can do anything. And then what do you say to yourself? Wow, if I can do anything, that means I'm freaking awesome. Oh, I'm freaking awesome. So every morning I get up literally and I read, I go, I stand up straight. Anything's possible. I'm freaking amazing. That's what I do. Now, does that get me into this every single day? Not if I've had 4 hours of sleep. No. But you know what it does do? It gets me out of this. It makes me not do this. And then my last hack, go to the mirror and you can start small. Look at yourself and see yourself. See yourself. Don't just check your hair. Don't just check your beautiful hair, by the way. Don't just, whatever. Don't just do that. See yourself. And once you and you can do that for as long as you need to actually see yourself. Then add a smile. See yourself and smile, and see yourself smile. When you're used to that, see yourself and smile and say, here's the hardest part, man. I love you, Lalini. Lalini. To yourself. Because what that does over time, if you do it consistently, is you will treat yourself like you loved yourself. Which means you will do things that will nurture you, that will nourish you, that will make you grow, like showing up here, like trusting and connecting with and staying connected with Deneen and VIP Ignite.
I love them.
That's
They're
a love.
awesome.
Yeah, man. So those are the things I would share. First thing in the morning, though. Okay, love?
I love that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Great question. Love the answer. All right, let's go. Solange.
Hi, Solange.
My name's Solange. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I had a similar question to Lalini, but just to maybe build on that, are there tools and resources you use to keep yourself ready, to keep saying yes and, in the audition process, as well as when you're performing?
Yes. So there's like I mentioned in the bio, I'm a neuroencoding specialist. And by dual elite, I mean I'm certified. I'm not a licensed therapist. I'm a certified coach. So there's the communities where there's the neuroencoding community that I specifically stay connected with. And in those, so there's resources that I use in there just to keep me it's like continuing education. Right. So I keep myself in the game. And I also, I also practice because I lead wellness workshops, and that's as much for myself as it is in others. So I stay in the game. So I stay in the game of saying these things to myself and surrounding myself with people who are also staying in the game. Right. So that's just sort of a general thing. So I do that. I have physical resources there too, and other people to ask for advice. So I surround myself with people who know how to get there, who might be a step ahead of me, or they might have different ideas in the same realm, going towards the same thing as myself. So that's a very, but so again, stay connected to Deneen, stay connected to the VIP Ignite, stay connected to me, stay connected with your network. See, I get very intense about this. I take my joy dead serious.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So, and then interrupt patterns. And this is a thing. It's a thing, man. Interrupt patterns. Okay. So stop talking negative to yourself, and I say that very you don't want to, here we go. Focus on what you do want, not what you don't want. At the same time, catch yourself saying negative things about yourself or about the situation or something. And one of the ways to do that is to literally change your body. If you catch yourself and you're sitting down, you can't stand up, you literally change your body position and say, stop. And in that moment, your body and your brain are like, wait, what's going on? And in that moment, you say, I'm freaking amazing. And then you celebrate. You go, yes. Okay. That's all you do. Stop yourself. And if you can't sit up straight and say stop, because you're among other people, just inside your head, go like, whoop, I caught myself saying something bad to myself on the inside. Or good. And then celebrate that and go like, good job. Good job, Solange. Nice work. And you'll condition your whole system to keep looking like keep your eye on the ball,
Mhm.
which keeps you in the game. Because eye on the ball means looking forward, meaning looking forward to life.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, looking forward to life. And even if you lose focus on your goal, at least you're looking forward to life in general, which then will keep your light shining. So I keep myself in the game by surrounding myself with people who are
Mhm.
going the same, or have the same kind of surround yourself. You become the people you surround yourself with, and I interrupt my patterns.
That's a great tip. Interrupt your patterns.
Interrupt,
Amazing.
interrupt your patterns. And if you can't stand up and say, stop, I'm freaking amazing. Yeah, dude. Remember, like the baby, you got to celebrate yourself for having taken the step so that you want more of it. Celebration is the key to magnetism, which is the key to light, which is, I believe, the key to shining on others. So they see you like, oh, who's that light over there? So you got to keep
Awesome.
the light on, man. Sorry. You got to keep the light on, Solange.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
That helps.
Appreciate it.
No worries. My pleasure.
Right. Let's see here. I think we have time for maybe one or two more questions. I see you, Reginald. I see you. You don't have to wave at me. That's why you put your hand up. All right, Reginald, introduce yourself and then ask your question.
Hi, I'm Reginald Holmes, and I wanted to tell you, I recently saw the Blue Man here in Boston, so I don't know if you were still part of that show at that time. But my question is, how I can say it, failure. What failures have shaped your life to what you are today? If you had it, big failures that had an effect on your life today.
Oh, man. Oof. Where do I start? So I fail every day, I fail every day. And you want to hear something, everybody? Can I share something? Deneen doesn't even know this. Okay. It's a joyful thing in the end. Guess what? Here's the kicker. I didn't leave Blue Man willingly. That decision was made for me. Meaning they let me go. And it wasn't, and by the way, it wasn't anything like misbehavior. It wasn't anything like that. And it was, the great thing is that it was for the greatest of all reasons. It was so good. And I love them dearly. It's amazing, amazing. And by the way, this is not public knowledge, but you can share it if you want, because it's so good. Oh gosh, Deneen, I'm going to hurry this up. Because, okay, it's uplifting. It's uplifting. So after 10 years, after having done it for 10 years, okay, it was just a process because they're so passionate and so specific about what it is that we're doing. They're like, hey, Marcus, after 10 years, you're a leader in the space. We need you to take these and these notes very specifically, okay? And I had just had a new baby. I just had a son. And I was stressed out. See my face? I was stressed out. And I wasn't, and just on stage, I wasn't bringing it. I mean, I was, but there were some very specific things that I needed adjusting. And they put me in a process. Okay. And I was so stressed out because, life was happening to me. And I think I was, it was a new baby. And then I was like, what do you mean? I'm in a process now? I have to do this. So see this? And it affected how I was able to show up in the character. It affected, and I was just so tense. I was like, Marcus, what's happening? What's going on? I'm like, I don't know, I'm trying and stuff like that. And everybody was so sad. Like, Marcus, I don't know, but it's not working anymore. And I was like, what? And I was like, oh my gosh. And here's the reason I say failure, because my actions affected how I showed up. And how I showed up, remember how I was thinking affected how I was feeling, and it was affecting how I was showing up, and it affected the results I got. And so they let me go. And I took home a stuffed animal because that day I had to leave the space. For those of you who've ever been let go from a job, you got to leave, man. And that's it. It's like, no, human resources, you got to leave this. I'm like, what? So I took all my stuff and I took a stuffed animal and I took a picture, and it was a stuffed animal, a stuffed figure that I had always had on the shelf because I didn't have room for it at home, was just collecting dust. And you know what that stuffed animal was, Reginald? It was a big old yellow smiley face, like a have a nice day smiley face. Dude, it was that like, hello, everybody. And in fact, it has now become my logo on my company logo, the Marcus Weiss Experience. It's my company logo, is a yellow smiley face, because what I took away from Blue Man was the joy. what I took away from it, what cost me the job, what cost me the ability to bring it every day was exactly what was missing every day in that moment, man. So, sorry.
Wow.
I get really, because this is my why, for those who asked about why. When I lost the connection when I lost my connection to connection, when I lost my connection to the joy of connecting to other people, I was stressed out of my way. I was in the middle of doing Blue Man, where I had the opportunity every day to look somebody in the eye and to go, isn't life great? Something wonderful is going to happen no matter what it is that we do. Let's just freaking do it, man. Because of these thoughts of stress of like, oh, of like, what if I don't do this, my baby's not going to get this, and oh, what's my future like? That was all started up here, and that's it, man. But I took away the smiley face, and my worst day, because I thought if I know one thing, Deneen, you don't know this. I said, if I know one thing, it's how to be a Blue Man. If I know one thing in life, and then and I was so lost, man. 10 years it took me to understand it. I waited 10 years before I let it go, before I understood what it meant. Not just what that day meant, but what it meant to do what I was doing. Sorry. Not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. So in this moment, I'm choosing not to go, stop, I'm freaking amazing, because this moment is meaningful. So thank you, loves. Thank you for having me here today. And thank you for that question. So that was my biggest failure, but failures shape our lives. If you can, and you might not understand it in the moment, that what it means and what that failure can help you see and learn. But that's why we surround ourselves with beautiful people like Deneen and Michael and you all, and each one of you, is that they can help you to determine what it means, Reginald, of what those failures mean. So
Thank
yeah,
you so much for answering
my
that.
pleasure, my brother. It's my pleasure.
Thank you for that question, Reginald. Thank you, Marcus, for being the first person to make me cry today. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're
No,
beautiful.
that was just so beautiful, because you know what? Like, I talk to the talent all the time about having such a strong why. And the fact that your biggest failure brought you to your biggest success,
Yeah.
that there's something so powerful in that. We're all so afraid to fail.
Ooh.
But thank God you failed, because now look at you. Like, you're doing amazing things. And I know the best is yet to come for you. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for bringing your energy, your
My pleasure.
passion. I don't know about anyone else, but I feel like I got like electric shock therapy to want to be even more joyful. So thank
Yeah,
you. Thank you guys for showing up, and thank
Did
you
that.
so much, Marcus.
You're welcome. It's my
That was
pleasure.
beautiful.
It's my honor. It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Woo. Oh wait, I just muted myself. It's like my first time on Zoom. I don't know what's going on here, people. Oh my gosh. Like how amazing was that? I just want you guys to know that sometimes, okay, not sometimes. What I've learned in life is whenever you have that defining moment where you feel like everything is lost, where you failed, that's actually your biggest success. They say it's darkest before the dawn, right? Joy's coming in the morning. And I want you guys to know that, like, you're here today. I don't know what's going on in your life. I don't know what's going on behind the screens where I can't see. You don't know what's going on behind my screen, but we're here to bring it every single solitary day. Like, we talked about that this morning, right? We talked about that, how what is your best which performance has to be your best performance? Type it in the comments. Every single one. Every single performance has to be your best performance. And you know what? The only time you fail is when you stop getting up. And I want you to know that, like, that's sort like my eyeliner and my mascara are running.
I was
and I'm
waiting
not-
for it, Deneen.
I
It's not a
know,
boot
I know
camp
you
unless
are.
Deneen White cries.
I know, but you know what the thing is? I'm passionate about what I do. I'm passionate about helping each and every one of you be successful. So hearing that story made me want all of you to fail so you can be more successful. Oh, if this were a presidential election, the soundbite would be, I want every one of you to fail. You'd forget that because I want you to be even more successful. And I love the story about like the kid, right? How many of you have ever seen a little baby trying to learn how to walk? The kid falls off. Oh, so cute. But like when we fall on our butt, we're like, oh my God, I suck at life. Why am I even doing this? Or sometimes you yell, "Rawr!" No, that's a beautiful thing because you know what? Keep getting up. Keep getting up. Yeah, you had to lose it to lose it. I just love it so much. Okay. Woo. All right. How are you guys doing? Are you doing amazing? Are you guys learning and growing and like just blowing the roof off here? I hope that you are. And how much energy did Marcus bring to this room? My gosh. I was like, I'm sitting down. Mike's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I just have to keep listening. It's like, it was like life support, soaking it up like a sponge, right? Yeah. So much energy. How much of that, how much energy are you bringing now? How much energy are you bringing now? Y'all better be bringing the energy. I know all the digits, right? All the digits. We're bringing all unlimited energy. You have unlimited potential in you. You have unlimited energy. The only limitations you have on yourself are the ones you tell yourself. So right now, type in the comments, I have unlimited potential. I have unlimited potential. Type that in the comments because I want you to affirm that to yourselves right now. Now, I'm going to ask you to do one more typing thing. I have unlimited energy. I have unlimited energy. The only limitation you have is the one that you put on yourself. And I want you to know that. And our next guest is definitely proof of that. All right. Are you guys, are we good for one more? Are you guys good for one more speaker and then a challenge? Are you? Even Ryan Clapham is like, whoo. And the allergies, my allergies are real bad right now. All right. So let me bring on our next guest. Okay. So our next guest is Arbor Lala. He is one of the people, and some of you have met him in New York City at our event. We had an event in New York City. Ooh, he has his magazine that he's on the cover of. But some of you had the opportunity to meet Arbor when we were in New York City. And this man here is one of the foremost experts on the fashion industry. Like if you throw a question at him, he can absolutely answer it for you. And I remember when he and Mike spoke for the first time, he was like, Deneen, when you meet Arbor, you are going to love him. Mike doesn't say that often, but when he does, it's always true. But Arbor has walked fashion weeks. He has done campaigns for some of the biggest brands. But you know what? There was a day before all of these amazing things happened where he was kind of like you, like, how do I get started? Where do I even start? Who am I? How do I do this? And over the course of his career, he has learned how to not only do it, but do it with excellence. And this week he got his first cover of a magazine. Everyone give it up.
Yeah, Arbor. Hi, Arbor.
Everyone give it up for Arbor Lala.
Thank you guys. You guys can hear me now, right?
Yes, we can.
All right, perfect. Thank you. And when I got discovered by Ryan, the height requirement, it was 6 foot barefoot worldwide, and only London and certain areas you would have to go there and live there and book some jobs to show New York agencies. And I didn't do that. I stayed in New York, and I was like, I'm getting signed, and I got discovered by Ryan. But that's how it all started. But yeah, I got my first. I was really picky with covers, because I got offered. I've done a bunch of magazines and spreads and jobs or usage and stuff like that. But this was it's iconic magazines in Soho, the famous magazine store. It's sold there. It's really big Japanese magazine. So for that to be my first cover, and she went to do another spread and another cover with me. She was just texting me the other day, last night. I'm like the other day, it was last night. So it's a lot of hard work, and I was listening to this other speaker talk, and I failed, and before I was like, I knew I didn't give up because I believe in myself, but I always know, like, when you fail, there's something like better 10 times like fold's gonna come. And you know, that's how it happens. And even when you're signed with whoever and you're working and you keep doing campaigns and you keep making that name, you know, you still got to make sure you have values and you have like, you know, you have your skills and you learn lots of things like in the way of like in the fashion industry, you start learning style and all that stuff as well. But yeah, it's changed a lot. I like that agencies have all different ages, it's all mixed now. That's what I like. I don't like the categories. I hate that because I'm 5'10". But besides that, it's really important to make sure that you always have to like believe in yourself. Like I swear it was like 2 weeks ago where I was like, I it's not that I didn't get any castings. I don't like when I get told I'm on option every second, like, or oh, I'm on
Okay.
hold. Just tell me when I'm booked. You know what I
Hold
mean?
on. So
like
let's go back. We have a bunch of people who are brand new here. Okay. So
Oh, okay.
what does it mean to be on option?
All right, so it depends. Like this Julian magazine, I was literally like you know, direct booked or whatever. I guess they were looking through the website and they just booked me. It was like, hey, go 9:30, you have to be there. So option means when you either get submitted or requested for like MAC makeup. I was an option and hold. That I got confirmed. I confirmed everything. They told me the shoot date and everything. Um, and then I was on hold. At first, I was option. There was 20 people from my agency that was on hold. I was number one. Then I was the only one that got it from all those people. There was 9 rounds. It was like America's Next Top Model. I'm not even joking. Like even Gucci too. When I went through, like it was like America's. They like to like make you like work hard, you know. Especially when they're doing like new faces for that brand because they're like family. But like MAC Makeup still requests me, like, you know, because now I'm on their database. They have my card and stuff like that. You know, they just reached out to my agent again. But you know, being on hold means that first you're an option, because my
So an
agent likes to
option
send
is
it
like,
every
so let me just see if I'm
option means, all right, so an option means that after the first time you get it, it's like then when you start asking questions, I don't like to annoy my agents too much, but basically option means that the casting director already sent it to the people they cast, like the person and the brand liked it. Now they have to send it to the headquarters in China and they like you. But say if all the products are not released and they don't want to release a shade yet, like that's what happened to me. My shade was, oh, then I was on hold. That means I got it. I confirmed everything. Then it said at the end, it said like something like most likely like all the shades will be out. My agent goes, you got it. 20 minutes later I get a text, and he's like, hey, just so you know, everything's released because the product's not coming out yet. I'm like, but they like apologize and stuff like that. That's why like they make sure they like request me right away for when they need me for things. But yeah, that's what a whole is. That's why I like to just get called, like you booked it.
Yeah.
Go to the casting,
You
go
don't
to
want
the
to know the
fitting.
whole process, and that's the
I
beauty
don't
of
want to
having
think
an
about
agent
it. Don't
too.
think about, do not think about it. Go on about it. Like go on, do hobbies and stuff. Cause I've been sick for 2 weeks. So I don't know who lives in New York, but it's been raining. Janine, I don't know if you heard, it's been disgusting. Ryan's lucky he's in LA. Smart. I'm gonna start doing that. Escape LA a little. I mean New York for a month. You know I'm a New Yorker.
I'm
I
in
plant my seed
Pennsylvania
in New
right now,
York,
so it's been
LA,
pretty rainy.
worldwide. Exactly. It's just it's bad. It's I don't know how to explain it. It's windy, it's cold one day, it's hot,
And then we have
bad.
earthquakes. We had a whole lot of stuff going on, but let's talk about your career.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, we had an earthquake and
Good,
then I
yesterday.
was so sick. Yeah, I was so sick and then still had to show up to the launch party because J Press is a really, you know, the company, it's a really famous brand since 19 something, and they like work for the magazine. She's really huge, J Press. So
So
they hosted everything. It was so nice. They had, you know, the digital campaigns now. They
mhm.
had it up on there. I was so sick. I forgot to take like pictures. My throat was hurting me. Like they had like really great spritz, and I'm like, I can't even drink or have like my moment. I had my moment. It was amazing. Like I got like a copy for my mom and me. These are, by the way, these are not the finals. They're just the sample copies for the
Okay.
party. The
You know, you
finals
have to
will
text me
be
when the
out.
final one comes out.
Thank God I found out because she forgot to add Arbor. She did, not Lala. It's Arbor Lala. So thank God I got lucky
Okay, so
before she sent it out.
let's talk about your career. So how old were you when you got
Mhm.
discovered by Ryan Colby?
I was 15. Remember back in the day? It was like 13, 12, 15,
So talk to
11.
me talk to me about your career. So you get discovered by Ryan Colby. Did you automatically start booking amazing campaigns? Tell me a little bit
No,
about the
no.
process to
Oh no. Hell no. No, no, no. My style was bad. I walked in like I shop in like everywhere. Old Navy, blah blah blah. I just didn't have no style. I didn't know how to pick out the right stuff. I walked in with khakis. He's like, all right, take out, my mom was with me. He made sure, like, the blah. So my mom was there and she said, I was like, yeah, I was taking my shirt off. I had abs. He's like, yeah. He's like, you have no, I had nothing. Nothing. He's, first acting headshots, he does. Then, he starts. And I had no patience. I don't mind sharing this with you because everything's confidential. Uh I was like in and out of the industry at some point because it was bothering me about the height. Not from the agents, just around models talking like, oh, you're short. It was really mean. Like I didn't like it. Agents, casting directors, it was a different time. And I was test shooting to make my book to be on the website. Then I was like, let me take a break. I'm still young. Then I started shooting with Nelson Castillo. He's a really big photographer in New York. Um, I shot with Seth London. You've heard of Seth London.
Yeah. Yeah, he
I
shot
have
for
iconic
multiple
shots. I made him famous after he shot with me. He started shooting, Major contacted him to shoot like everyone. Just saying. But
and
I wasn't with Ryan. It's not that I left him. I was impatient. When you're 15, 16, you want these dream agencies. Yeah, I went to my dream agency and it was my horrible agency. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And you always have to like explain things like, and I was young. It was tough. And then I went to Frame Models after that, Deneen. I went to Frame and I had another booker there. There was a couple big famous bookers that opened an agency, Olga Travis from Wilhelmina. And then after that, my bookers like left and I got a meeting with VNY. And then I went to Hello Models when I was 18, 19, and I booked a couple of editorials for 10 magazine. It literally looks like this, but I didn't book a cover. And then Mob Journal, I've done a bunch of times. I was doing stuff like this, like people were requesting, and my agents believed in me, and I was working. But 19, I left again, and then during COVID, like and stuff like that, that's when I jumped back in. But it was tough. I
Yeah.
failed so many times. In the middle of me jumping back in and out, I got sober when I was 19 because my boyfriend was with Request Models, that is next merged the men's board to Next Men, and we both he was 2 years younger, whatever. I'm sober for years now, but besides that, I had to revamp my whole self, and I never left the industry like people say because everyone knows me, you know. Um, I I'm a model, I'm an activist, I'm an actor. I also launched Arbor Lala Artist Management with Gaspard from Next during COVID because I'm a model. Yes, that's cool. Like I get Tyra Banks and Naomi when they're like, all right, I'm a model. I love my job. I love my job. But like Tyra is different. Naomi, like she's still models, and a lot more like Christy McCurry and stuff. Like they came back because they need some coins. Who knows? You know, they could jump back in whenever because they're a household name. They take care of themselves and they make sure they work with the right people. And you know, they're working models, and they always will be, and they'll always have a career. And that has to be done with listening to your agent, believing in yourself, and communicating with your agent and stuff like that. Because I didn't understand that part until I had Lala Artist Management, because they were giving me a problem with the height again in 2018. They're like, we love your look, you're too short for shows. I'm like, all right, we love your look, but you know, it's hard to make a decision. Like I was getting like not bad passes. I was getting meetings. I was submitting myself. I was like, let me get a mother agent. Got a mother agent during COVID. You know, it was cool and stuff like that. But my problem was that I felt like I had to fight for myself more. Then the height came out. Like IMG took it off, then DNA took it off, and then everyone took it off, and then now the height doesn't matter for like couple of years, especially now. And it's not, it's changing even more than, it's like crazy, but people are not speaking about it, and that's what I don't like. There's a lot of this 5'4" girls walking runways or opening big YSL shows, and they just don't want to talk about it because they don't want to be in that category.
Yeah.
You understand, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well,
But
the
yeah,
great thing is that the industry is changing. So I'm going to take you back to the beginning
a
one
lot
more
of
time.
failure.
Yeah, well, a lot of failure, because you know what, like the reality is like there's a reason that they have the standards, like so that they can ship the sample sizes from New York to Milan to Paris to London. So I understand that, but
Yeah, but you know
let's
what?
go ahead.
All right, yeah, I agree and I don't agree with that, because they realized that a 6'1" model and a 5'10" model can have the same measurements, length. If you have a short torso, my model 6'1", we fit the same clothes, and he walks this biggest runways. You know, he's walked Telfar, and he's walked so many big brands. You know what I mean? So that's what they discovered too as well. I agree with you.
Yeah, awesome.
That's
okay,
all.
so let's take this all the way back, and then I want to talk about your journey.
Yeah.
So I heard that you came into our Philly office, and that was where you met Ryan Colby, in our Philly office. Was that correct?
He went through my open
No,
call.
You went through Alicia's open call?
I went no. I met Ryan, discovered me on Facebook. I met I remember I seen Alicia he had by Chase Bank on West 30th Street. He had an office, like a nice office.
Oh, okay.
It was like a
We
nice.
had multiple offices.
You remember that? You remember
Yeah.
that one, Alicia?
Yeah, I do.
West 33rd. It's on Google still, I think, right? Yeah, West 33rd. It's like in the corner of Chase. You go inside. Yeah. That's
Back
where my
before
mom
there
brought
was
me. I
Zoom,
remember.
guys, you would have to typically fly to come see us.
That
at
open
the
calls.
offices.
That's when the open calls he was saying.
Yeah.
And when you guys were in New York, he was like, no more open call. I didn't go
We
to
had
open
3
calls.
offices
It was,
in New York City. Three.
he had 3, right?
We had 3. Yeah.
Yes, you guys did.
I
knew
know.
it. You guys had a 2-floor.
I'm gonna add. Yeah.
Yes,
Crazy.
you had a 2-floor. Yes, I remember. And
We're right
so
by
much
the Empire State
people.
Building.
Jeff was there.
Yeah, we had an office
Oh
in
my
Tribeca.
God, I forgot.
Isn't it weird that when you live in New York City, you can have an office
I
in
remember
Tribeca, another office in Midtown, and like they won't travel? Like, but somebody
Yeah.
from Philly will travel to New York City, but somebody who lives in Soho won't travel to Midtown. Why is that?
I do.
I do too. Okay, so you met me. What was your first impression? Because we laughed about this last time we spoke.
No, yeah, your first impression was just like you have a good eye, like obviously, like
one?
you know you have a great you have a great eye, and you just make sure that everyone is like right market, and you make sure like you
I
things
run a
like you
tight ship. Back in the day
You're
when you used to come into the office, it was, this is how it is. Like it.
It's
no
stricter.
difference.
It was
Yeah,
stricter.
it was
It's like we need
strict.
Asian, we need this, and we need that. It's a business, you know. If you want to be, if you're short, you're just commercial. Remember that? Just
I do.
commercial agencies, no high fashion. They don't want to deal with that unless they had a commercial board, like Click Models used to have, and they still do.
But you
But
would see
that was the
like with
only
an
high
open
fashion.
call, like how we would tell people no all the time.
No, you guys had to record it too. Remember?
Yeah,
You guys used to do the YouTube when YouTube was like started, and
yeah.
you guys were
We have to
always
get
like
digitals,
in with the
measurements.
time. Yeah,
Yeah,
I get
you were
really old
physically
school.
in
Like
the office.
that. Yeah. Oh my God. Now I remember everything's like I'm sorry. I'm playing I'm playing tapes mad now. I remember like literally everything.
But you know what's kind of crazy, and this is what I really want to say, is sometimes people really have a good look, but the worst head on their shoulders. Like I wouldn't work with them. Even
I
if
mean,
they
you could have a
realized-
good look. Yeah,
if
you
they
could
open
have
up
a
their
good.
mouth, shh, because you're horrible to work
Yeah.
with. Too much drama, or you could just tell like they're not in it to win it. But that's not anybody on the Zoom call. They've been here since like 11 a.m. East Coast time, so we're like going on 6 hours, 7 hours. But
No, I agree with you. I see both sides of it, and that's why I like it. I've had models tell me like, "Hey, I want this, I want this, I want that." I'm like,
what is
"Okay,
this, Chick-fil-A? Yeah, no.
and then I'm like, all right, you know, I signed 3-year exclusive, blah blah blah, and I'm like, let me know everything, you know, if agencies reach out to you, blah blah, show you to 6 agents. Hey, no, do you think any development? Then you'll sign them. No, still don't want them. Okay, and I tell these people, I'm like, see, you're not that agency. I know it's your dream, but just because it's your dream, it's not your fit. Thank God they don't have client. Like he said the right thing, because if you were there, you would not be working. And that's the thing. You could open your mouth and not say the right thing. You know what I mean? Or like not even not say the right thing. It's just like you
But
gotta
you
know
know,
what you want. And
yeah,
it's
but as
not like
Ryan
I
told
want to be
me,
a model because I want to be
yeah,
famous like right away and I want
no,
millions of
no.
dollars. I want a Ferrari. No.
But if your
Like
agent is submitting you and the model's showing
and
up
he's
with
good looking.
technically
He
the
was 6'3"
product,
and he got signed. And
yeah,
guess where's he now? He didn't get on the website. Ernesto is a ranking model now. You know what I mean? Because he hustled. He thought he was because he thought he was gonna just get signed. He got signed with Max Worldwide and didn't show up one time to the agency to say hi or nothing. He wants me to talk to them for him. You're not Paris Hilton. Okay, if I was managing Paris Hilton in my celebrity board, then yeah, I would do that. You know what I mean? You're not on that level. There's
I do.
levels to the industry. There's
Remember,
levels.
I love
I
you.
agree with you.
Well,
Yeah.
speaking
No,
of
but you're
levels,
right. That is true. There's levels.
Everybody wants to get signed to an agency, but I mean, sometimes, especially for you, you live in New York, like you can get a casting the night before and have to be on set that next day, or get a text that morning and you're going out. So now that
Like
everything
for
is
this,
on
like I was
Zoom,
saying before,
yeah,
I got it the
yeah.
night before.
And you showed up even though you were like dead to the wind, you still showed up because that's what professionals do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this was like, you know,
But
some
I think so,
magazines,
like,
sorry, some magazines are for big exposure and they do pay or not.
yeah.
I didn't get paid for this, but the exposure,
But the
you know how
tear
much
sheet,
my
yeah.
friend did a magazine for free, right? And she got discovered by Diesel and got a 75,000 campaign and walked the runway like 6 times for them. Because she did a
sometimes,
free
yeah.
magazine.
Yeah.
And they contacted Hello Models. You know what I mean? It happens like it happens like that. Like that's why you got to keep doing. And I still
You have to put the
I got
work
paid 500 for this.
Yeah.
You know, so
They'll call you an overnight
still
success.
will do it.
Yeah, but you've been doing this for years.
I would always
They'll
do
call
it
you an
for free.
overnight success. And then what's funny is the haters will be like, oh, why is it taking so long? Boom, here you go, bitches. Like, here I am on the cover, you know?
Exactly, because you don't know me personally. You're like
Right.
you said, Deneen. You don't know what goes on behind. Like we're human. You know what I mean? Yes, I have an image to show. But I also have a life to like. You know, I have a life as well. You know what I
You
mean?
do, Arbor.
It's an exhausting industry, especially when you decide to open franchise. You know, like a management
I know
company,
Gaspard.
and you have.
He's been to many of our events. Yeah.
I was just speaking. He just
Don't tell
called
him
me
I said
on
hello.
FaceTime. Guest star Sam. We were talking. Sam, I know Mr. Fuji. I know a lot. I know a lot of
Fuji
agents.
used to run IMG models. I mean, but here's what you guys have to understand. Like when people come on my calls and you see me in action with people aspiring to get, oh, I want an agent. Most times people are trying to get signed to these like uber exclusive, Wilhelmina, IMG, Clip, DNA, Boss, Major. They have like a 2% success rate, which means 98% failure rate. And they're looking for like that it's based on genetics, not based on what you want. So sometimes going with a boutique agency like Colby to get your feet wet, get you in magazines, get you that exposure that you need, get you busy. That's sometimes what you need to do in order to really do this industry. So.
And also, IMG, and I have a model that I just pulled out of Ford. He didn't work for 1 year. They didn't put him on the website because he was with another mother agency. I said, leave the right way. He did. And I said to him, I said, you see, because my friend Dominique works with them. She's 33, but she's been with Wilhelmina. She built the name. She hustled, like me, and I'm still battling and hustling. And I told her, I told him that I'm not saying in 5 years when you're a household name that they won't want you after, because those agencies, either genetics or nepo or whatever, or you go in, you get lucky. Not lucky. It's not luck. It's either they like you or not. That's what it is. You know, literally, it's literally if they want you or not.
Yeah, a casting director works for the client. So the client, let's just say, is Gucci. Gucci tells the casting director exactly what they're looking for. It's not about like, oh my God, they were so mean. They have a specific look. You either fit or you don't.
Oh, they don't have a height requirement now, IMG. You know that. And I just, Colby's a manager, and I just got signed with Onyx Unity. She's a top agency. She was a director of Wilhelmina and IMG, and she specializes on he, she, they. I love that. She has a mixed board. She reminds me of Ryan, but Ryan was the first one with it. That's my mother. I was just talking to him. I was like, hi, mama. Because he discovered me. He'll always be in my life. Like,
Arbor,
I want to do...
I'm going to put you in the hot seat. Is that cool?
What's the hot seat?
Well, it's going to be fun. It's going to be rapid fire questions and you're going to answer them.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Good.
All right. So you got signed. What do your friends think you do in modeling versus what is it actually like booking real work? Is it stressful or fun? How many hours are you on set?
All right. So my friends, I don't like when my friends say sometimes, they're like, yeah, you just like lay down and sit around. And I'm like, oh, really? I'm like, oh, I don't. And I'm like, I have a self-tape, I have a casting to do, and they don't understand that I have to, it's like, instead of it's like going to an office. Like, I have to like, set up things, like get ready, like act like I'm going to like, it's a whole thing. I have to feel confident, like I have to make, you know what I mean? Because I booked my I know you guys seen the American Express thing I did, the Amex thing for Black Card, and that's worldwide campaign. And the usage, which you were saying the other day, was huge, and the payment was good. It was a couple K, but it was good.
But that's the hardest part, Arbor, because you never know when you're going to get your next job. Like I laugh when people go, I want to do this full time.
I mean, 4K for 1 week I got booked. I mean, people take and then another job I booked right after, another job. In 1 month, that was a lot of money. Close to 20K.
You have to learn how to conserve it too. Yeah. So
yes, that's where I messed up in the beginning. So I'm learning. So now, like, I learned how to budget that, where I could teach my models.
Like, when did you actually?
But what's the other question?
When did you actually start making money? Well, I had a whole bunch in there. Like, when
did I start making money?
Your friends think you lay down, but yet when you go on set, you don't just show up and they're like, okay, put on these clothes, let's go. How much time are you typically on set for when you go on set, or you go for fitting?
You want to talk about before I got on set, what I had to do? How like self tapes, browns, this, that's exhausting mentally, physically. Then going on set is amazing. You feel amazing because the client pays, and for an Uber or whatever.
What time do you typically go on set? Give me like
6:30.
6:30 a.m.?
6:30 call time. I get there around when the production team's there.
No, that's good.
I don't
got
care.
you.
Some
Not much.
models I've seen got there at 7:30. I'm like, why didn't I do that? I'm like,
Because you're
Arbor,
not a
stop it.
loser. You want to keep getting.
That's what I'm saying. I know, but that's the negative side. We have two
I
sides.
loved
The
it
bad side and the good
when
side.
people would show up late for shoots, and I'm like, you stopped to get coffee, but you're late. Like, people remember
Oh,
that.
I didn't get coffee.
Okay, well,
I had coffee. I woke up at 5:30. I made the hair. I
because
had
you're a
breakfast.
professional. You're a professional, and you also know
Yeah,
how.
because Ryan said, Arbor, where are you? Like right away.
I would be
Arbor.
scared of
Ryan's
this
right
mom.
away. Had you heard? Ryan had me working and test shooting like right away. Like I'm not even joking. Like it's
So
just
what
that
is
I had
a
a drug
test shoot?
addiction.
What is a test shoot? Go.
So, there was a point in my career. I'm gonna explain two parts to test shoot. There was a point in my career where my agent said no more test shoots, unless it's for if someone requests it for a magazine. It has to be for something. Can't be just for anything. But a test shoot, either is your agent submitted you, or someone requested you, or they have friends. They show digitals of you, and depending on the type of body, I've done digitals where I'm wearing my underwears. I've done digitals where I'm showing my body. That's how they get you that. Or if you want to be stubborn, be like, why are you asking that? Blah, blah, blah. Like, you know what I mean? The new generation. But that's the old school way, right? Like, you need that because they shop you around to get your book for free, or you could pay as well, or like it gets out of your like credit account, or you could do it up front. I like to do up front because I don't want to get it taken out of my credit and then or
Well, let's talk
ask them
about
to
that.
hold
I'm gonna
hold some, yeah.
Okay. So 10 or
It's
15
for your
years
book.
ago. Yeah, 10 or 15 years ago when an agency used to expense.
Bring two looks
Yeah.
looks with you.
But back in the day when they used to put you on the website, they're charging you for that. When you would go for test shoots, like
They
they
still
had to deal
do.
with the photographer. Well, but I'm going over like back in the day.
Oh, my old contract with Ryan, I remember even with and all them, it's messenger fee, this fee, internet was like so expensive. Like
Well, let's just
models.com
talk
was like
about that real
thousands.
quick. So
Now
back in the
it's
day, guys,
$20 to be on
yeah,
models.com.
back in the day, before like email, right? Back in the day, believe it or not, when an agency, they only had comp cards. So like Ryan would have each model that would get these test shoots done. He would pick the images, and the models would have these comp cards done with the agency's info, with all their measurements. And usually it's like a big picture on the front and a bunch of like little images on the back, handpicked by the agent. Now, yeah, thank you. Hold it up. Good. So back in the day, like the talent are responsible for all of these printing, right? So not only did you get the photos done, but then you had a third-party fees between the stock photo. You can't go to like, Staples to print these things up. It's the high resolution and ink and all the colors, blah, blah, blah.
I agree.
So what would happen is back in the day, and I really want to explain the math, back in the day when an agency signed you, this was 10 or 15 years ago, and I always hear, well, if somebody really wants me, I should never pay for anything. That's 100% bullshit. You pay for everything.
Who told you that?
Wait.
Who told you that? Are they a model? Are they an actor?
Yeah, they're listening to their friends and family who have never been in the industry. But
I know
10 or
there's
15
scams.
years ago, 10 or 15 years ago, if you qualified, an agency would cover upfront fees. It's an expense, but then they would recoup it out of your earnings. So like if I signed Solange, go with it, Solange, and Solange didn't pay any money up front, but Solange, the second she got signed, she was going out for test shoots. The agency would cover the test shoots, but every dollar from each of those photographers that were hired would come off the model's paycheck. Okay, it wasn't free.
Yeah.
Then when the agency put you up on their website, that's a licensing fee because they were submitting you out digitally. You're taking up real estate on their website. That was a fee.
Yeah.
Back in the day when you had show cards, comp cards, they were different. Show cards are like for Fashion Week, comp cards are for clients. But back in the day before the internet, we used to send courier
February and September cards twice a year. Yeah. No, they still do.
But
They
you would
still
have to
do
make your comp
twice
cards.
a year, and they do they
Well,
only
yeah, for
do
show
they
cards,
don't
but
do
not
books
submittals.
somewhere.
But here's the crazy thing. So back in the day when Ryan started Colby, Mike and I were with him because we invested. But every single time there was a casting, literally a physical person, a courier, would ride their little bike or however they would get there to the office in Midtown, pick up an envelope, and when Ryan had a casting,
Oh my
he would
God, I
have to pull
remember.
all of the photos from every single person that qualified for the casting, which means that the model was
Send it,
responsible
this,
for
that.
every single one of those prints. Plus, the second that they went into the envelope, they had to pay for the courier service to get submitted, whether it was cross country or cross the street. Does that make sense? So what's kind of crazy is that
No,
whole
yeah,
notion- you know I know what I'm talking about.
and now you could go to
that sucks.
Staples and print out your card for 2 seconds. Your agent literally, the best thing to do,
Yeah.
honestly, I like when agencies have it on the website all set up so you don't need to bother your agent. Like, you know what I'm talking about, Alicia? Like
I do.
Mainboard, where like agencies use Sydney Mainboard, and you have the feature where you know, that's why agencies still charge for a website. It's expensive websites, you know, like
Yeah,
that.
I know.
You know, so basically, like they have that where you could print out your digital sheet, and you could print out your comp card layout back and front, like
But
and
it's
everything.
expensive
You
to
need
print. So like if there was a casting today and I'm brand new, well, first of all, like to work with these bigger clients, you couldn't do freelance. Like MAC Cosmetics, they don't hire freelance. They send a breakdown to an agent. The agent goes through their database, they type in all the specifics.
I needed my card. They
Yeah.
took my card.
And they submit over everybody who qualifies. Just because you get submitted doesn't mean you're going to get picked. Every agency who got that same email submitted. But if your photos aren't up to par,
Literally
why would MAC
every
Cosmetics pay
agency.
you thousands of dollars to be the model? They want to see that you can actually handle. So, but
Their rate was $9,500
exactly.
plus usage.
Plus usage, which is very important, which is why they would never hire a freelance because of the legalities. Now there's AI, there's licensing, there's usage, there's so many things that go involved. Is this making sense? So that whole notion, if somebody really wanted you, you should never pay for anything, that's 100% false. If an agency 10 or 15 years ago,
It's a business. You have to
for
invest.
you website fees, test shoots, comp cards, show cards, portfolio books, every dollar came off of your checks. So like if Lewis booked a $5,000 Calvin Klein job, woo,
And model apartment.
oh, well, not what if somebody lives in New York? We're not gonna, but yeah, if somebody didn't live in New York and you were splitting the
Sorry.
cost of the model's apartment, forget it. But let's say
Because people would
Lewis,
text me, Arbor, can I sleep in your couch? I'm like,
but
"What?"
let's say Lewis, for an example, got signed to an agency and he didn't pay any upfront fees. Let's say the agency booked him on a $5,000 Gucci campaign, just go with it. The agency, true, would only make 20%, which is their commission. They don't use their commission to pay back your debt. Every dollar, so out of the 5,000, 1,000 would go to the agent. Yes, the 4,000 remaining, every dollar that you owed it's called recoupment. You would have to pay that back.
Yep.
So now agencies don't upfront anything. You have to pay for your own licensing, your own hosting. You got to pay for your own comp cards. True. You have to pay for your own portfolio.
Some agencies,
You're also New York
some
City
no.
based, and you've also been modeling since you were like 15.
No, that's what I'm saying. I've been seeing
Yeah.
the change, and I just spoke to my agent. I'm like, she's like, hey, listen, so I have an agency fee sheet for the comp cards only, because when they send a bunch of comp cards, it's cheaper. So she said
Well, yeah,
that
'cause
the
you're
new
buying in bulk.
generation,
Yeah.
the new generation freaks out. They don't want to pay. They don't like it like that. So she goes, thank you for understanding. I said, no, I'm old school. I don't print it out myself. I said, you could take she goes, I just do the website. She like got scared to even like say about the website. I said, no, I said, of
That's the
course.
only way to
Then
submit.
she
It's more expensive.
no,
to
but
have, like,
she was
courier
scared
come.
because she had to take things out because yes, the new generation like
If the
doesn't like
new
to get
generation
feed.
can't handle it, then they shouldn't model, because modeling
Yeah.
is kind of like Uber. You want to make sick cash driving and making tips. Well, shit, you got to know how to drive. You got to have a car. You got to have money for gas, money for tolls, money for insurance. If you agree, type
Exactly.
math. Because that's honestly what it is. You are an entrepreneur. You are a 1099. You're not an employee of an agency. So in order for
And
you to
I
work
agree
with
with
these
you.
brands, you got to have an agent. So let's talk about some of the brands you booked. Big brands, your holy crap aha moment brands.
I booked Urban Outfitters.
That's fun.
I booked Urban Outfitters. I booked so many things. I booked ecom a lot. Because of my
So
height,
what is
I
ecom?
book a lot of
Go ahead,
ecom.
ecom, go.
Like online jobs.
Okay, use it in a sentence. So if I booked a catalog, right? Now catalogs are kind of like print. You guys remember catalogs? Ecom is kind of like where you
Yeah,
go on.
catalog could be from like usage as well. Like say
Yeah.
if I did just like a regular job, like for like, hey, just for like the website, then the usage can be catalog, it'll be in this, that. That's what I'm saying. It's like a mix
Yeah,
of
but
like
ecom, you
everything.
don't just show up and typically wear one outfit. How many outfits do you typically change into? Because it's pretty quick.
It depends, like a whole 3 racks.
3 racks.
Like a lot. It could be sometimes, or like
Yeah, but those are the
25
jobs
looks
that
or
pay.
30.
Like when Ryan gets opportunities for like Kohl's or Belk's, they're like 6,500 a day. And I'm like, oh, that's like Breaking Bad money. That's great. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
It's like 60
7,500.
costume changes. And it's not about like going to Old Navy or the Gap going, well, how do I look in these khakis? Like you actually have to know how to work these clothes. Because as much as I love Arbor, who's the star? The clothing. Right, Arbor?
No, I agree with you. Like the clothing is everything. Like it's like I'm looking at the magazine. Like look at just like you gotta make. I don't know. I just love making sure like showing up good, like with my clothing, or just like modeling when I'm modeling in front of the camera. Like I'm showing those clothes. I just did an ecom job, and I like made sure that I was like on point.
You're always on point.
You know, because
I do.
I have to, because I want to get repeating clients.
But if somebody loves working with you, they'd rather hire you again because you were a great experience and you were professional. You showed up on time, 6:30 a.m. Right? That's good.
Yeah, so 5:30 I woke up, or earlier
I've
probably.
never been prouder.
But
here's the thing.
that's the business.
I have to say this because over the years, Deneen, we've had so many talent that, oh, I want to get signed to an agent, and they move to New York, they move to LA, and they can't handle the nightlife. There's a lot going on. New York City doesn't sleep, nor does LA. How do you deal with being young and you're very attractive,
That's why
always
I feel
around
like I
these
got
people?
sick. That's why I feel like I got sick.
Okay, so it's
Because
punishment.
I was doing this
Good for
shoot,
you.
it was freezing and raining, and I was shooting for spring. And then I had another shoot, casting, self-tape, this, that, and I can't wait to like take a little break this weekend. Like
Okay.
I'm so tired.
But you're here and you're professional and you still look really
Yeah.
You do. All right.
good.
What I would love to do is this. Arbor, are you up for some questions from some Q&A from our talent here?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have a professional model that lives in New York City who's been doing this for how many years now? 10 years? 15 years? For a lot of years. And so who has a question for Arbor? Who wants to know? Who wants to ask him some questions? He is also a stylist. I didn't mention that. He does a lot. Arbor's actually one of the stylists for our shoot.
I styled my own magazines, like a lot of big magazines. Like they're like, hey, and like, do you want to shoot? Like, we like you and follow me. I'm like, yeah. And I'll tell a photographer, and he just came to my house and shot me, and they published it.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
But who has questions? Questions.
Okay. Okay, let me ask you a question. We talked about the nitty gritty. What is
Because I feel like I spoke so much. I'm sorry, because I talk a lot. I can talk all day.
No, but you know what? I know there's a lot of hurry up and wait. There's a lot of trial and tribulation in modeling, but it's also pretty damn cool. So what is the coolest
It is, because you get requested after.
What?
What is the coolest job?
Yeah, what's the coolest job you've ever booked that you were like,
I love
"Holy
every
crap."
job. I'm sorry, because I'm so grateful because of like that I've gotten told for so many years of my height, like you're never gonna book nothing. You're short.
You know what?
And no, but I'm just saying, no, I'm so grateful. But like for 2024 right now, like is literally this editorial and my cover like is my I don't like yes if it was like a because people like big brands. I'm like, I've done big brand. Like, what does that mean? It's a job. Like, you know, like if I like the photo, okay. And like, you know, like maybe everyone loves it and I might not like it. And Naomi has said that. Like everyone loves it where I loved it and she didn't like it. We're human. We have insecurities, like literally.
I
like,
I'm gonna ask
you know,
you a
but
question. I'm gonna ask you a question. So you've walked Fashion Week. You've walked Fashion Week, and I've been to many New York Fashion Week shows.
Fashion Week gets me like little noise sometimes.
It-
I like
it-
to get that red book. Hey Arbor, they want you. Go. They know your clothes.
But
That's why I like it.
Fashion Week, you're going to the castings live, or it's a direct booking. You're going for fittings, prep days, and then the actual walking. Tell us something like the actual fashion shows, like no more than 10 minutes. They get everybody in, right? The lights are on, they turn the lights off, 10 minutes, and then lights come on, house lights come on, everybody out, next designer comes in. So you want to talk a little bit about Fashion Week, your very first show?
Yeah, when I did Amberlane, because Spring Studio is a little bit different. Every like place is different. Amberlane, it was like that. And the rehearsal, like it was so fast that they didn't do a second one, and they messed up on the first one. So they told us how to do it, and then whatever. But it was fast, and backstage, like, here's your clothes, blah blah blah, put them on, eat like 17,000 meals, CBD water, really nice. And then hair, makeup, and then pictures. Make sure you get in every photographer because you want to be in every publication after, because sometimes they get published in ID magazine backstage and this and that. I've gotten published backstage. I've gotten paid $100 because they put something on the website. And I was like, oh, and then they paid me 400 and gave me a free sweater that was 200, because they loved me. And I'm fine, and I was the shortest one there. And the other tall models were like so mad. Like they were like staring me down at me and David and Ziggy. We were the only ones that got free stuff because we were the outcast. The like other regular models were just like, But anyways, it was fast. And you better walk the right way because it's gonna be in Vogue and Bazaar and model.com or wherever it's your career where you want to be and your goals.
I remember you had a walk-off with Ryan Colby. Remember that at the New York
Yeah,
City?
of course.
Who do you think
Yeah.
won? I don't think he's on right now. I mean, you did a whole thing
Listen,
with lipstick and-
Ryan has a walk. He's
He
fierce.
does.
You know what I
He is
mean?
fierce.
I feel like, there's no competition. Like, Iman and all them, like they like what's her name? I was just looking at Shalom. Remember her?
Yeah,
Shalom?
yeah. of
Harlem.
course.
People would like think that she's like being shady. She was like, no, I'm just being me. And like, and everyone has their own walk and stuff like that. And like that's like why I love Ryan so much. Like we both have our signature walks. But I won. Yeah.
I like that. There we
Not
go.
on here.
That's what we were looking for. I won.
I'm competitive. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We're competitive too. All right. We have one person, Kingston. Introduce yourself to Arbor and then ask your question.
Hi.
Hey, what's going on, Arbor? My name is
I hear
Kingston.
you now.
You hear?
Nice smile.
I'm an
Nice
aspiring
smile.
model and actor. I do a little bit of both. So when you
Nice.
think about your career, can you go over your experience as per category? I mean, I know you do high fashion. I know that you do a little bit of commercial print. I mean, can you go over your experience per category?
What do you mean by that?
As far as is there something that separates per category when you think about modeling?
I feel like for a long time it was hard to find my market. I was getting lost. First, I was working for a bunch of times, and I was like trippy. Like I felt like I didn't know my market because of the categories back in the day. But now I feel like it's not like that. Where I see there's agents that can turn a person that say if you my thing is like be a beast at your market first, then go to the market that you want to, and then it's different photographers, more edgier, that'll make you edgier, and stuff like that. And you do e-com. I do everything. I do e-com, beauty, runway. I do it all, you know, because I got told I didn't fit those categories because I was short. But now I do because of hype. But no, I feel like you should try all the markets to see what's your market, because you could be losing money, you know, because you could do so much, like, you know what I mean? Like I'm a guy, I do guy stuff too.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you. I really appreciated the information. Thank you.
Do you have your
No,
book?
yeah, you gotta
covered?
know, you gotta know, you gotta figure out your market and be a beast at it. And then, you know, I've
I
had
think that's
models
where I
ask me
struggle
like,
at, because, you know, I mean,
I'm real spiritual. I felt that vibe, like that, like I was stuck like that too a bunch of times. And I'm probably gonna feel stuck like that in the future. It's a roller coaster and it's levels, you know?
Yeah, thank you. Because I find that like
You're
also
welcome.
relatable to what you're going through in life might push you in a direction when you know you can do better in another. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, but also you gotta believe in yourself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You gotta know, and you close mouth, don't get fed. Sorry, like you gotta speak up. Like if you want something, and you gotta go out there and do it. I was just talking to Rory that booked Serena Williams' new line, and she transitioned while like really young, and she's with one models in New York and LA, and she's like, I was congratulating her. She's like, closed mouth, don't get fed. I'm like,
Yeah, I
sure.
feel that. I definitely feel
Because
that.
when Olga from my agency at Frame told me, I don't even know why these bookers wanted you. Like no one can book you. I'm like, that's why I book things. And you told me I can't book anything. She told me I'll never be on a cover. Literally, she said I'll never book anything because I'm short. And she had a short model, Jake, but she just, I don't know. She liked,
That's so
it was
crazy,
different
especially
back in
when
the
you
day.
reach all different categories. You can do it all. You get what I'm
That's
saying?
what
You
I'm
can
saying.
afford-
Like, exactly. So
But
don't
I
limit
think
yourself. You don't
what,
limit yourself.
but you know what I think you really do possess, Arbor, that I want everybody to take this away. Like when you're asking your friends and family, and Kingston, you and I have had many conversations about this. Like if you're asking, and here's my art, but if you're asking your friends and family for advice and they've never been in this industry, you're asking uneducated people their opinions, right? So it's Jedi mind tricks. Like you're not going to get picked for everything. You're gonna have people. It is super competitive. That is the industry you're attempting to get into. I mean, if you guys are happy with your jobs now, then go on with your bad selves. But we have talent right now booking $10,000 in a day, 100,000 in a weekend. I mean, the money is there, but it is show business. So if there were a casting right now, what would you use? And Kingston, this was one of the problems you had prior to us, Arbor. I'll give you like the backstory. Kingston, I call him the bad boyfriends of the industry. He's been to a lot of like, you know, the not kosher, you know, the people that like that take my money and you know just the snake oil. But for us, like we're different, which is why we do these 2-day events and we could pick your brain and pick Colby's brain. And you know, we want Kingston's coming to our events and Ryan Colby's going to be working with him and styling him. And it's not, I mean, you said the very first thing, his smile. Every single person that comes on, they're like, his smile's electric. But mindset, Kingston, we go over this all the time, right? Because boot camp is great, but as soon as you log off, you're like, why am I doing this, right? Like sometimes you get those little Debbie Downers come into your mind and you're like, I really want to do this, but I'm afraid to get
That
led.
happens to me, right? Like that happened to me in the morning. Like what you
It's a high,
things
like
like that ran
coffee,
through my
and then
mind.
it's like a crash and burn, and you're like, what the fudge? Like, why am I doing this?
And I'm be real with you, I could like now I did this, like I was like I could book another Mac or this or that beauty brand and like I want next challenge. It's challenge after challenge after challenge.
But once you
You know,
book
you're gonna want
it,
more and
you're
more and
like,
more.
shit, I can do this. But for a while, you
Yeah.
weren't booking anything. And then all of a sudden you got it. You're like, okay, I'm going to do it. And that sometimes it just takes one time. You're 3 feet from gold. So like Arbor, you're doing self-tapes, you're doing self-tapes, you're doing self-tapes, you're going out there, you're in New York, it's the hustle bustle castings, you know, fittings,
Yeah.
like open calls, you're doing all that stuff. But for somebody watching this, they're like, oh, it sounds like a lot of work. Like you hear no one time and you're already broken, like a lasagna noodle. Like, no, you know, like
And
if
you
you're
feel like this for a second.
yeah,
I
but
want to
like,
say that's the key right there. Yeah, and
did I say
it's,
something smart? Go ahead.
you said something that kind of pulled at me because I
Lasagna?
know
You
I
have
know
to-
5% of our mind and the things we do sits at our conscious front lobe of our
Well, it's
brain.
conditioned, yeah.
And then it's the subconscious that's responsible for 95% of your success.
Right.
That kind of pushes you there.
Maybe
And it's
we
like
fight it.
you
Yeah.
could
That's
be
why
to
you
the
need to
point
hang
where
out
you're
with me
constantly
more.
hearing it. You're constantly hearing it, and then it's like,
But imagine this, Kingston. So imagine if this is like your mom, your dad, your friends that have never been in this industry, or like the bad boyfriends of the industry that have taken your money and promised you the sun, moon, and stars, but didn't do jack shit, right? How much has your life changed now that you're with VIP Ignite? You're working with cast members from The Sopranos. You have people that like screenwriters from Netflix. You're talking to a high fashion supermodel right here live. So if we take you out of this environment,
You make me feel so special.
well, you are, Robert. If we take you out of this environment
Thank you.
and then we put you in one of highly successful people and coaches and real people that understand the struggle but know how to get around, like you're not alone anymore. And that's what you have to understand. Before
Yeah.
you were alone. You were throwing
Yeah.
spaghetti up against the wall. No carb.
and
left
then
behind.
it's like
Yeah.
a constant wash
Yeah.
of the success from VIP that washes over all of
And
us
you
in this
said,
group.
I don't want to get
And it's
my
like,
heart.
wow,
Well, you're
I
in
feel
good
part of a
hands,
family.
Kingston.
You know what I
Kingston,
mean?
right?
VIP Ignite has done that for me. It has
Yeah.
brought me to, we've seen the compound interest, especially when I talk to you and Deneen. It's like you've seen
Anytime
the
he gets off
compound
a track, I'm like, come here, smack, get back. And then Deneen's like, you're going to be okay.
Here's the
I
here's
needed
the-
it, Allie.
I'm gonna speak into that. And this goes for everyone on this call. You have to do the work also. We can encourage you, we can give you the high fives, I can hug you, I can counsel you, Alicia can smack the crap out of you. But at the end of the day, you need to do the work. You need to be the one doing the self-tapes. You need to be the one taking the digitals. You need to be the one getting yourself prepared for that first booking. Because the thing is that when you book that first job, your life will never be the same again, but you have to be doing the work. Like, again, I will cheer the crap out of you. I just read a post on school and I'm like, oh, let me help. But you have to do the way at the end of the day, you have to do the day-to-day work. Like Arbor has to make sure that he's in shape. He has to make sure that he's well rested. He has to make sure he's hydrated. He has to make sure
like-
he knows where he's
His
going. He has to
skin
make
is
sure he's there on
impeccable.
time.
Flawless.
Like I'm like, because I'm sick right now. I'm been drinking so much water because
Yeah,
I don't
but-
know what's gonna happen tomorrow
But
or any day.
But you're always ready.
yeah,
You're
you don't have
always
to
ready.
get ready because you are ready. And
Exactly.
we talked about that at the
Always
beginning of the day,
Exactly.
so-
Like right now, I have to
Great.
go take my my meds because
Okay.
I have a flu,
Okay,
I
well,
have, like,
you
a
go
cold-
take your meds.
cold and flu.
You go
Cold.
take your meds.
What is it? Cold.
Don't
cold
take
and
that to
flu,
heart,
like,
Arbor. We love you.
cold and
Okay.
flu, whatever they're called. I don't like taking them. To be honest with you, I like more natural ginger and stuff.
Okay, well,
I like that.
you go
'Cause it
take
makes
care of
you feel
yourself,
better.
Arbor. Thank you so much for being
Yes.
here today. I always love
I could
spending
speak
time with
so
you.
much, and I like to sorry if I cut anyone off. I just like to make
You
sure
like to
I
talk, it's okay.
we
love
we
you.
have the same advice, all of us. Alicia, like we literally
It's
like
called get
it's like
shit
we
done.
mimic-
No
Exactly.
Do the work.
exactly.
And
Get
keep
shit
going.
done. You want to be a model? Great. There's a casting. Are you ready to
Yeah.
go? Well, no. Okay, well then let's get ready. It starts now. Type it starts
And if
now.
you don't
It
want to,
starts
just
now.
don't waste
Everybody,
anyone's
it starts now.
It starts. You are always on
Exactly.
stage. Even on
And you
Zoom.
got this, Kingston. Like, look at your
Got
like,
this,
yes,
Kingston.
like.
Don't
Yeah.
worry, I'm gonna
You're
get my
like,
hands
you
on
have a
everything.
nice
That's
day.
what this whole weekend's about. You know what I mean? And it's just like, wow,
We
watching
can't do this
us.
shit in 2
I
hours. We
like
need
your
to
energy.
go.
I like your energy.
It takes
You're
work.
making
It
me,
takes work.
It's a smile. It like
Well,
lights-
I love you guys. Have
Alright,
a
we love
great
you.
weekend. I almost said great weekday. A weekend.
Arbor.
It's Saturday today. have a great weekend because I had the party Friday yesterday, so I haven't rested. But
Go
Deneen, I
rest.
love
Life of
you.
a model.
Alicia, I love you. You guys are you guys are family. But you guys are amazing. But I know you
Go
guys since
rest.
forever.
Stop talking.
See
Go
you guys
rest.
soon too.
Yes, I'll see
Yeah.
you very
Yes,
soon.
I will rest.
All right.
Yes, I
Thank
will
you,
be
Arbor.
resting.
Bye,
Love
Arbor.
you. Bye, guys.
Love you.
Bye.
Bye.
Deneen, that was absolutely amazing. I loved it. I mean,
Well,
if
you and I have the same conversation over and over again, and this goes for everyone on this call, whether you've met me or not. Like, you have to do the work. That's what I started talking about this morning at the beginning of the call. Success leaves clues. What are you doing in the background to get yourself noticed in the foreground, right? And I know you're doing that. And you and I'll have you all to myself in 2 weeks, so don't you
and
worry.
this is all speaking firsthand experience, guys. She's talking. We've seen the
I'm
transformation. We've
talking to
seen.
myself too. It's not just for you.
Kingston, how many calls were you on before I finally said, what the hell are you doing?
Oh man.
We had a come to Jesus meeting. I said, what is it that you want? What is it that you want? And I drew this chart. Remember, I held this up and I said, this is you. This is where you want to go. Take me here. Kingston, what do you want to do? Take us here. What do you want, Kingston? What
And
do you
it's so
want?
crazy. I think we met before, and I was just like, "Nah, I ain't going on nothing."
I want to star in a movie. I want to be on a TV show. I want to be the
I
face of
remember that.
this. Okay, but here's the problem. Pictures, classes, and websites don't do that. That's what amateurs do. Anybody with a credit card can go do that. You want face-to-face with real agents and casting directors, you've got to have real connections. That's what we do. But before you meet somebody of that type of level, you got to be ready. And you, my friend, have a great look. Do you guys agree with me? He has a tremendous look. But you are literally your own worst enemy a lot. You know that. You
Yeah,
beat
you are.
yourself up more than anybody else I know. So
Yeah.
when I
I
get
mean,
those
Blink
emails
182
from you,
song, but we're gonna
like-
change that.
yeah, but I'll tell you what, his story, because he had again fallen a couple of times for the unscrupulous losers of the world that prey, which Michael talked about, star in a Marvel movie. That's not how it works. It goes against SAG-AFTRA, and Netflix is not advertising on Backstage or any of those websites, so stop. But you, my friend, you're coming to Tampa, you're doing multiple things with us. You are on the right path now. And you may
I'm
not
ready to
see it
work,
easy
Alicia.
if you-
I'm ready to work. I'm pushing, you know what I mean?
I
Even
know.
as you're not going to these events, guys, make yourself present. Hey,
Exactly.
I'm ready to work. You know what I mean? I'm ready to put forth towards the vision, the ability to connect, to interact, to network, to build. It don't always be in a position, don't be in the mindset of thinking it's always about something that they're not pushing me to do. I have to do it by myself. Why haven't she called me? Everything's in front of you. It's presented in front of you. Just close out the distractions. Just close it out. And
Look at
just
Denise, look at that motivational speaker right here. Who are you, Kingston?
Alicia, I
I'm
appreciate
so excited to give you a
appreciate
hug in 2 weeks.
everybody. Oh my God, this is just mind blowing. It's just once it hits you guys, it takes you to that new place in life. You look at life different. You know what I mean? It's about the work. You get into it's like it comes to you mentally that I have to put in the work when they're not looking to be rewarded when it's time to present itself, to build everybody. We're at the same place for the same exact moment right now, for the same thing, just to go, just to build. What do you
What do
want?
I say, Denise? You get rewarded in public for kicking ass in private. No one sees the struggles. No one sees the mindset, the eating right, the working out, the being on the coaching calls, working on your monologue, working on your slate, working on that gorgeous smile. No one sees that. No one sees that. And you don't have to go on Facebook, oh my God, I'm working so hard. No one gives a shit. They want end results now.
They want to see it. Seeing is believing. Seeing is believing. You know what I mean? They're going to see it. They're going to feel your vibe. It's just like when you see somebody that has a gut and you know, all right, this person might be in a relationship. This person has a eating problem or whatnot, and this person's going through something. You see somebody that snatched, their skin's going, okay, that person takes care of themselves. they're drinking water, they're exercising. You kind of see it. You see it. It's around you. You get what I mean? Whatever you put your work into, self-development, your character, talking to people, your communication, it's going to show. It's going to show. I appreciate you guys, man. You guys, fairly odd parents.
I know. It's family.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's what we do. But this is why it's a 2-day thing, guys. Like, you can't get all of this. Like, I talk to people all the time. I don't have time for 2 days. Oh, how long have you been trying to do this? 10 years. I'm sorry, 10 years doing it wrong, and you can't give us 2 days. Get the hell out of here. When the pain is great enough, you're going to do something about it. And that's the truth. When the pain is great enough, you're going to take action. And if your excuses outweigh your dreams, you got a bigger problem than you know. No excuses, just results. And I want you guys to type that. No excuses, just results. Because that's the truth. Anybody can impersonate on the internet. Oh, I'm a model. Oh, okay. Have you booked any work? Oh, well, I'm with an agency. Oh, really? What agency? Because a lot of these agencies sell pictures and classes, you know, so that's not, so. Oh, you're on mute, Deneen.
It's my first time on Zoom today.
I know.
I'm sorry, guys. It's been that joke is so old, but it still makes me laugh. Okay, so let's review our day, and then I'm going to give you guys a challenge, and then we're going to be back here at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow morning. Everyone say 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. All right, so let's talk about where we've gone. So we talked about how to give the greatest performance night after night. We've spoken to people today who have shown you, like Marcus, imagine 10 years, day in, day out, Blue Man Group. How do you find that joy? Day in, day out, day in, day out. There's one word. It's called passion. It's called passion. It's called dedication. It's called, you know what? Stick-to-itiveness. It's called I will not give up. We learned about his biggest defeat turned into his biggest triumph. How many of you are willing to fail so you can be even more successful? That's a hard one. I see the hands. I see the hands. I love it. But it's easy to say that in theory, but when it happens.
Failure hurts, man.
Failure
I
sucks.
got an award behind me, that new award that we got, and all the tears and all the crying and how close I was to giving up and the calling of my parents going, why did we start this stupid company? Why couldn't I just go work for somebody else? Why?
No.
Why?
It's hard, but it's so
It's so
rewarding.
hard. And
At the end of the
especially, it's kind of like a bad boyfriend when everybody's against you and they're like, just break up with it already. Just go do something else. When you know it are meant for greatness, never let anyone take away your light. And that is the truth.
Yep.
That is the truth. Who am I being inspirational? Deneen, I'm drinking water. Did you see that?
Oh my God.
First for
What's going
everything.
on? Kingston's doing TED Talks. You're drinking water.
I know. I'm trying to cut back on the coffee. The craziest thing.
All right. So we talked about giving your greatest performance. What is your greatest performance that you have to give? Every single one of them. We talked about success stories, and I really believe that those success stories I talked about, yes, I talked about individuals, you saw their photos, but I saw each and every one of your faces in those stories. That's what you need to do. You need to see your face in those stories, because you know what? If they can do it, so can you. We talked about how to book a role in a Marvel movie. No more bad tacos. We are no longer going to be falling for those. Oh, do you want to be a star of Marvel? No, we're not falling for that anymore, because we know the truth. Once you know the truth, you cannot fall for it. Once you can't unknow what you know. Okay. We talked about from soup to nuts, from beginning to end, how to book magazine covers, like from the art direction to the people that get cast to the decisions. Like, how mind-blowing was that? Like, I'm never going to look at a cover of a magazine again the same. We talked about what type of modeling you qualify for, and then we heard from a model that kind of shook up some of those rules we learned, right? but you now know what you qualify for. And congratulations, each and every one of you qualifies to be a model. Whether it's whether it's being a spokesperson, whether it's being a commercial print model, whether it's high fashion, whether it's fitness, whether it's curve, each and every one of you fits into a category. You just need to find that category and own it. Own it. Lean into your character. Lean into that thing that you can do. Okay. We talked about school. How many of you would love the opportunity to be a part of our community? Even now, like it's only day one. How many of you would love that opportunity? You know what? I saw what you're offering in school. I saw what you're offering in the 21-day challenge. I would love not only to be a part of that community, but to be able to do live calls like this a couple times a week. How many of you would love that opportunity? Right? And for like, it's like less than $25 a week. Like give up a couple Starbucks coffees so you can accelerate your, I know, Alicia, I'm sorry. But if that's something that you want, this is what we're going to do. Actually, we're going to do this in just a moment. I should have been a little bit more prepared. But if you're already like, you know what, heck yes, I want to be a part of this community. I want more. We're going to give you an opportunity in just a moment. I just have to change the schedule to say, yes, you know what, I want to talk about this on Monday. Obviously, Alicia and I can't talk to you tomorrow because I'm here, but we're hosting an event. But if you would like the opportunity to be like, to do that, to be a part of what we're doing, we would love for you to like, say yes to that. So just give me one moment. We're going to give you an opportunity. You can say yes now, and then it's, trust me, school is something that you want to be a part of. Like what we're doing is amazing. And let me tell you something too. There is no one else doing what we're doing. Okay. You can go try. There is no one. And we have like what I showed you was literally the tip of the iceberg. Okay. We have so much stuff that we're adding. Like as we were on this call and everyone was, as we were like talking and like working with you guys, like I was in the background working with my team, like, okay, we need to do this. We need to do that. So there's so much more that is going to be offered as a part of this. Okay. So what we're going to do in just a moment is we're going to give you an opportunity right now to schedule an interview. And what I want you guys to do is we'll drop the link in just a moment. But yeah, so this is what you're going to do though. You're going to choose Monday. Everyone type Monday in the comments, not tomorrow, but type Monday. And you're going to have the opportunity to schedule a time so that you can do an interview with us. Okay, there we go. All right. All right, so I'm going to have Jemima in just a moment drop the link. Okay, so that you guys can do that. So you guys can schedule a time to talk to us. But again, schedule on Monday. Okay, so Jemima, if you can drop the link so that if people want to schedule to talk to us about school, it's going to ask you for a secret word. Type school in the comments. Type school in that spot because that way we know that you're interested in school. Okay. And I do have a challenge for you guys too. Okay. Is it okay if I give you a challenge? Because you know what? We need to take action. We immediately need to make sure that we take action. Okay. So this is what you're going to do. What you're going to do tonight is we have a Facebook community. And what you're going to do is if you're not a part of it, we're going to give you the link to join. And because Marcus inspired the snot out of me and made me cry, what we're going to do is I want you to do a selfie. Can each and every one of you do a selfie? I know you can. So the selfie that I want you to do is like that inspired selfie. You know how he was like, they were doing, wow, wow, wow. What I want you to do is I want you to do a wow selfie. Okay. So do a wow selfie into the Facebook group and your hashtag is going to be hashtag wow selfie. Okay. So Jemima, if you can just share the link so that people can schedule if they want to talk to us about school. We're going to drop that link in just a moment. And then what I want you to do is go into the Facebook community and I want you to do the wow selfie. Okay. All right. So this has been an amazing day. Just give me one moment to get the link out for you guys. All right. So 10:45 a.m. tomorrow. It's going to be awesome. We're really excited to see you guys. And this is what I want to know. What are you guys excited about? What did you learn today that changed things for you? And what are you looking forward to tomorrow? What did you learn today that changed things for you? And what are you looking forward to tomorrow? Let me know in the comments. Reginald's like, I just want to do my WoW selfie and go watch WrestleMania. That's all I want, Deneen. That's all I want. Oh wait, maybe that's me. Sorry. I can't believe I'm even saying those words out loud. It's pretty crazy. The SAG-AFTRA, how to grow everything. I love that. All right. How did you know? Jonathan Alexander. I knew it. I knew it. We'll have something to talk about when we meet next. Follow the process, everything. Awesome. All right. All right, so I'm going to drop the link one more time. So if anyone is interested in getting scheduled to talk to us about being a part of school, in the RSA group. No, in the Zoom, in the boot camp group. Oh. How do you say it? Burin? I love your name, first of all. It's a beautiful, did I say it right? Burin? Okay, well, I can't read your lips, but I love what you said. You're so excited. So that's awesome. Can't wait. And I promise you tomorrow, I know tomorrow what we'll do is we'll definitely give you guys an opportunity to talk. We just wanted to be really cognizant of your time today. But tomorrow we're going to have Model Garage. Tomorrow's going to be more interactive where we get to hear your voices. We're going to have Model Garage. So Ryan Colby's actually going to choose, Alicia and Ryan Colby, she actually chooses and then Ryan evaluates people. So you're going to have the opportunity to get evaluated by an agency tomorrow. You're going to have the opportunity to hear from a person who booked 2 Super Bowl ads and 4 feature films, all while living in Las Vegas. Tomorrow, you're going to have the opportunity to hear from an agent who is absolutely amazing. Like, she's so excited to talk to you guys. She does a lot of commercial print. She does high fashion. She just recently booked someone who's 5 foot tall for a Gucci campaign. So what Arbor said, like, how cool is that? Okay. So tomorrow is going to be a great day. Today, we laid the foundation. Tomorrow's transformation day. At the very end of the day, I'm going to take you guys through an exercise where you're going to visualize where you're going to be in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. Okay. So I'm really excited for you guys for tomorrow. But in the meantime, make sure that you go into the Facebook community and here, I'll drop the link there too. Let me find it. So make sure you go into that Facebook community and join our, here we go.
So while you're doing that, I always like to say day one, it's almost like a forest. Today's the day we clear the land because tomorrow we build. Does that make sense? So it was important. Everything that we did today, from, Deneen White giving the greatest performance night after night to understanding how to book a role. Like, aren't you guys glad that we went through all of this so that tomorrow when we have more agents and casting directors, when we start like interacting more, we actually understand how the business works just a little bit more, right? There's a reason behind the madness.
Yeah. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Cool.
Very good. So I'll drop the link one more time and then we will see you guys tomorrow morning at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
The same link as today.
Same link. Yep. Same link. And you'll get a text message in the morning as well.
The secret word, Jonathan, is just school, but I think you already get school, Jonathan.
Yeah, Jonathan Alexander. I will just send you the I'll send you the link. You already got it.
If you're already part of the company, you could email me or you could text me.
If you're already a part of VIP Ignite and you're like, oh, do I get school?
That's what I'm trying.
Send me an email and I'll make sure that you get it. It's okay, Shana. I promise you, you're totally cool. You're too cool for school, but you're good.
Too cool.
I love school. It's so cool. I mean, I know I'm a super nerd, but anyway, okay, let's stop. All right, guys, have an amazing night. We will see you tomorrow. Please make sure you go into the Facebook group and drop your selfie because I want to see who's serious about this. Okay. I
Well,
want
it's
to
like a casting, Deneen. I know if I ask Jamie Black right now for a selfie, she's like, I'll do 5. Like, I already know that she's on her A game, right?
Yep.
So if there were a casting right now and, oh, well, I'll just go eat and I'll just get it done now. That's it. So
Yep.
just do it.
be like Nike and just do it.
Just do it. So tonight's WrestleMania, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Now, did you know Mike and I, this is before you started, we had a documentary with some of the WWE. We had Hulk Hogan, Jimmy Superfly Snuka, Tito Santana, Jake the Snake.
I can't.
I know, behind the ropes. Thank you. Yep, right
Hold
there.
on, where is it?
Other side.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah. We have a whole documentary with those crazy guys. Actually, when we did, when we showed the sample of it, they all came to the house. I was like, oh my God, the furniture. It was crazy.
We were talking about that last night actually when we were watching the Hall of Fame.
Jimmy Superfly Snuka was at the house, Tito Santana. Crazy. Jake the Snake. Well, Jake didn't come, but the Boogeyman. Jimmy Hart came by our office a couple of times. So we do. I didn't really understand WrestleMania until I really got the lowdown and how much they traveled, and like it's insane. Talk about passion, man. It really is a brotherhood. I mean, now obviously they have the divas and yeah.
Pretty cool stuff. Pretty
Cool stuff.
All right. All right, amazing people. This has been phenomenal. I will talk to you guys tomorrow morning, and please post your selfies. And yeah, I can't wait to see them all. All right, guys, have a great night. You guys, hold on, give yourselves a pat on the back. Let's do Marcus. Woo!
He was in Blue Man Group. Oh my God. Do you know how much energy you have to have for that? There's not any amount of coffee. Like, that is crazy.
I know. I can't wait. I have to go see the Blue Man Group now. Who wants to go see Blue Man Group? Well, I think we should do this as a group. All right.
Where are they?
On
The
that
Luxor?
note,
Jamie will tell us. Okay. Jamie's like Las Vegas expert.
yes,
All right.
she is. All right, guys. Have an amazing night. We will see you tomorrow. I look forward to your selfies.
Great job hosting, Deneen White. Round of applause for Deneen White.
Thank you very much.
Round of applause. Changing lives. Round of applause. Thank you, Michael
Changing lives.
Fompkin, wherever
One Zoom
you
at a
are.
time.
Michael Fompkin. Paging Michael Fompkin. He's here somewhere. All right. He's probably working on another project because that's what we do. Jamie, I'll be in Vegas in like 72 hours.
For 72 hours.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Have a great night. We will see you all tomorrow. Bye.
Bye, everybody. Good night. Great job.
Thanks.
You did
Bye.
it. Day 1.
Woo!
Woo!
Bye, guys.
Bye.